Wait. Gotta love all that glitching and popping. Sounds fucking great, dude. Well, you know, whatever. I gotta charge the laptop. I gotta freaking pop the cop top. Gotta drop the drop top, you know? Gotta crop my crop top. I guess I gotta do this now. My favorite. I just wanted to pop on here like a little bunny rabbit and see the deal. Listen to the new PJ Harvey track. It's pretty chill and good. Funny enough, I had the tempo here set to a similar, very almost identical. I'm gonna say very similar. Excuse me. Tempo. Yeah, her new song. So I've just got my girlfriend up here. You know what I'm saying? Definitely kind of one of the, you know, OG crushes. Although, I'll be honest, I kind of still need to listen to like a real full album of hers. But I've heard so many songs from her, and she really is a legend. So I'm saying she really is a genius. Very good. And she's gorgeous. Hopefully you guys aren't, there's not too many like buffering issues or anything. This might be a little bit of a bust of a stream, if I'm being honest. I mean, no one's here yet, and it's 5 a.m. You know how it is. You gotta pop on here and see what up. Probably about to hit this doink in a sec, if you know what I'm saying. Just being a little silly goofball, you know. Being the thing is I should have really charged the laptop before I streamed. I was trying to, you know, charge it a little bit between, like, because the last stream busted out on me. But man, I gotta clear up space on my phone and laptop, and like, it's crazy. Whole lot of love, you know. No, but a whole lot of, more like a whole lot of crap. A lot of crap. But I don't know. I mean, as always, you know, I'm kind of like, oh, you know, I'm not really feeling that talkative and whatever. I mean, if some people show up within a few minutes, I'll maybe keep it going. But you know, if not, I might just say, forget it. You know what I mean? I'm kind of chilling anyway. It's fucked. Well, it does keep saying that there's some kind of Hold on.
Forget it, you know what I mean? We've been chilling anyway. It's fucked.
It seems okay. But it does keep saying that there's not, like, fucking enough to maintain smooth streaming. Here, I'm going to close out of everything else. Delete some crap. Close other windows here, and then refresh the page. Yeah, okay. And that might help. Sorry for the buffering, fam. I don't know, this might be a waste of time. Feeling pretty chill anyway, not in too much of a streaming vibe. It's just, my laptop's about to die too. It's just like, fucking mess. Here's the deal. I'm gonna do this stuff right now. Pop it open again in a minute. And see how it's popping. So yeah, I'm saying that new PJ Harvey single is pretty good. Extremely chillin' good. And I'm excited for the new album. Legendary, still legendary after all these years. Alright. We're trying it out, gang. We're trying to make a go of it. We're really gonna make a go of it here. We got something good going on here, you guys. I'm saying, though, dude. I'm saying, though, dude. Your audio is coming in, but your video is frozen, and I've been here for an hour. Oh, damn, dude. My video is frozen? Is that true?
No, dude. Legendary, but your video is frozen. I've been.
What if I go like that? Oh, dude, you're right. Damn, dude. What a mess. Alright, well, thanks for the heads up. God. This might be a bust. But you know what? I don't know. I'll pop up the frickin' video again here. The fuck is this? Okay. You can see me, but it's just... I gotta throw the filters on. Add the chat and remove a window. That's strange. I'll play it back, but if I just do this now, it should probably work. I guess it was just frozen. Like the film Frozen 2 with Elsa being extra gay. Hold on, that's the wrong. There we go. It's happening. Uh-oh, it's happening. Live from the Super Bowl. It's the Chill Island oasis of truth and reality. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yee. Alright, word. Thanks, Fly Guy. What's going on, my main man, Fly Guy? He ain't a try guy. He a fly guy. Yeah, no, this should be a workable situation now. Seems pretty freaking good. That's that amazing stream and quality. Yeah, man, it's pretty Deadsville. Probably should have started streaming earlier, but it's cool, because, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of the same as always. Never really feel super streamy, like, but, you know, once the heads kind of pop up, I'm like, alright, you know, let's do this. But this might just be an epic fail, which is kind of fine by me. I mean, I don't really have that much new to talk about. But we got Fly Guy here. Hey, heyo, heyo. Well, obviously, one thing to mention is I did reach out to our mutual friend after that whole sort of, I wouldn't call it a disaster, but I guess awkward moment after that last stream there. And I haven't heard back yet. But that's fine. I sent a pretty well worded email. And I'm also just reading this, so it's like you're having a lozenge. You're waiting for your vape to charge, sucking out. So it's probably leaves. You know, it's past my bedtime, but I'm waiting for my vape to charge, and I'm sucking on a lozenge. So you have me for some more time. Is that lozenge to replace the vape for a moment? That menthol vibe? Something? So good. No, I'm talking about... I mean, I guess I can say it doesn't really matter. I'm talking about Lou. You know? Oh, by the way, I also I don't know if you saw this, Fly Guy, but I accidentally started streaming the other night after the stream, and it was just me for like an hour and a half, like apparently just yawning and typing, and I didn't know I was streaming. and actually that whole time, what I was doing was just like watching back some of the stream and then starting to write the email. And then I went upstairs and ate food, and I was talking to my dad and my sister, and especially my sister, and we were just talking, and like she was playing some old voice memos of her when she was a kid, and we were laughing about it. And I got like, it was like Bobby, KME9, and Ruben. I think that's it. All messaged me on different platforms. Bobby left a comment, he was like, "We just hear you yawning and typing." And I was like, "Okay, good. Good thing I didn't fucking pull my fucking cock out, you know what I mean?" No, I'm kidding. But of course, it's like, dude, of course. Of course I have to, like, think, damn, like, I don't even know. Good thing I don't even know. At least, I mean, I wouldn't get changed, or, I don't know, it would just, like, I, I would probably noticed that I had gone live if I was on anything other than the email, but I actually don't even know how I gotta, this is literally about to die. Perfect timing. I probably would have, I don't even remember. Basically, I probably would have noticed if I wasn't just on the email, but, oh yeah, and I don't know how it even started. So that was like a little bit disconcerting. But I just deleted the stream. It's another way to pull your cock out. You know, so vulgar. I love that. It's so intense. You know, pull your cock out. Like, oh my god. Seriously though, you never know what's gonna what's gonna happen. You hear me start screaming at my family or something horrible. There's an insane car accident outside. You see me put on makeup, start wearing a dress. You see me start talking to myself. Honestly, so many so many things could have happened. Oh look, I'm on YouTube. It's my man Eric Strauss and his cat. But no, we're back to Pauly Jean Harvey. What is this though? This looks like some fan art. That's a dope ass picture, but it's like, what am I looking at here? Oh, it's a bootleg. I'm also a giant fan of any of this content right here. The American flag bikini photo shoot. And just all of its related images, obviously. Extremely good. Extremely gorgeous. Look at this. Is that her? Anyway. Trying to find this sort of legendary thing from Nick Cave where I could have sworn he said something like, "I love you, Pauly Jean Harvey." And I always think of that quote, but I cannot find it. I mean, I just Googled the quote and can't find it. This is that new track. It's really good. I'm kind of gonna just keep that open. No, that's the wrong one. Keep that open. And go back to this. Well, I didn't even really watch it back. I skimmed through it, and it actually seemed pretty boring. But I did um, hear a bit of laughing and stuff from me and my sister. But that would have been very interesting, right? But the thing is like I don't even think you could really hear it. The actual conversation, you could just kind of hear like duh, 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 and like some laughing and stuff. But yeah, that would have been something else. I mean, that's the thing about the stream is like it naturally changes the dynamic. You know, if you don't know the stream's going, it kind of changes everything. Which is funny because I was just thinking how like whatever about freaking FE typology stuff, but um, it's kind of like another element to sort of consider is like, I mean, streaming practically necessitates sort of FE work, so you know, generally speaking. But yeah, that would have, that's when you get the real vibes. If you don't know it's streaming, it's a reality show. A candid camera. Some archaic law outlawing wearing the American flag as clothing. That's interesting. Well, I mean, if it's not, I mean, maybe it would have to be made of like flag material. Because I feel like I've seen this kind of thing all the time, you know? Well, not all the time, but, just the aesthetic of the American flag girl, the bikini vibe. Sort of a classic favorite, Chill Island favorite. But the, yeah, that's interesting. And I was sort of thinking this too. I was like, well, PJ Harvey's British. So what the heck is she doing wearing that? And I'm kind of thinking like, ugh, what is it, like sarcastic, some kind of like thing? Whatever. I mean, I hope not. It's like, I mean, I'm like, hey, whatever, she looks good. It's a little goofy, but, it's pretty good. It's like, and Fly Guy also says, it's like how animals in the wild act differently if they know they're being observed. Yeah, right. I mean, it's sort of a, yeah, it's like, I'm not going to be that much different. I'm pretty much exactly the same on the stream, but I'm aware I'm being observed. And all that comes with that, I guess. Can't even imagine having like 100 people here. It's weird because in some way that would cause a more general experience. That would be, I don't know. I don't think it would actually change that much, but it would definitely cause a sense of like, I don't know. It actually probably wouldn't change anything. But they would still be fucking cool. We got 2 new people the other day that were recommended by the algorithms, which was very interesting and good. Do you see that? It was like some random Russian dude and some other person that I don't know where they were from. Were just like, I found this on my recommended. And I was like, yo, it's like the first time that's ever happened. So that's pretty cool. That's a step in the right direction. Because I definitely want to get, you know, more of a diverse crowd around here. Because right now it's pretty much TWFP people and my friend Sam. But yeah, those two folks, that was cool. Yeah, wearing the American flag I always thought looked very patriotic, so it was interesting to learn it was once viewed as disrespectful. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable, definitely, you know. I act very differently in front of people. How so, do you think? Do you, put on the charm more or something? Or maybe act nicer than you really are? I mean, those being the first two things that come to mind are probably telling, because I guess that would be the inclination for me. But I try not to, I don't know. I don't really think about it too much, you know, but sure, that's probably the vibe, right? Hello, you know, whatever. Get a little more acting more alert or something, kind of more aware or something. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea though how. Wow, the algorithm is recommending you. I wonder how you triggered it. I was like, I have no idea. It was bizarre timing and sort of ironic timing too, because it was during all of that Lou drama, which, but mind you, was not so much Lou drama as it was a brief moment of dissatisfaction from Lou that turned into an hours long musing on the matter. Well, basically feeling bad about the matter and then musing on the kind of idea of like what to say and whatnot. You know, we had Bobby and KP, you know, kind of like, you know, you shouldn't censor yourself, and I'm like, yeah, but you know, we want to have people feel like they can be hanging around here, you know. And it's kind of a good thing, right? What up, Boba Fett? So yeah, and speaking of, right, I'm more careful about what I say or do. No kidding, right? Yeah, that was a sort of perfectly relevant moment in the sense that I felt like I was being pretty careful about it, but I was being careful about it in the way that I would be careful about it with her not in the room. Which is just like embarrassing, because it's like, well, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't want to, like, obviously I don't want to get down on this rabbit hole again, but it's just like, it does highlight a certain, I don't know if you want to call it FE, but whatever, right? I mean, I never like pretend to be just on this topic, right? In a general thing, in a way of explaining it is like, I'm the only thing I'm ever like guilty of in some way is probably kind of like lying by omission, if you know what I mean. So, like, I mean, I really don't lie, and I really always try to be honest, but and I've had to work. I don't like try not to sugarcoat things too much, and you know, try not to. I definitely over explain, but I definitely don't. Whatever. You know, whatever, make stuff up or anything like that. Um, that's like ridiculous to me. But I will kind of. I don't know. It's weird though, because again, the stuff that I was talking about, I may I think I probably would say the same kinds of stuff. I just wouldn't have been so like kind of harsh about it, you know? but because especially given the fact that what I was saying again, I don't want to get into it again, but like the specifics of what I was saying did not in any way target like her demographic, if you know what I'm saying, right? So I think I'd feel comfortable with it. I just wouldn't have been so harsh about it. You know what I mean? So like in the way that that's representative of me, yeah, I'm fairly consistent, but in that same kind of way, it's like I'll probably be a lot more reserved about my harshness and things like that. You know what I'm saying? But like I also said, did you send her flowers? Right? I know that was kind of the that's next. If I don't hear from her soon, um, it's like not that we've gotten particularly close or anything, but I mean, I consider her a friend at this point. I mean, at least an acquaintance. But I'm basically a friend. I mean, and I said this in the email. It's kind of like she's been nothing but kind and supportive and once you feel comfortable here, and at the very least I was sort of like we should connect and kind of whatever talk off stream or something like that. So we'll see. Hating gays gets complicated when you have gay friends. It's true. Well, that's the thing is like it's like I don't hate gays. It's just I mean, I know you're probably kind of joking, but it was more like I mean, I got to be careful not to get too sucked into the topic again, but since there's not really anything else to talk about, the sort of since you say I never knew what you said to begin with. My whole thing was like, I thought I was sort of being objective by bringing up something like AIDS, and I was sort of saying like, well, gay sex is like the number one cause and for it and all this kind of stuff. But this was only based on some stuff that I had read from plugging stuff in the Chat GPT, which I did again, by the way, and came up with the exact same stuff. But nonetheless, I was kind of saying like, well, it grosses me out, and plus the statistics, it's and it's about harm prevention and blah blah blah. Anyway, the point is I thought I was being objective, kind of saying, well, that's the more biological, you know what I mean, like kind of thing. If you focus on that, and that's like, you can make the moral and spiritual judgments from there, but it's kind of like we should at least kind of start there, about the sex act in and of itself was the thing, right? And I mean, it was I mean, thank you, exactly. It's like, I mean, it was very almost, I mean, frankly charitable, because it's kind of like, it's not, I'm not only saying let's just start there, but I said a ton of stuff that she probably didn't even hear, where I was kind of just like, look, there's many ways to express intimacy, right, that aren't that, right? It's not about being gay or whatever, right? It's like it's about that specific act, blah 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 blah. So but I think she just came in at a bad, I don't know what exactly she heard. I think she just came in at a bad time, and then Bobby and like Boba were kind of arguing, and I don't even know what Bobby was saying, and I don't want to cast blame, obviously, but like, I mean, he was probably saying some stuff about how it's not good. I don't think it was anything that bad though. I was skimming. I like sort of skimmed through. Luckily enough for myself, especially and I guess everyone, it didn't save. It was past the 12-hour mark, so it didn't save the stream. So I can't even look back on it. But it's kind of good anyway, right? But once I saw she was here, it was like my stomach dropped, and I was just like, oh, I'm sorry, Lou. I was just like, I'm like, it's not about you, and I'm just talking about the sex act, and I'm sorry. I mean, whatever. And then me, I was just dwelling on it for like hours. But by the end, we were kind of we switched over to watching some funny videos and things, and it was kind of chill. But that just, ah, man, dude, it was just like, I don't know. It was so like, I think it was kind of meant to happen in some way, because it's like, I don't know. I'm not that guy, I don't think. Like, we get into, a lot of good conversation on here, but like, I don't know that I'm really supposed to be the guy that's bringing up AIDS statistics and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what it just got me thinking about like what exactly it is I'm trying to do here, you know? And it's like, of course Bobby and KP are gonna be on my side and that kind of thing, and you know, whatever, say, you know, you didn't do anything wrong, you know, you don't have to censor yourself. I'm like, you know, I appreciate that, obviously, right? But it's kind of like, I mean, if I want to have a chill space for kind of all kinds of people, right? Uh, Maybe I don't want to be getting too. I was being very objective, but I was still being a little judgmental, right? And it's it's like an upsetting topic. Like, that's the thing, is like, I don't even want to talk about these kinds of things, you know? Like, in general. Like, I don't even want to talk about even like, general, like about anything. Like even like the word AIDS, like having that in my stream. You know what I mean? Like, even, and I don't even want to say it now, but like, even like abortion, like even that like word, like, it feels like it's making my stream like unclean or something, you know? Which I know is maybe like a very weird, like a very like purist, like way of thinking about it, like, or something, but it's kind of like, I don't know, man. It's just, I'm learning as I go here, you know? Like, I mean, honestly, if it was up to me, like, well, it is up to me, but I mean, I'd be I want to be primarily focused on just kind of like the music stuff, the visual stuff, kind of having like good conversation and like good vibes, and that's kind of the point. Um, but not really talking about AIDS and abortion. You know what I mean? Like, just like, I mean, what, and it's not even like I have any hot takes or anything, right? I just sort of go like, they're not good, right? Or whatever, right? Whoa, this just in, right? It's like, CJ thinks AIDS and abortion are ultimately not good. That's amazing. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, okay, right? You know, I'm not Destiny or something, right? Or any kind of political pundit. I don't know. It's fun to get fun about things or whatever, and I'm down to talk about like religion and stuff, but like, uh as much as I can not get political and not get like, uh uh I don't even know, like, I don't know. I guess I know this word gets thrown around so much, but it's just like, I guess I would say unnecessarily divisive, maybe. It's like, okay, I want to say how I feel about stuff, obviously, but I don't have a problem with just not saying certain stuff. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, it's not like I need to, it's not like I feel, look, when I started doing this, I definitely felt an urge to come on here and say my piece, you know, and feel like free to say stuff about how I think about stuff, especially on the kind of more conservative Christian type vibe, and just be like a little bit outspoken about the stuff and whatever, just say what I think is good and everything. Um, but to be perfectly honest, like, now that I've seen that I can do that, um, I'm not as interested in it anymore, because it's like, I don't feel like I kind of just wanted to see if I could do it and not get like pulled down or something, right? But turns out I can, and all that gets me pulled down is fucking copyright shit. Sorry to curse, but you know, it's like, you know, what is it? It's like it turns out I can do it, and all that gets me pulled down is copyright stuff. So I don't really feel like I need to be in like on envelope pushing mode, you know? But I'm also not going to go out of my way to whatever be like Mr. open-minded liberal person. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, that's not really my vibe. I mean, I'm relatively open-minded, but I'm not. I'm sort of centrist. I know that's like people don't like that, but whatever. I mean, I'm definitely more conservative than I once thought that I was, you know, and certainly more Christian. But inevitably, though, I don't know. I don't feel that pressing need to start whatever speaking about frickin' AIDS. You know what I mean? Like, dude, people like I'm gonna be the guy that like comes out and people are suddenly like, oh, you know what? I watched CJ's stream and it turns, you know what? I'm gonna be abstinent now. I mean, that would be great, but there's only like 10 people watching at best. You know what I'm saying? And you just never know how people are gonna. It's such an unpredictable thing. Like, if I say something wrong and it's at the wrong time for someone, like, not to be dramatic, but imagine if I fucking if like I was somehow indirectly, sure, but basically responsible if someone like fucking killed themselves or something, you know? That's like a worst fear of mine, you know, is like, I mean, whatever, I know, but it's just kind of like, that kind of guilt and yeah, it's a little bit selfish and it's kind of OCD, but it's like, I wouldn't be able to live with that, you know what I mean? And it's really not even FE, it's kind of FI. It's just, again, it's a little bit, OCD, you know, but I wouldn't be able to. It's just not worth it, you know. If I just don't say anything and maybe just you can infer how I feel about certain things, and maybe I say a little bit about stuff. It's good, but you know, what I'm saying is I'm perfectly content to just kind of say my piece about things like that every now and then. Assuming whatever, that I don't feel like I'm unnecessarily censoring myself, if you know what I mean. That's the point, is like, I don't want to censor myself. I just don't want to talk about AIDS for 5 hours. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's obviously a healthy middle ground there, right? You know, it's like, that's not my vibe. That's not my goal. You know what I mean? Like, it's really not. I'm down to talk religion and whatnot and whatever, and, you know, whatever, maybe get a little bit political, but I'm not a freaking pundit, and I'm not a priest and all of that, right? I feel like, you know, we'll see how it goes, you know? I mean, you never know how things are going to turn out. I mean, maybe I am meant to be like that, you know? But if I had to guess, I think I'm more inclined to be more of the just doing kind of art stuff and a little bit of social stuff. Just like humor and just like good vibes, you know? But anyway, I just finally read what you're saying now. I think that's pretty much everything I have to say about it, you know? Kind of have the same way. Someone triggered by mentioned that bags and cries. I know, that was me too. Did you know that? The Passion of the Christ thing? Well, because of the resurrection title, because I thought, well, isn't that kind of like I thought it was a little bit of like, it's a good title, but it's also like a pun. And that's kind of, it's like, almost, it's kind of borderline disrespectful, you know? And it's Mel Gibson, like, I don't know, man. I was just kind of like, dude, it's all Hollyweird crap. It's all just like lamestream. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but Bobby just like isn't into. He's generally not really very into more like independent kinds of stuff or classic stuff that much. Like, I was telling him, like, dude, one of the best movies ever made is Jesus of Nazareth. He didn't even acknowledge it. You know, everyone, let's just talk. We're just gonna talk about Passion of the Christ forever and ever because frickin' Mel Gibson made it, and it's him getting lashed for an hour. I was literally telling him, I'm like, dude, I almost guarantee, and he knows about this stuff. I'm not belittling. I'm saying he's a smart guy. He's a good guy, but I'm saying, dude, like, the only reason that they even probably allowed that movie is because they don't get into anything about his life, and you just see him getting whipped and lashed for an hour and a half. It's all, and it's Catholic too. It's all about, you know what I mean. It's good for, I'm gonna say you're gonna get whipped and lashed for like an hour, and because it's just Catholic suffering, focusing on the suffering. You know, it's rated R. You know, I guarantee you it wouldn't have been made if it was actually like really good. You know, like Jesus of Nazareth, you know, like, which is a like a just an unbelievably like what's the word? I don't know, pristine almost. I want to say, right? Like a basically perfect movie. I mean, technically, it's kind of a mini series that was made into a film, but it's basically a film. But no, let's not talk about that. We want to talk about Passion of the Christ. And now, Passion of the Christ, Resurrection. Like, nice pun, dude. You know what I mean? Freaking Mel Gibson's crazy ass running around. But, you know, Mel Gibson is freaking woke. I don't know. Or he's based and whatever. Look, whatever. You know, he's interesting. You know, he's kind of good. But you know what I mean? It's just, there's just like a lot more like interesting and like good stuff out there, you know? And the other thing, by the way, is like Lou has heard, and I mentioned this in the email too. It's like she's been around and heard me say plenty of stuff about stuff that I've probably not been too charitable about. You know, but like, she kind of, I think that was a moment though where it was kind of just like, well, I didn't know she was here, and like, even though it had nothing to do with her demographic, it was still, you know, kind of harshly worded. So I didn't really feel like that was, I just didn't feel like that was well handled. And it just made me feel like, okay, maybe not the kind of atmosphere I want to cultivate. You know, I mean, because it's like, yeah, I mean, well, because the way that it was kind of framed was like this, right? Gay stuff came up, and it was like getting like moral, and I was kind of saying, I was trying, you know, you get it, all right. I was trying to focus on the bare minimum, like saying like, well, it's like, I just think it's gross, but the main thing is, look, the sex act for me, and it's you can get, you know, it's like the number one cause of AIDS and all that, you know. So it's like, it's not good, you know. And like, but I was kind of just going off. I was like, you know, whatever, going on a list of that stuff, and it was just kind of like, you know what I mean? It's like, and if I had known she was there, I probably wouldn't have been doing it like on that vibe, you know. But what I'm saying though is like, that was the sort of thing. I was just kind of saying like, well, I'll tell you this, you know, it's like, that's the kind of only thing that I'm focused on right now, you know. If that's, you know what I mean? You know, and it's like, I don't know. Let me just read what you're saying. So you don't like the gays ones get, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, they don't, it's, you know, can you tell me the simple enjoys? Oh, I know what you're talking about, by the way, the pausing. and how they love killing the babies and want to adopt them. The adoption thing is not one thing that I've considered is a way to appease both the right and the left. I would say, whatever that means, right and left. It's like, well, stop having abortions so that gay people can adopt the kids, right? Because, adoption is an option. And if you're so whatever wanting gay people to have babies, or, the thing is like, obviously you need to be like a fit parent. And, everyone kind of knows, literally statistically, the kind of traditional nuclear family setup is really the best way for a kid to be raised. But, assuming that whatever, I mean, if they're going to spend, it's whatever, if they can raise a kid properly, if they're actually good people, then I mean, it's like whatever. I mean, not whatever, but it's like, I suppose it's fine, right? But what was I going to say? Yeah, that would be a way of spinning it, I suppose, right? That's a bit my take. But yeah, and right, the algorithm though, right? It's like, let's I suddenly start because I got 2 new viewers. I'm like, let's not do the, let's whatever. Oh, right, but that was such an ironic timing. I couldn't even like enjoy it because I was too busy like focusing on the Lou situation. Cause I'm such a good person. No, I'm kidding. But literally, I was totally just focused on that. But it was just very ironic because it was like, huh, I'm getting new viewers while I'm fucking. Well, I'm driving away my friends. No, I'm kidding. But no, oh man, right? Can you tell me about these? Wait, let me see. So Flyer says the man who taught me all about these anti-gay factoids ended up being a huge closet homosexual. That's another reason to not fucking, harp on it too much, right? There's a reality to that, like I get tired. I don't like hearing about it all the time because it's that whole thing of like, oh, if you're whatever hating on it, then you must be gay. It's like, no, but if you're hating on it, like for real, like hating on gays, like for real, then, and like, I mean, avidly, right? There very well may be something going on there because it's like, there's something within themselves, right? And believe me, like, it's like when if I wanted to hate on someone for being lazy, right? And like, I'm very lazy, right? Generally speaking, it's just a projection of my own lack of work ethic. You know what I mean? So in the same way that when someone is brazenly gay, let's say, right? But they hide it. Or if someone's like actually secretly pretty emotional and they see people kind of having like emotional displays and they're like, get it together, you wimp. It's the same thing, So if someone's being brazenly gay or something, well, maybe not brazenly gay, but let's just say they're like just gay and not living in shame, right? Like just having kind of a normal life, so to speak, or, just generally speaking, then they're kind of, I don't know. I would imagine it's probably an element to consider where they're like, well, why do you get to be like that? But I'm so like ashamed of my, gay feelings or whatever, right? So they kind of lash out at people. I mean, because it's just like basic freaking psychology and whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's not a hot take at all. That's why I don't really get into that, because it's kind of like, that's the first place everyone always goes to, like, oh, if I don't even know how to put it because it's not, but let's just say being gay or whatever Okay, well, let's just say gay sex or whatever, right? Like if you're like against gay sex in the sense that a person can be against gay sex or whatever it is, you think it's immoral or you think it's at the very least, whatever, unhealthy or something like that. Which, I mean, to be honest, generally speaking, that's kind of where I'm coming from. And again, just generally speaking, right? Like, well, anyway, right? Let's not get down to that road too much, but you get the idea. I mean, that's all I need to say. But the idea that that person is then therefore gay is just ridiculous, right? But if you make it your business all the time, right? You're always talking about how gay people are horrible, they're evil, whatever it is, you know? Well, then maybe there actually is something going on, because it's kind of like that's when it does get suspicious. That's just like a truism, It's not a hot take because it's a truism. Because you see that happen, right? Like, did you know that gays, blah, 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 blah. It's like, I don't know. Why don't you talk about something else? Probably because you're freaking hung up on it because you're secretly gay or whatever, Not necessarily, obviously. But you know how it is. That happens all the time. Oh, hey, Lou. I'm glad you're here. Hold on a sec. Hey, I'm really glad that you... Just that you're here. Hold on. No, yeah, but haha, fly guy. Yeah, you're right, though, about that aspect of the AIDS thing. The thing is that I'm not an expert, and I was just, frickin' musing perhaps a bit irresponsibly on some things with a bit of whatever, personal kind of, you know how it is, being, it's like you try to be objective about a thing, but you're at least me, you're putting in a little bit of judgment in it too. It's just kind of like, don't do it, But the thing is, though, wait. Well, that's true though about what you're saying here, Fly Guy. Everything you're saying here is true, but I just want to get to what Lou's saying. Hi guys, only here for a month because I'm exhausted, but for what I keep not knowing what FWIW means, but I never pleased or tried to please anyone's speech. By the way, I never think that. Oh, good, Lou. Wait, okay, I don't want to keep you here too long, but I just want to sort of address here. Okay, I don't think that you were policing or trying to police anyone's speech. That's not even a thing to me, right? That you were doing that, like an idea that you were doing that. If people want to think that you were doing that, I mean, they're obviously wrong, but I don't think that. And choosing to exit space that claim to see me and those like me is inherently seen from okay, and myself, I was definitely not saying that's kind of was my whole thing, ironically, and I'm not excusing it because it was definitely inappropriate. And again, I feel like I was trying to be objective about a certain topic, but still kind of muddling it with a bit of judgment. I was specifically talking about, like the sex act between two biological males, right? And just again, some quote unquote statistics, aka just talking to ChatGPT. It just twice now about some ideas that it's like the main cause of AIDS, but it's like again though it's like, well, I'm not a doctor, and it's like this isn't really my kind of place to be speculating on it, especially with such a bit of strong language. I don't remember exactly what I had said, but I know that I was kind of getting into that kind of it's not good and well whatever, and ironically, that's sort of not good, kind of what I was doing, And, but the thing is that I was actually, even then, trying to be, actually going away from the thing of like, the person as such being inherently sinful and evil, because I mean, I don't agree with that. I genuinely do not think that, right? That like a person that is gay in the sense that they have gay attraction is sinful and evil. And I actually don't even think that performing the act makes a person sinful and evil. It's more speaking on the act in and of itself, that you can make the moral and spiritual judgment from the thing being harmful in that way, or at least potentially harmful, as having the sinful evil connotation, especially from like a kind of, you know, biblical perspective and whatnot. But, you know, that whole thing arose from I don't know, someone was talking about something, came up about gay stuff, and then I kind of went on this tangent without seeing that you were here, unfortunately. Which, by the way, and again, it again, it's like, I mean, I understand why you would feel how you do, but it was not, you know, targeted at your demographic, which I know doesn't really matter in an objective way, but you know. Anyway, it was just a bad attempt at trying to be like, well, you know, it is what it is, but it's just, let's at least focus on, you know, harm prevention about AIDS. And it's like, well, you know, I'm not a doctor, right? So it's kind of just like, but you know, honestly though, it's there's in no way, right, I can't speak for everybody, but the whole thing of inherently sinful and evil, I mean, that's not something that I believe at all. um but I mean, yeah, you know, you should be absolutely, you know, choosy about where you want to be spending your time. But I mean, yeah, you saw my email, and I'll read yours. Thank you for emailing me back, and thank you for being just willing to kind of be in this space once again. And I'm saying, the situation gave me pause. You know, like the thing about it is, I was kind of just talking about it. Like, I don't know if you're still here, Lou, but I mean, I'll just repeat it in the case that you are. Um, the thing is like, I don't feel like some need, like I'm gonna be censoring myself if I don't start talking about something like AIDS statistics, right? It's like, you know, that's sort of a conversation that, like I don't need to be that person. I don't feel upset. Like, there would be people who would probably tell me, right, like, you should talk about it and it's good, and it's just kind of like, yeah, but I'm not an expert on this stuff. And there's not, I don't feel like some pressing need, right? That I need to get out there and start telling people what I read on freaking ChatGPT about some freaking AIDS statistics. I mean, people can know what they know, they'll learn what they learn. And I'm sure people know enough. I mean, yeah, there should be awareness or whatever, obviously, right? You know, to do what is good, but let me say, and it's not, I don't know, just it definitely feels silly to, like, I don't know, like I'm playing, like I don't know, like I'm playing some kind of role or something of something that, like, I'm really not, you know, like I don't want to really be getting into that stuff too much, you know. I don't know. It was an interesting time that you had come in, because even then I was sort of trying to, I don't know. It was very, as I had said to you, it was sort of serendipitous yet unfortunate, because it's all kind of related, you know. It's like, but you've been here again. I don't know if you're still here, but I was just saying this. You know, you've been here when I've said plenty of things that are more conservative, and especially, you know, Christian stuff, and you haven't really had, you know, problems with it. You've been like very good about it. Even if I was I'd said this too, but even if I was, you know, not always being the most charitable, but I kind of feel like that moment though was so specifically serendipitous yet unfortunate, because of just personal, like just feeling like not, it's just not necessary is the point for me to be getting into stuff like this, you know, too much. And I don't feel like I'm being censored, you know what I mean? Uh uh I don't know. It's just more important to me to have like a space where people can kind of feel like that people of all kinds can feel um accepted in. I mean, I'm always going to have my certain biases in things, right? But to me, like, a good person is a good person. And I mean, Lou is, again, I don't know if you're here, but I mean, just Lou, you are definitely a good person. And to everyone who knows that, Lou is a good person, you know? Definitely a good person. I'm saying that's what counts, right? I'm also reading what you're saying here. Yeah, again, it was a very, very sort of, you know, specific, you know, uh, aim with that conversation. But I'm saying though, it's like even getting into that stuff, it's like, oh, okay, well, what am I, a doctor now? It's like, come on. Well, you know, I mean, oh, look, I'm gonna, you know, speculate on things, you know, and not, um, you know, whatever. Uh, I don't want to feel too stifled by the idea of like hurting people's feelings, especially like, you know, my friends' feelings, like this kind of tight knit circle here, right? Um, you know, like you, for example, Lou, uh, but of course, I think there's a way to do that though without being too harsh or like being too judgmental, you know. And I'm kind of like finding that middle ground, especially in the context of streaming, which is definitely like um a new idea to me, you know. I mean, honestly, it's something that I was just kind of saying this, like it's something that I started for mostly the sheer purpose of just like performing and having like good conversation, you know, which that basically is still the point. Um, but another big point of it was definitely like, well, I want to see if I can like, I don't know, get away, like if I like if I can say stuff without getting like pulled down, not like being hateful, but like, you know, expressing certain kinds of more conservative sentiments and especially Christian sentiments, you know, and just kind of just saying my genuine opinions and just being real and obviously trying to be good about things, but just being real, you know, and like once I saw when now I've seen that I can do that, knock on wood and God forbid, right? But you know, now I've seen I'm gonna say now I've seen that I can do that, knock on wood and God forbid, and it's not as interesting to me anymore, you know. It's like, well, because the only I was just saying this, but it's like the only thing that's getting me pulled down is copyright, you know. It's like, okay, good, right? Like, so now I don't feel like I necessarily have to shake my fist at whatever, you know. I'm being censored, you know. It's like I had to kind of see it for myself, right? Like, okay, well, let's see what it really happens if I say stuff. I mean, you know, um, within reason, obviously, you know. But nevertheless, I've done very little censoring of myself. I mean, you know, obviously there's going to be a bit of whatever fe stuff. There's going to be a bit of like awareness of that kind of thing, the people here, and not wanting to be too ridiculous or anything. not wanting, whatever, to actually get hateful, but I've done very little, censoring of myself. And there's been, not much conflict, and certainly not any getting pulled down in strikes and things. I mean, I'm pretty convinced that at this point that people who really are starting to get, removed and taken down, like, yeah, maybe there's stuff, obviously, whatever, that, blah, blah, blah. People are gonna, get censored sometimes, and that's not good, but, like, I don't know, man. I'm kind of, I know this is a cold take, but I kind of think a lot of them, like, make genuine mistakes. It's like, for one thing, like, I've been, for one thing, like, I've talked about, like, oh, like, I didn't get the COVID vaccine, right? But I don't get pulled down for saying that, because I'm not like telling people, like, misinformation, right? I mean, yes, in some sense, I guess even misinformation should be allowed, but the point is, like, if you're getting pulled down, you're probably messing up somehow, or, you're kind of going a step further beyond, like, a personal take, right? You're saying, God, I've said a lot of stuff. I even said that who knows if the vaccine's good and everything. You know what I mean? Just all sorts. I don't want to get down a rabbit hole, but like, but I feel like that's kind of the thing. Like, you can speculate, right? And you can, like, entertain possibilities and things. But if you start, like, telling people whatever, is, like, you got to do, and, and this and that, it's like, well, then you really might get pulled down, because it's like, I mean, and I mean, especially if it's getting hateful and things, right? So, but that's kind of the thing, is, like, I mean, I've sort of found that, especially since I don't feel a need to get into it that, hardcore or whatever, right? Well, that I'm not getting pulled down. The only stuff I'm getting in trouble for is copyright, which is good. I mean, knock on wood and God forbid. But I'm saying, though, I'm not that interested. So now that I've seen that kind of thing, and now that it's it's kind of getting into this territory now of, like, I mean, it's been like a year. It's been a little over a year since I started streaming, and in a more real way or whatever, right? Well, I was meant to say in, like, a real way, and so now it's kind of getting into, like, all right, well, so now we got to kind of consider, like, so, like, whose feelings are we trying to hurt, if any, right? It's like, I mean, if there's anybody, it's probably some kind of evil elite 1%. You know what I mean? It's like, but it's not about, gay people let alone freaking, liberals or whatever. It's like, oh my God, I'm not interested in that kind of discourse, really. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm interested in talking about practically anything, but not necessarily, I don't know, just, like, spouting off certain political rhetoric at the very least, right? But, I want to focus on what's true and good, but without being unnecessarily alienating, and let alone making anybody feel like, well, that what's Fly Guy's saying here was, basically that anything's being any kind of hateful rhetoric, you know what I mean? I don't want to start attracting that kind of group. Well, let alone, I don't want to be doing it either. I don't want to be being hateful, obviously, which, I mean, look, I'm not. I mean, I'm not a hateful person, I mean, I have my, whatever. I have my biases, and I do have, can get angry and all sorts of things, right? But I mean, generally speaking, though, I'm not hateful, and there are always people of really pretty much any kind that can be, you know, relatively good, you know. I mean, you know, I'm a firm believer in that. You know, it's like I don't care if it doesn't matter. For example, I mean, the perfect example is definitely something if you're gay. It's like, are you kidding me? You know, I mean, honestly, I care more about, and I know this is kind of like some people might be like, oh, that's not much better, but I totally think it's way worse. I think to like for people getting abortions. You know what I mean? Or especially like if it's frequent. You know what I mean? You kidding me? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I know that that's whatever. That's still a little bit like, whoa, whoa, oh my god. But like, give me a break, right? You're gonna compare that? I'm just saying, personally, right? I would see that as being way worse than just like, you know, quote unquote, being gay. I'm like, are you kidding me? Kidding me? I don't know. I don't know if you guys can feel what I'm saying, but you know, whatever, right? But again, that's a personal take, and it's not. I'm not really that interested in always kind of going in about that stuff. It's I kind of feel like, you know, I've seen that I can say this stuff and not get pulled down. And so I kind of feel like, okay, that's all I needed. Bye. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, like I just want to play music and stuff, you know, and try to do some good, you know, like no joke, right? Just kind of make good stuff and have good vibes with people, you know. But anyway, I'm hearing what Fly Guy's saying. So let me read this. So Fly Guy says, CJ, I think if you want a space for people to feel accepted in, you'd have to do more policing. Right now is a sort of Wild West free for all, less of a chill island oasis. I'm interested in brainstorming how you would create that space. What Lou said is right. It's a sort of hostile environment. I come around, I guess, because I don't mind. Well, I mean, in what way is it really hostile, though? I mean, all I can think of is freaking, I don't know, man. Some of the, I mean, it's like, do I really say anything that's that hostile? I mean, and I don't know what, Mr. Bobby or whatever. I mean, even that same day that this kind of unfortunate incident happened, I mean, Winston's mom came back like later that day. I mean, Jen Zenial is here all the time. I mean, well, I mean, I hope that doesn't change, but I mean, he was here. I think that same day. I don't know, but there's all sorts of people around here. Like, it's not the it's mostly the TWFP kind of crowd and everything, right? But and my friend Sam, like I was saying, but this isn't that isn't the I'm not really getting that impression though. Like that like I would think that, for example, like, again, not trying to put it all on, well, just, I mean, the idea that people like Winston's mom and Jen Zenial come around here all the time. And yeah, Lou comes here sometimes, but I think that moment, though, that was just like kind of a particularly bad moment. But it is what it is, a bad moment, which inevitably leads me to say, okay, like, I just need to sort of personally check myself, and unfortunately probably check the chat a little bit more in the terms of what is like allowed to be said. But I don't really, I mean, see, this is the thing, right? Is like the balance. It's finding this nice balance in terms of like, well, because the sort of thing is, when I came up with the Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality name, it was a bit of a half joke because I thought it was a funny idea to have it be just like a long name that I don't know, that is just kind of funny. But it is amazing truth and reality, right? That I want the idea, though, was to kind of be like, let's try to unite under a kind of common good. Like let's try to get to the truth and reality, right? As I've kind of said. But I mean, you know, Bobby even recently, he was like, people aren't going to unite under their common good unless you censor yourself. I mean, it's just, but I don't necessarily subscribe to that kind of mindset, you know? I don't know if it's naive or optimistic, but because I hear what he's saying, but it's kind of like, okay, but is there not sort of a healthy middle ground here, right? In terms of, you know, people being able to feel free to say what they want within reason, and then for other people to rebut and to, you know, have a space for a kind of healthy debate, if you want to call it that. I mean, this is the thing, though, is like, it's not like I'm really that interested in debate, though. Like, so, you know, the reality of the situation is like, well, maybe that's not even what I really want to do here at all. And believe me, you know, I've considered it. Like I said, I mean, I mostly just kind of want to do art stuff and like have good conversation with people, you know? But in a kind of loftier idealist sense, I would like it to be a place that people of all kinds feel like they can say their piece and like kind of, I don't know. I mean, you know, it sounds corny or whatever, kind of deep, but it's kind of, you know, feel heard, and then we can have a sort of debate surrounding it or something. I mean, maybe not debate people's like personal feelings, but, well, you know, try to at least debate facts or something like that. I don't know. I mean, even if it is people's beliefs, it's just kind of like, oh, that's like interesting and good that you believe that. I mean, unless it's like, you know, really bad, unless it's actually something evil, right? Then we obviously condemn it. But assuming it's not promoting some kind of ridiculous evil, then we can probably see the good in it and kind of trade information. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I realize, I don't know. I guess it sounds pretty freaking idealistic or something, right? But I don't know. It's a nice idea. I don't know, though. That's the thing, though. Maybe that's not even what this should be, right? Even if it's just for me, because I'll tell you, I'm not that interested in being the moderator and being the conflict resolver. I mean, it's a nice idea, though, right? It's a nice idea to think that I could do that and that like I could handle that, you know? But even a tiny, you see how it is, right? Like even the tiny thing, right, with Lou, and I'm not saying it's tiny in the sense of like, you know, her feelings on the matter and so forth, right? But I'm saying, you know how it is. Like it was a relatively, you know, it's a small crowd. You know, it's like I said one thing, you know, she said like one thing. It was just like a bad moment, right? But even that was like enough to kind of have me be like, oh man, like, oh shit, you know, like, you know. So I don't know. Maybe it's not meant to be like this, right? I don't even know if I'm that interested in having it be like this, right? I just think it's a good idea, you know? Just the it's like in My Human Design, this thing that Melting Zero showed me. It's like an interesting type sort of system. It's based on some ridiculous, I don't even know, like I don't know if it's like Hindu or something, but like there's a personality in it called the like Shores personality people, and me and Melting Zero both got those, right? And the thing about the shores, right, which is so perfectly relevant, right, to the sort of island metaphor, is that like the metaphor for the I'm reading what you're saying, Folly Guy, but like I just want to finish this, right? the metaphor though for the shores is perfect for the island thing, right? Because it's kind of like the shores are where the kind of disparate people meet. They like sort of arrive, right? And I kind of imagine that type as being someone like me or even Melting Zero is kind of being like, hello, like welcome to the island. You know, it's kind of like, you know, and then you kind of like in some way you bring together the idea is that you're bringing together like these disparate ideas of where you're kind of like on the frontier, so to speak, right? And you, I mean, I guess the thing about it though is there's a hope for convergence, right? So it's, you know what I mean? You got a square walking in. There's a trapezoid. There's a circle. There's a triangle. I mean, maybe not everyone's gonna stay, right? Not everyone's gonna stay on the island. They're kind of gonna be like, I mean, this isn't working for me. I gotta head out, right? It's like, okay, well, you know, goodbye. But I mean, the shore is where disparate ideas and people kind of can meet together, right? In the I don't know, under a common good, I guess, right? I don't know, something like that. Not everyone's gonna stay. That's why you got to cultivate the vibe, which I've done pretty well so far. But it's just, I guess it makes me think that maybe that's too big of a goal, right? Like maybe that's too lofty, right? And too idealistic. Because people clearly don't really want to get along that much, especially on the internet. People want to have Discord, right? Like the app, right? It's like calling it Discord. So Fly Guy says, in what way? Well, that is the feedback that people are giving you. The thing is, though, is that they're not really. Like, I mean, if I would, you know, if people were telling me, like, oh, this is a really hostile environment, dude, I would have fucking... I don't even know, man, right? Like, I mean, if that's... I don't know. I don't think that that's been the feedback at all, you know? I mean, to my knowledge, yeah, there have been a few occasions, but they've been outliers, right? Like freaking the Michael Smith era, right? But everyone pretty much unanimously whatever, that was like a gimme, as they say, right? That was not that difficult to do. I mean, basically, you know, it was like no one was agreeing with his vibe. His vibe. Well, because he was just way too aggressive with everybody, right? And everyone kind of unanimously was like, all right, like, you're just being ridiculous. That was easy. There's been stuff with Bobby, obviously. You know, there's been kind of like, you know, we had that whole thing with, you know, getting John and everyone and blah, you know, but that was just dumb. Because it's like, okay, well, what is this, an intervention? You know, it's like, that was stupid. I mean, you know, it's like, no, let Bobby be Bobby, right? It's like, it's, you know, as long as there's no real hateful rhetoric, you know, and whatever, you know, if I gotta whatever step in and say to tone it down or something, I will. And I haven't really had to do it yet, but when I have, I don't know, I think I have. I've basically done that. You know, just if it gets insulting, you know, if it starts getting insulting, I think is when it kind of is like, I've kind of been like, all right, like, tone it down. Even with Boba Fett a little bit, you know, I'll just be like, easy, right? Which, and and no pun intended, that's easy for me to do, but generally speaking. But, like, I can't even just think of, like, who else, though. I mean, Fly Guy, there was that whole whatever Discord thing. Again, no pun intended. But that was never... You've never... Well, I guess we've had a few moments that were mild. But, like, you know, it's never been that bad. I don't know. I'm just saying, right? Like, there's never really been these kinds of unbelievable moments or anything, you know? It's like, oh my God, I can't even believe, you know? I mean, this is about as close as it's come to something that was even, and that wasn't even that, and it wasn't even that bad. It was just like a moment of some negativity, right? Kind of being present, and you know, a friend kind of being, I don't know if upset is the right word, but certainly disheartened, right? Or put off, or, you know, sort of turned away, kind of just not wanting to engage, etc. Well, feeling the need to disengage from the stream. But that was the biggest sort of takeaway I got from it. Anyway, I'm just saying that was like a personal thing. That's why I reached out to her. That's why I was like, yeah, okay, I'll deal with this personally, right? It's like, okay, like I want to be like friends with Lou. Okay, if she doesn't feel like she can come here, well, okay, that's something that I'm going to need to think about. But that's something for me to think about, and it's like about my like friendship with Lou. You know what I'm saying? So everyone else can do what they want in some sense. You know what I mean? Like within reason, obviously. But you know, but like, I'm sorry, I'm kind of getting off topic. I guess I'm saying right. That was kind of that's been the only thing really now. This now, right, has been the kind of only thing where I've been like, okay, interest, like how, let's see how we really do this, right, going forward, but I don't even think is that difficult. I don't know, man. I'm a firm believer in improvisation in some way. I don't know that it's really necessary to get too ridiculous in it about it, you know? Just let it be what it's going to be. Let the sands of the shores be shaped into beautiful sand castles. I don't know. I don't know. I sort of saw that moment. I sort of see this moment as being almost like a little bit of like, all right, I got all that kind of stuff out of my system, and I'm kind of more interested in being, I don't know, being true and good. Like, right? Yeah. Well, you know. At the very least, I'm more interested in doing art stuff and and just having good vibes with people, you know? I'm going to take it out having good conversation with people and good vibes with people. Anyway. You get it. It's like, I don't think you're very house at all. I don't see no patient with people like me. I think it's a problem. Just maybe like of guidelines towards how to treat each other. I mean, that's true though. Yeah. I see people like genuinely like internet frontiers, people who tolerate a harsh environment. I think you want an edgy place where edgelords argue and we grief stupid normies. Well, yeah. I mean, there's an element. I mean, I wouldn't be that simplistic and reductive about it, but I get what you're saying. I mean, you know, Sean is like, that's what I want deep down, but he said this might be the most interesting thing you ever said. Well, yeah, maybe I haven't gotten to I don't know. It's not like I've ever been too, well, I don't know. I feel like I've talked about this stuff before, but maybe I haven't been too clear about the mission statement, right? Or whatever. But I appreciate that. I mean, you know. I mean, I guess I've said a lot of shit, so I don't know, but like anyway, I mean, that's cool. I mean, that's interesting that you think that. Interestingly enough. Lols. I don't think it's too big. I think it's a very high and worthy idea. Yeah. Thanks. I mean, I think, you know, it's something worth considering because, I mean, it's just you don't see it that often, I guess. everything usually has a slant, and I feel like it would be something interesting to, I'm gonna have my certain biases, obviously, but to try to have a bit of a centrist type space, if that's possible, right? With that kind of ideal in mind of uniting under a common good and all of that kind of good, true and good stuff. Anyway, no, it's all good. All the people have that. Just get an alert. This video. No, you're good, Fly Guy. No, I get what you're saying. Should have said that. I've heard you said. Outside of context. Okay. No, it's not confusing. Out of context and confusing. Well, what you said? No. No, I hear what you're saying. You probably just haven't... I haven't talked about it that much, and you probably just haven't heard me bring it up. Yeah, it's all good, dude. Well, anyway, I appreciate the feedback. If you're heading out. So, I mean, and if you're heading out, peace, fam. Objectivity equals FE. Well, it's like God forbid an FI person try to be objective. It's almost like that's what's good. It's almost like things being truly good means things being objective. I don't know, I was just thinking about this stuff because I think that if you're an FI user, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I sort of think that especially since I'm not really convinced. I mean, I think that I at the very least have good FI, but regardless of type. But like I would imagine that like it's only people who are either like teenagers or, well, there's a lot of explanations for it, I guess, but I guess the main ones would be either people who are young. I'm speaking about FI users specifically. People who are young or people who are maybe like traumatized or something like that, who maybe start to feel that things are that like that in some way life is not objective, or that they like have to be, they like kind of are stuck in subjectivity. But I think that inevitably in any way of like growing in life means realizing, like that word realizing, right? Realizing reality. Realizing objectivity is not only true but good, right? But yeah, I mean, look, inevitably if that's somehow makes me an FE user, I guess that's what's going on. But I mean, I just personally see it as like we all start from a sort of subjective viewpoint and then work towards the objective, right? And that is good. But I said that exact thing once on Eric's stream, and someone asked me if I was an ENFP, which was my first typing, right? So I'm just saying, even if people, and I'm not saying they had it right either, obviously, right? I mean, but that's my genuine take, and someone thought I was an ENFP for saying it, you know? Maybe they didn't understand what I mean by that, but, you know, I mean, I think that's actually objective, too, what I'm saying. I don't think anyone starts from objectivity and then, let alone becomes subjective. That would just be straying away from the light, so to speak, you know? I mean, it happens, I guess, right? Like everyone's favorite kind of archetype, right? Like the rich tycoon or something. I mean, that's where, you know, that's solipsism, which is a real philosophy, but it's also of this nothing existing outside yourself, which I've dealt with, actually, you know? just kind of getting into moments of existential concern about if I am the only person that exists, right? Sometimes I still do get into those modes. But I had a friend tell me, if he ever told me anything good, it was this. He said, he was like, dude, I totally get what you're saying. Like, I've gotten into moments of thinking about stuff like that myself. But the thing that I've realized is, like, it's not good. Well, that's not what he said, but I'm saying that. But what he actually said was that it's not helpful. And then I said, which is basically saying it's not good, which is so true, because it's like, okay, but you still have to deal with life as it is. And as it would appear, people are independent entities. You should treat them as such. And it would appear, furthermore, that they have their own volition, right? You know what I'm saying? And so it does not help you in any way, shape, or form to remove that from the equation. In fact, it actually makes things worse because, I mean, the best case scenario in that would be what I was just going to say was you become like the rich tycoon. You become like Citizen Kane or There Will Be Blood or something, right? And you just bulldoze over everybody in the pursuit of profit, and you become a bitter, greedy old man who is basically evil. That's the best case scenario. But I'm saying that's why people say solipsistic in the way of acting as if there is no one but yourself. People don't even know about solipsism. Every time I bring this up, people are like, oh, solipsistic, like you mean like selfish. It's like, yeah, but that's actually a philosophy that follows through to the end, that literally no one else exists except yourself, right? We're talking like existential crisis material, right? My point is, though, that people generally think of the word as meaning like selfish, like the solipsistic CEO. And there's a reason for that. Because the CEO, the power-hungry person, right, who is essentially evil, acts as though no one else exists other than him. Acts as though people don't have their own agency and so forth, right? So they can just bulldoze over everybody and get all the money they want and all of that, right? But the interesting thing about that is that it actually leads to an ironically meaningless existence, right? It's just interesting because it's kind of like when you need meaning, like you need other people for meaning, but it's not even that simple. It's like, okay, you can act as though it's only you who exists and be totally subjective. And you can get anything you want. Anything that even seems good, right? But it actually will still be meaningless and maybe even wind up being evil, you know? Look. Satanism is worshiping yourself, right? Christianity and other religions are worshiping God and Jesus Christ or whatever figure you choose. In fact, that kind of thinking is one of the reasons I got into stuff like this was because of solipsistic thought being so disconcerting and like detrimental to me, you know? And I'm saying when FI users start talking about moral relativity or whatever it is, I figure they're either young or, yeah, I mean, in so many words, you know, it is, yeah, the thing about me too, by the way, is that I'm inherently not a very detached person. Like, I'm very attached. You know, it's like, it's not some wishful thinking or some kind of like delusion of myself that I think that I'm like an FI user, you know? Like this is all coming from the same place, right? Like I'm not a detached person. Like this is why it's hard for me to probably that it might not be good for me to that I might not be meant to really handle something like having a super objective stream or whatever thing, because it's like I don't know that that's really my lot in life, but I do think that it's a good goal because I think objectivity is good, you know. And I mean, frankly, being around Eric's stream and things like that have proven that to me. You know what I mean? That's like something else that doesn't really get taken into account either. Is like me watching Eric's streams and like being around here for like 5 or 6 years now, and absorbing it, you know, and feeling like, okay, people really don't like FI. You know, it's like people would much prefer people be TIFE. And, you know, frankly, Eric's typing of me as such is yet again just nothing but a sort of compliment, you know? Especially in that he sees me as his dual. Although I suppose if I were less, you know, kind, I could easily be his supervisor. But, you know, I don't find that much worth debating him about. Especially since it's like, how do you even supervise someone on FI stuff, right? It's like inherently personal. I don't know. Seems like kind of a waste of time. You should feel this way. I mean, that would be annoying. That's annoying to anybody. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, whatever. I mean, I'm definitely interested in things of like what we should do. I gotta fucking this. I'm sorry. It's just I don't know. Hopefully this isn't buffering too much or anything. I don't know. It just likes to suddenly decide to be crap. Anyway, I was going somewhere with that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so, first of all, yeah. It is a satanic idea to worship yourself. Nothing else to really say about that. You know? I also I'm not an expert on Satanism, but it's just do what thou wilt, you know? Worship thyself, I don't know. Things like that. You are your own god. You know what I mean? You ever hear that kind of bullshit? It's probably either Gnostic or Satanic. AKA not sick. Or lame tanic, more like. Lame panic. No, I don't know. Straight up, though. It's a convenient mindset. You know what I mean? That's why people do it. Yeah. I don't know that actually. It's just it fits with that language though. I know I've heard the do what thou wilt thing, but I only said worship thyself because it's probably what they say. You know how it is, the thy language. What is that? Roman or Greek, whatever, just old time language. It's something like that, though. Basically, just worship yourself, you know. And whatever, you're kind of your own god, blah blah blah. Yeah, it's a convenient mindset. It just, but it's like an interesting conversation though, right? Because like, if you operate as though only you exist, you actually essentially become evil. Like, I mean, not always, but you actually like have to like assume that other people exist, and like what's so amazing is that even if you believed that, the second that you like hurt someone's feelings or you see someone get in a car accident or like something, you feel it as though it were yourself, which proves that what's more accurate is that we are all one. And I know that's corny and deep, but it's true. It's like, no, it's not that you are fucking everything. It's that we are everything, right? Sasha Grey reviews. She's a brilliant mind, that one. No, I'm just kidding. I guess she's kind of smart, but I don't know. She's pretty good. Yeah, but I like this conversation though, because it's facts only. I don't know, it's pretty cool though to me. How it all fits together. You know, I'm still learning, as I always say. It's true. Anyway, I was thinking about it though, and I was thinking like, and it's interesting. This movie Love Exposure actually makes this similar parallel. You know, it's kind of like, you know, let's say like, let's just say I am INFP, right? It kind of seems like there's only two routes to go, right? You either start worshipping Kurt Cobain, who is probably an INFP and did a bunch of heroin and then committed suicide, or you worship Jesus Christ and God. And there are plenty of INFPs that do that, you know? It's not materialism, right? Like, it's not SE objectivity, right? It's a different kind of objectivity, but nonetheless, it's more objective and it's more good. The thing is, though, that's so funny that I was thinking, it's not really funny, it's more like amazing or tragic, whatever you want to call it. Either you worship Kurt Cobain and you die at 27 from heroin and suicide, or you worship Jesus Christ and God and get murdered at 33. Because you do what is good, and so they have to kill you for it. So you get crucified. Isn't that amazing? I was thinking about all this right before the stream. Because I was thinking, like, I don't know where so many of these dumbbell INFPs are coming from, you know? I really think that regardless of my type, like, I get their mindset, you know? It's like you're an edgy teenager and you just, like, never grew out of it, kind of, right? Like, you never came to realize, like, what is actually good for you and other people. Not saying that I know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, exactly. Like, it's not like I do anything that good, you know? Really, seriously, you know? Like, this stream is the best thing that maybe I've ever done in terms of, like, public work. You know what I mean? Like, and that should probably tell you something about the level of goodness that I actually provide in life. I mean, so much for ISFJ. I'm definitely still open to it though, for sure. You know, it's like that might inevitably be what I grow into, but I don't know, man. I still kind of see myself as being like kind of a rogue INFP or something, or maybe some other type. I don't know. I have no idea. I can only tell you my musings on the stuff. You can gather, you can, whatever, think what you want about it. It honestly doesn't really matter. But I'll definitely tell you, I think I really understand the INFP mindset. And I think that a lot of this stuff, any of that kind of like, radical like subjectivity, that's coming from unhealthy people who are not well. You know what I'm saying? And I really feel like that skews the mindset of INFPs. Like I really don't think, and maybe I'm biased because I think of myself. Look, I I think of myself and people in general as being people who are inherently subjective, who learn to be objective and do what is good. And even just saying that at least made one guy on Eric's stream ask me if I was an ENFP. Now, I don't think I'm polar TI. I think polar SE makes a lot more sense. So I still think I'm an INFP. I do think, though, that I could be an ISFJ. Or even an ENTP, but probably not. Maybe even an INFJ. But regardless, I get the INFP mindset, and I think it comes from like a lack of, I don't know what it is. It's just like, I don't know, just like a lack of maturity. Like just not like I think if you're like a mature INFP or relatively mature INFP, you like come to realize that having that kind of mentality not only harms you but other people. And in the sense that you're not a psychopath, you come to learn that like that's not good. It's not good. That's kind of a thing that Melting Zero says that I say, and then it's now kind of a meme. So I say it like that now. It's not good. No joke, though. I mean, I'm spitting facts, So whatever, dude. But that should definitely be considered. Look, I was thinking this too, by the way. If an ISFJ, in especially an Eric Strauss ISFJ, can be creative, an INFP can be objective. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they have access to NI and TI. It's unconscious, but it's like they have NI demonstrative and TI role. And Eric himself in one video once said that they have better TI than they think they do. I mean, I get it because at least ISFJ has conscious TI, right? And it's third slot. It's not that good, but it's still conscious. Sorry, I gotta put some water in my eyes. Freaking eyes are bothering me, but you get the point. What was I saying? Oh, well, I guess I was saying like, yeah, maybe ISFJ has a better shot at that though, for sure. But I'm saying, I'm sorry, because I was gonna say, fourth slot NE versus like, I guess it's conscious, but still, right? Being like creative. I mean, it's the inferior function, right? And then if you're INFP, it's like, okay, well, being objective, in this way, having TI, for example, and NI, having them in the places that they are, And given what Eric has said himself, they can certainly be objective, you know? But for whatever reason, around these parts, you're not going to hear that very much. You know, an ENFP is basically just a wrong ENTP. And INFPs are just like, I guess, like weird, like quiet, selfish freaks. And it's just kind of like, no, no. I don't know, man. The TIFE, by the way, being objective, like, is that even real? Like, FE is just judging on the like group consensus of others' feelings, and then TI. Remember when people would call it subjective logic? But then it kind of, in the Eric mentality and like a lot of people around here, it kind of became like conditional logic. So like operating from a set of principles, if A then B then C, like, which, I mean, kind of makes it like principles. I guess that makes sense, but it's kind of like, okay, logical principles. Anyway, I get why it's more objective though. Okay, but I don't know. I'm just saying FITE versus like, I just still have my, doubts about it, Like this idea that like FI is just like what you want and TE is how you get it. Like that seems incredibly reductive. But like TI is objective and FE is objective too. It's like, what? I don't know. I just think it's a way of, as Eric would say, with NE stuff, right? It's a bit of a way of possibly. I get the idea. It's not far fetched. I'm not saying it's fully wrong. I'm not trying to like disprove it or anything, but it does seem a little bit like a way to control the frame. I mean, is it not objectively better to be objective? Like we do live in a society that inevitably prefers that people be objective over being subjective. You know what I mean? Like being objective and logical is obviously way better than being subjective and emotional. You know? Just talk to any man, by the way. I'm sorry, right? I know that that's not like, but you know what I mean, though. I'm not saying that that's right or anything. I'm not saying that like, but just talk to any like normal, like basically any man, and they'll just be like, being objective and logical is the best to do. You know what I mean? Who would ever want to be subjective and emotional? While I agree, but I don't even think a lot of women would agree that being subjective and emotional is better. Is like more good. You know what I mean? It's like you have to incorporate that into yourself. You have to know yourself. Know thyself, but don't worship thyself. I'm spitting facts tonight. Anyway, just a little bit of takes to consider. I don't know, if you so choose. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, another thing to consider is that I wonder that if I kind of feel like FI is morals and FE is ethics. And I mean, I morals that's like a way more meaningful sentiment to me. What even are ethics? I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know. This is getting a little bit too whatever. I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole, but it's just kind of like, I guess if you do good, it's still kind of the same as if you believe it. to be good. It just feels like you should probably, I don't know. Even the choice in itself. It's just, I always get into this. Just like Clockwork R and stuff. Like when the choice to do good is like the subjective part, and then the actual good is the objective part, you know? And it together, it makes the kind of the goodness, the true good. Anyway, Boba Fett says thoughts on Ron DeSantis. Well, I saw some title today. I was kind of hating on him because I feel like he has like politician face. He has politician face. But I saw a headline or a title, a video title that was like Ron DeSantis says something like put on the armor of God and that he will defend faith and family. And I was like, okay. That sounds pretty good. But I don't know anything about his policies and everything. I know actually three. Well, okay. Well, the other thing I know is that apparently he had some harsh words for Trump, and that Trump has had some harsh words for him. But the two things that I do know otherwise are the Florida. What was he, a Florida governor or something? That he kind of had his start with the so-called quote unquote "Don't Say Gay" bill, and that was what his opponents titled the bill, okay? So he didn't say don't say gay. He said don't talk about sex in the classroom under a certain age at the very least. I don't really know the specifics, to be honest, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but from what I understand, the basic idea here is don't talk about sex in the classroom, which is a perfectly reasonable idea, right? But then his opponents took that and called it the Don't Say Gay bill, which is common knowledge, by the way. Like, you can look it up and everyone knows this. Like, maybe not everyone knows this because whatever, the freaking no one cares what's really true and good. But all it takes is a quick Google search, and you'll find that opponents, called it the Don't Say Gay bill, you know? Because they took it as meaning that, right? As kind of like, oh, you don't want to talk about gay people in the classroom. It's like, well, yeah, in the sense of talking about sexuality and sex, right? Especially for kids who are under like 12, which is perfectly reasonable, right? And good. So there's that. This whole don't say gay bill thing is like, okay, that's not the point, right? But I don't really know his policies, you know? For all I know, whatever, he might be super anti-gay. But I haven't heard anything, I haven't heard anything that horrible. I really haven't at all. But I also haven't looked into it very much. So if someone, whatever, if you found some really like hateful stuff and you can find it, which probably doesn't exist, but if you can find it, I would be not glad, but whatever, I'd be in a certain sense glad to whatever review it. But the other thing though is, of course, I guess he's kind of like at war with Disney or something. Like everyone keeps like talking about this thing. I don't know. I don't really care. But Disney really does suck bad, and they really have like gone way off the rails, doing all sorts of ridiculous kind of just. I mean, look, I'm not like I don't know. They just. It's another thing to fuel the kind of outrage towards him about gay stuff. But it's not just gay stuff with them. They've been doing gay stuff. They're doing minority stuff. I mean, whatever. I get it. Representation, like that's fine. I mean, within reason. I mean, it doesn't even matter. The thing is that what everyone gets wrong is that the real progressive, the kind of progressive good, right, would be to not even be like focused on that stuff at all, right? Like but it's just what this is not a hot take. I'm not whatever, right? But like what the left has started to get increasingly wrong in the last like decade or so is by focusing entirely right on race and sex and sexuality and gender, you know. Interestingly, never religion, right? But always race, sex, sexuality, and gender, right? And which is, and again, it's not even politics, but it's everything social, cultural. They just, anyway, that's when I started feeling like, oh, okay, I can get into this because I understand this stuff. Well, understand the social, cultural stuff, but I don't really understand, whatever the political, religious stuff. But I do understand the religious stuff better now. Some of the political stuff, but mostly the religious stuff. That's mostly what matters. But that's why they don't talk about it at all, because it's actually what matters. But anyway, that's something that Eric gets right too, by the way, which is sort of like having a post race mentality and things like that. But try telling that to anybody right now. And I don't blame people because it's only, whatever. It's not like I don't expect people to whatever just move on overnight, but I mean, come on. I mean, that's what being progressive is, literally, to move on past whatever the evils of the past towards the good of the future. You know what I mean? The good of the present and the future, It is what it is. But okay, but like the left thing though. Oh yeah, Disney. So anyway, Disney sucks because they're just doing all of that, and they're a giant corporation and they suck. They've literally been so bad ever since. Even Pixar sucks now. Honestly, what's the last like the last like good I guess Luca was okay, but the audience made it into a gay thing to the point that the creators had to disavow it. The creators themselves were like, this is not a gay film. It's about prepubescent boys. In other words, you guys are freaking weirdos trying to make this into a gay story. It's not. It's about a male friendship. The thing is, it's about a male friendship, but it's also about they're like sea monsters or something. Like, it's kind of weird, whatever. It's not that great or anything, but it's definitely, it's like fish out of water, It's like about being like an outsider, Which, whatever. If you, like, I saw a take on, I'm stealing this from someone. I think it was Rate Your Music or something, but it's like, look, if you like, if it resonates with you in the sense that you're gay and it's a fish out of water thing, great. It's not a gay movie though, right? I'm just laughing because it's so funny to get like just like getting like, because I've like talked about it a lot, and it just comes off like I care a lot or something, but it's just kind of like, no, it just says something meaningful to me, because it's like, yeah, you could say the creators are lying and that they made it like gay, but to be honest, I actually believe that it's just the audience who like made it gay. And when I watched the movie, I seriously went into it like kind of worried, like, oh my god, like this is gonna be like gay like indoctrination or whatever, right? It wasn't. It's not. No. The audience made it be that way. People took it to mean something that it didn't necessarily. They took a story of a male friendship, a prepubescent male friendship, and with one being like a sea monster, and it's a fish out of water story about an outsider, as being a gay movie, a gay film for kids. And I mean, it's not surprising that people would make into it, especially nowadays. But the creators themselves disavowed it, you know? And the film itself actually had some interesting influences. Apparently, I forget, but one of them I think was even freaking Wes Anderson, who everyone knows is probably my favorite filmmaker of all time. And something like, I don't know if it was like something weird, like Akira or something. I don't know. Oh, no. Sorry. Studio Ghibli movies, right? Which the two I've only seen My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away, but they're like some of the best movies I've ever seen. I think Spirited Away was a little overrated, but I need to rewatch it. It was still great, but like My Neighbor Totoro is amazing. That definitely is one of my favorite movies of all time, and I do need to rewatch it. But anyway, other than that though, and to be honest, it wasn't even that good. The movie, you know, it was decent. Um. Anyway, I'm pretty sure. I mean, like, that was the last thing. I think the last really good thing they made was I didn't see Soul, which obviously seems kind of weird, but whatever. Inside Out, again, a little bit weird because it's kind of existential, whatever, but it's kind of like that's a good movie. That was probably the last good, the last like really good thing they did. And you know, what's it called? Freaking Luca was decent. But yeah, everything else they do is crap. I mean, like Toy Story 4, other than like the stuff with like Woody and Bo Peep, which was interesting and actually kind of good, was totally pointless. Incredibly average. Also, just like the weird bit with like Forky and like just weirdly like postmodern kind of like being, you know, it's like whatever you want it to be, a toy that can be whatever you want it to be. It's like talk about freaking, you know, relevant to just like postmodern mindset. But yo, like straight up though, they also had like Rashida Jones, and like they just completely. Why is Rashida Jones doing Toy Story 4? It just had like all. It was like a new all new like writers and stuff, and it's like, well, of course they are. I'm sure they're all black women. I mean, literally, because it was Rashida Jones and like all the people. Anyway, I'm just saying that was a very very average. That was definitely a very average film, but yeah, I mean, you can just miss me with like practically everything else they put out nowadays, especially Disney itself. And that weird movie that came out recently, Turning Red, which is like literally about like a girl's like freaking puberty, and like red pandas is basically a metaphor for her period. Ooh. And then I guess they sing like the Destiny's Child song like Bootylicious with like Beyonce, who's freaking evil. No. And it's also entirely about a Canadian Asian girl? No. You can miss me with all of that. So that's where they're at now. And it's not good. I mean, they've dropped off significantly in quality in the last 10 years. It's unbelievable, right? It's not even like Disney's ever been that good. Pixar has definitely been good. Toy Story, the original Toy Story it was my like first favorite movie, and it's one of the best movies of all time. Finding Nemo is amazing. Okay? Is in like early Disney classics, you know, I even recently watched Alice in Wonderland, like obviously whatever in really crazy rabbit hole stuff, no pun intended, with Lewis Carroll, and it's absolutely freaking kind of evil the stuff it alludes to, but it's actually ironically kind of good the stuff it alludes to, especially given the context of, you know, being in a not speaking of what we're talking about, you know, like a nonsensical world and actually wanting sense because it turns on you. The nonsense is evil and sense is good. But I know, Lino, I was talking about that. Did somebody say not good? Not good. Anyway, in that sense, okay, yeah, and there's plenty of other classics that we could talk about. I mean, I do enjoy The Lion King, but even my friend, when we were watching it, seeing it for the first time, he was just like, "There's a lot of animal butt in this movie that I forgot about." You know, I was like, "Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff, right? It's like the Lion King, the stars, the stuff, the subliminal messages, and all the stuff that they do, and you know the whatever and the Little Mermaid. I never even watched that whole movie, but the frickin' priest, so evil, like has like an erection. Like, what are you kidding me? It's insane. But even that stuff was good. No, I'm just kidding. But it was like even honestly, like all of that stuff was like better than it has been. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't. I don't know. I haven't really. I just haven't checked it in a while. It's only been, what I talked to you like 2 days ago. But I'll check it. Um, in a few minutes. Because I just want to finish up this rant here because I'm just saying, dude. Like straight up, Disney has always been sus. Pixar has always been really good. Uh, I think that someone mentioned this. I think it all went downhill though when they got bought out by Disney. But anyway, even Disney has good stuff, but Pixar especially has good stuff. I think once they got bought out by Disney, it drastically reduced the quality, and that basically Disney sucks, and now Pixar sucks too. They all suck, and it's all weird, freaking evil, and I kind of feel like in that sense, it's great that Ron DeSantis is going to war with Disney or whatever that means. I don't know what that even means. I don't know what he's doing. I don't really care. But Disney is not good. Pixar is not good. At least now. They both are. It's very unfortunate, you know? Um. Anyway, good. I'm glad because that Ron DeSantis is going against Disney. You know what I mean? Who cares? It's like, and then someone else like apparently they were like there was some thing about like they're going to Epstein Island on some cruise. There's some like Disney cruise, and like they had like a similar route to them. Like literally, even these like friends that I had who were like into like Disney stuff told me that they were like, "Ah, oh, does not go down that rabbit hole." Almost like almost like not wanting to tell me that, but it's like okay, but like you told me it, and it's like now I know. I mean, there's only so many things you can just kind of close your eyes and your ears to about. You know, it's like oh my gosh, you know, it's like the amount of evil crap, unbelievable. So yeah, good. I'm glad. So in that sense, Ron DeSantis is good in terms of everything I discussed, but I don't really know. I don't. I mean, I don't really trust like any politician. I mean, and that's not even a disclaimer. That's just like true. Like I'm not a Trump guy or anything, but I don't know. I'll have to look into him more. I just that's everything I have to say about that. You know. I guess it's kind of funny though too because it's like it's also kind of I like the idea too. It's a bit contrarian of me like cuz I can kind of be like I think he's decent. I think he's mid. You know what I mean? People are like, "What do you mean? You're supposed to think he's evil. He's either evil or good." And I'm just kind of like, "Meh. I think he's decent." Everyone's like, "What do you mean? You're supposed to hate him or love him?" Eh, he's all right. You know what I mean? Like straight up, dude. Get fucking mad. You know what I mean? He's a freaking politician, dude. He's got politician face. If he can do some good, good. And yeah, I never even got into Star Wars, but I've heard for years it's been horrible, and it's all because of Disney. Disney is literally evil. Birdcage was a fun movie. Never seen it. Honestly, not interested at all. But I mean, I don't know. People think it's funny and kind of good. I don't know. But you're right. It does need to be. It does need to be organic. I thought of something. Oh yeah. Well, I never saw the movie, but I heard people seem to really like the Disney Pixar movie Coco. I don't know. Maybe that was a case of like good like I don't know. I'm sure it's all like ethnic and everything. I think it is because it's about like um something weird too, like the Day of the Dead or something. I don't know. It probably isn't. I don't know. I don't know where I got this idea in my head, but anyway, I'm just saying if you do like a whatever ethnic thing and you have representation, like it can be good as if it just needs to be organic and like not forced. Like, oh my gosh. That's why like it's just so funny to see like the Black Little Mermaid getting like which is funny because that's not the title. It's obviously just the Little Mermaid, but it kind of feels like everyone's just calling it the Black Little Mermaid. Everyone's racist. No, what's so funny though is it's like everyone's racist. It's like, okay, no, you're actually blackwashing a story. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? You know what I mean? I say the less people care about this stuff, the better on both sides. You know what I'm saying? Let them do their stupid crap. It's only gonna what's gonna happen is like if we just do that, like they're gonna make more movies like freaking Top Gun Maverick. You know what I'm saying? Or Super Mario Brothers. Which I haven't seen yet, but like I hear is pretty good. And now they're gonna be doing the Barbie movie. I'm excited for it. They're testing out Top Gun Maverick is the masculine movie, and now Barbie is the feminine movie. But they're good. You know what I mean? I haven't seen Barbie yet, but they got Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig on this, and the cast looks dope. I'm a Ryan. I like Ryan Gosling, especially in those Derek Chan France movies, Blue Valentine and The Place Beyond the Pines. He is definitely a legend. He's pretty good. Margot Robbie is alright, but anyway, they're testing it out and they're gonna see. Look, people are gonna see. I'm saying. Well, I was talking about Father Stu. I've been talking about these movies. They got that movie like the Jesus Revolution. I don't know how that's doing. I actually have been dreading to look up how that reception is, but I guarantee you the critics probably don't like it and the audiences do like it. Dude, the people literally want and need good. And we're going to get it one way or another. I don't mean that in some threatening way. I just mean, like, if the corporations aren't going to do it, like, it's inevitable. That's why I keep saying, like, we got to decentralize media and probably government, too. But I don't, whatever. I don't know how that would really work. But at the very least, media for art. Because you're finding all the good stuff is, like, independent. And all the Hollywood evil, it's not... Everyone's just done with it, Nothing good is coming out, Like, except freaking Top Gun Maverick, dude. It's just, like, not even that good. It's because the bar is so low. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and I mean, I like that movie Minari within the last... I'm saying within the last, like, several years. I don't know, there's been some good stuff, but it's all, like... Everything now is just way too... just freaking political, and it's not even like clever, like good political. It's just like pandering, like freaking like just not even like just like unintelligent, like basic simple just crap. Like, and it all like just services like the same kind of like egalitarian message, and at worst it's even like kind of nihilistic. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know. Some of it can be good. I mean, you just. But it's got to be mostly independent in terms of wanting to make something good. And you'll have to expect that it's probably not only not going to be critically well received, but that it will not even be very popular. I mean, no one even heard about at all the Padre Pio, the Shia LaBeouf movie that literally turned him Catholic from did I say is Abel Ferrara though? Padre Pio? Dude, I didn't hear anything about it. And everyone was like, "Oh, it's so bad." I mean, it's like I'm sure yet again, and I've only heard good things from people who actually yet again, it's like the people like it. But people don't like Shia LaBeouf. He gets kicked off of that freaking train wreck evil movie. Freaking Don't Worry Darling from that freaking feminist freak. Just an absolute just not even worth talking about. And people hate him. It's like whatever, dude. You know? But then he's in this brilliant movie. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if it's really that good, but he's in Padre Pio. You don't even hear about it at all. I mean, it's all completely congruent. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the Hollyweird evil is gonna try to make sure that you can't do anything good or find anything good. The only place you get even close to that is through the independent stuff and just like trusting more what the general like kind of people think and not critics. Critics are all bought out. They used to be I think like criticism, especially like just criticism in general, like as an art, if you want to call it that, ironically, is he used to it used to have a lot more merit, you know, but nowadays it's all bought and sold. Like all it takes is like one review that doesn't go with the message, or you know, something like just stuff like that, and you're done. And when I say critics, I mean like real critics, like you know, people who like are like I mean, and when I say real critics, I mean like popular critics. They ain't got no room for real criticism anymore. That's why the freaking reviews are so unbelievably. It's so insane. It hasn't always been like this, you know. Like I've been going on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't as much anymore, but like I've been going on there since I was a kid, and things used to be a lot more objective. Like, you know, way less bought and sold. But the more like centralized things have gotten, and the more like kind of aggressively whatever you want to call it, like pseudo leftist, like I don't know, like authoritarian leftist that like things have gotten, like it's all gotten worse and way less objective and good, you know. Well, there's still good discourse, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying you can't go to frickin' like, I mean, you know, it's just you can't trust any critics anymore, really, at all. But you can trust people in general, you know, to kind of tell you what's up. Which is good. And, you know, knock on wood and God forbid, you know. But that just is what shows what is actually objective and good now. Which is probably how it always should be. But it's just basically taken things to get so, like, ridiculous, at the very least. For people to, you know, for this stuff to start coming to light. Which, again, is good. Okay, but yeah, no, Lino, I'll hit you up on there. But I know, right? Like Ron DeSantis has serious politician phase. It's like he does, but he might ultimately wind up being good. Yeah, well, he's definitely kind of crazy, and I mean, I can definitely imagine him being like a difficult guy, you know. But I don't know. He's kind of interesting. He's kind of good. So I was say he's definitely kind of interesting. He's definitely kind of good. Well, the federal system in the U.S. Decentralized though. Well, I guess the term would be more like localization, but that's what I don't really know that much about it. I mean, it probably is. I mean, I guess it is in the sense that the states have a certain. There's state law and then there's federal law, but I mean, federal law, right? I mean, it's like, what even is that? Am I right? No, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is like I would not claim to be an I need to learn more about it, but I'm just saying it would I think I'm kind of an advocate for more of that kind of thing coming from getting into frickin' blah bitty blah, getting in, whatever, more localized government, It just seems like, but I can't speak on that as much as I can with sort of the media stuff, It seems it's like definitely good in media. It's like you shouldn't be having like 5 companies that like run everything, And I figure it's just like a similar mindset with government, but I can't really speak on it too seriously. Democracy comes from demonic. Dictatorship comes from Andrew Tate. Anarchy comes from Anna Kendrick. Choose wisely. Well, I guess I choose anarchy. Anna Kendrick is sexy. No, Anna Kendrick is honestly not that hot. Jamie, can you pull up Anna Kendrick pictures? No, I don't know. I'm not gonna judge her too much. Obviously, she's pretty, but it's like, yeah, it's like she's pretty. She's just kind of, It's not really that special. And she's also, I've basically never seen her. There was one movie back in the beginning of her career that I thought that I liked when it came out, but people don't even talk about it ever. This movie called Rocket Science. It's actually about a kid who had a stutter and joins a debate team. Anna Kendrick is in it, and she's kind of good, but she's actually a bitch in it, which is funny. She's good in it in that way, but that movie's kind of an underrated and good movie. But oh my god, Anna Kendrick. I knew it was gonna say this. I look here and it goes, Anna Kendrick is still processing her, and I knew it wasn't gonna be paperwork. I'll tell you that right now. No, but I clicked on it and it's like, Anna Kendrick is still processing her trauma. Well, that's why she's not good. Not because she has trauma, but because she's one of the... Everyone's just so obsessed with trauma now. It's like, oh my god. I mean, it's like, whatever, dude. She's in a movie called Alice Darling. Why is there another movie called with Darling in the title? I just was mentioning Don't Worry Darling, that evil train wreck, and now I'm talking about Alice Darling, and she's talking about abusive relationship. Whatever, I'm sorry she went through that. Oh, go. I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, like, is it helpful for people to just like I can't even tell you how. I was just talking about it with my sister today. It's like everything is just it's just trauma now. Uh-oh, he was cheating. The word gaslighting. Oh, she says though that gaslighting is overused. Okay, that's good. Projection. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Oh, that's what the the questioner said. The interviewer said. I don't know. I guess it's interesting and kind of good, but it's just kind of like... just a few months ago, they were saying that racists are really mad about the Little Mermaid remake, which is probably true. But they're also saying now the Little Mermaid remake boasts one of the worst Disney songs ever. Oh, wow, amazing. Yeah, it's a bad movie. Clearly. Oh, and here's how you can watch RuPaul's Drag Race. Thanks. Elemental Review. Pixar's latest offers mixed immigrant metaphors and a genuine romance. I saw this coming out. Interesting how they have the girl be fire and the guy be water. Isn't that interesting? It's almost like they're trying to reverse the gender roles. Wait a minute. No, they couldn't be. I love Disney Pixar. No way. There's no vested interest in anything like that. No way. People are just doing what they want to do. Why do you have to be hateful? You're so insane. You're ridiculous schizo and you're going insane because... Dude, I'm being gaslit. How about that? My trauma, though, and I'm being gaslit. I always find that interesting, though. Like, everyone's so quick to be like, oh, like, you know, conspiracy theorists and the right wing and whatever it is, they're hateful and evil or whatever. But then they'll also be like, but one of the main things is like, oh, well, they're mentally ill. And it's like, yeah, a lot of them probably are, right? But it's like, well, okay, why don't you have empathy for that, though? Well, because it's the wrong kind. What the hell is this ad? This is insane. I'm scrolling and then it starts making me do this. But anyway, I'm saying it's the wrong kind of mental illness. So it's like, oh, you don't have the kind that we can empathize with or whatever, right? Well, because they're saying you're not being empathetic, right? So it's like, okay, well, oh, but we should feel bad for psychopaths. But, well, what if they're psychopaths? Shouldn't we feel bad for them? We should feel bad for mentally ill people and give them all the treatment we can. Unless they're right-wing conspiracy theorists, or so-called quote-unquote right-wing conspiracy theorists. Well, I mean, so-called quote-unquote right-wing, so-called quote-unquote conspiracy theorists, right? I'm just saying, it's just interesting, right? It's the wrong kind of mental illness. We don't like it because it's... We just don't like it. But, I don't know, maybe we should be focused on giving these people the help that they need, right? The help that they deserve. And/or maybe we can just stop making people mentally ill. Through, media and government. That would be good. Also, I'm so happy that this is a psychological, it's a stressful, that this new thing about Anna Kendrick's trauma, that she's processing is a stressful psychological thriller. I feel like that's, you know, it's really good for people. Nothing says helpful and good like having people watch stressful psychological thrillers about trauma. Don't get me wrong, there's lots of I like psychological thriller stuff. But if it's modern, you know it's not good. I mean, it's probably a feminist movie, the man's evil. You don't even have to, like, think about it. That's what's so sad. Like, you don't even have to think about it. You already know what it's going to be. And look, there's just a big black woman right there. I mean, yeah, okay, great. It's just not even creative. That's what's so interesting, right? Is like, it's not even, it's like, it's not even creative. Oh, God. Her head above water, she's just barely, her head is just barely above water because of a man. I don't know. I have a good idea. How about we kill all the men? Personally, I'm a big fan of that new hit SZA song called Kill Bill, which is literally about killing her ex-boyfriend and his girlfriend. I think that it's good. Don't you? Hey, I didn't say anything about gay people or anything like that. It's not about that. It's just about the overall approach. It's just wrong-headed. Like, dude, there's plenty of like art made by gay people. Some of my favorite artists and people are like, you know, whatever, not straight. I mean, because I hate even whatever, you know, like LGBTQ plus, you know, there's just this long ass acronym, whatever, you know, but basically, yeah, you know, whatever, or gay or whatever it is, you know what I mean? And there's just plenty of stuff that's good, but it's all stuff that's not, most of it at least, almost all of it is stuff that's from before the last like 20 years. You know what I mean? I don't know though. It's sort of an interesting dynamic though, because it's like there's been a sort of um it's like it's like interesting because we've gotten more like accepting about certain things, and like there's more representation to the point of even like over representation, and but things have also gotten a lot less creative and good, you know. So it's just weird. You know, I mean, you should watch, you know, freaking Gregoraki movie or something. It's pretty freaking transgressive, but it at least has like a moral, a surprisingly truthful moral center. Not in so much to some of the early stuff. I don't know. There's mixed messages, but like nowhere, and especially I haven't seen Mysterious Skin, but like, um, and I mean, it seems pretty good, at least given the kind of the content, you know. I mean, you talk about someone who deals with sort of like gay issues and sort of like trauma, right, in a good way. Um, it was just, I could go off and go on and on, but in the last 20 years or so, especially the last 10 years, almost nothing good at all. And it's not even like, I just think people have gotten lazy. It's not even like, you know, Like, literally all you have to do now is what Anna Kendrick, I guess, is doing. Like, okay, like, she was in an abusive relationship. That's horrible. But, like, honestly, even just, like, look at the, like, posters. It's like, now it's just this basic ass fucking boring photo. Like, this looks like fucking, looks like shit. Next to all these other movies that are like way more like colorful. Even movies that are from, these are all movies that have been released in the last give or take the last decade. But the one that came out last year looks like shit. I mean, I get it, it's fucking serious or whatever, but like it looks basic and dumb. Anyway, I'm just saying, and it's also a thriller, by the way, right? So it's like, it fits with what I've been saying, which is true, by the way. I was saying this before, and it didn't have to do with this movie, but this movie just proves it. All you have to do now is make a quote unquote like psychological horror / thriller about like something like this, like an abusive relationship or like a something racial. Basically, just anything to do with race, sex, sexuality, and or gender. Maybe have some dark comedy. That's what I was going to say, too. Make it darkly comic. And, of course, make sure it's super violent and sexual. But, you know, whatever. Just make sure it's super dark and ugly. And basic and boring. Such an interesting combination, you know what I mean? I'm just saying it's not creative and it's not good. Everything from the last 20 years and now especially in the last 10 years. Like, people are just getting lazy, dude. I feel like it's like, you used to have to kind of be poetic about something like this, you know? But now you don't have to be at all. It's just like... It's just like, here it is. It's boring. Let's see how the reviews are. And then I'll leave it alone. Okay, well, it's got a 5.5 out of 10 on IMDb. It's got a 2.4 from the freaking audience. Oh, wow, what a surprise. I'm so surprised. It has an 83 from freaking critics. Guys, I don't even have to try. "83 critics, 46 audience. People don't want this anymore. It's bad. Oh no, the gaslighting and brainwashing. No. Well, I'm not saying obviously those things are evil, but you know, it just speaks for itself. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh my gosh, enough. I'm just gonna say 83-46. Are you kidding me? It hasn't always been like this. It hasn't. These are stark and polarizing differences. People are tired of dark and ugly art. Generally speaking, you know what I mean? Like, in terms of this kind of lamestream Hollyweird evil, it's just not good. Okay, and I'm gonna look at this and then I'll move on. But seriously, you guys, it's like I don't even have to try. I mean, it's like, I hate to whatever. I'm not happy about it, but I do feel vindicated. You know what I mean? It's like you literally don't even have to fucking move an inch. It's like up and here you go. I mean, honestly, I was looking to sort of be disproved. And it's just like, here you go. And it's got a 2.41 out of 5. I don't know, whatever. Maybe this isn't the best example or anything, right? But still, I mean, Owen Pallett, though, he's kind of good. He composed it and did the original music. There aren't really any reviews here. Oh, but look, recommended The Wonder, this horrible movie. Unbelievably evil. And it looks like straight up shit. Look at that shit poster. Looks like straight up piss and shit. It literally looks like straight up piss and shit. I'm sorry. It just hasn't always been like this. So, you know, I get a little bent down to shape. I want, and I think most people want, art and life to be objectively good. You gotta be trying, myself included. You know, you gotta actually do objective good. Enough of this. People don't want it. We're over it. We want Top Gun Maverick all day long, okay? And it's not even that good. But it's better than everything else. It's better than this crap. I mean, look. I'm not belittling the viewpoint. Obviously, this was just like a mishandled concept. But it just goes to show, man, like, honestly, a psychological thriller about an abusive relationship could easily be, I mean, obviously it's pretty dark, but it could be, and it not necessarily ugly. You know, it's bordering, right? But it could be true and good. It could even be beautiful in some way if you do it right. Stylistically, guarantee you, there's nothing stylistic to speak of here at all. I guarantee you it's absolutely boring, basic, simple, and stupid. And there's probably some kind of insane... I'm sure someone's puking, or there's some kind of, like, someone getting stabbed, and Anna Kendrick having an anxiety attack and screaming, and there's probably a sex and something, violence, someone probably getting... I don't know. I'm sure there's a horrible sexual assault scene or something. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's just... You know. Honestly. It's just such evil psyop stuff. You know, just for straight up demoralization. But anyway, it's still like... I'm sure it's properly framed in the sense that it's not... Whatever. Obviously, it's not good. This, you know, being abused and gaslit and so forth. It's just... It's all in the depiction, though, right? It's like... It's obviously there's something wrong with the way that we are making the art now, you know? And in some sense, the way that we're living our lives now. It's just so, like... I don't know. I mean, technology is part of it, definitely. It's just... But, I don't know. I guess if I was gonna, like... I think it's technology. It's, like, narcissism. It's, like, authoritarian leftism. And it's... I don't know, I guess laziness, or, yeah, laziness. I feel I was going to say something else, but like laziness, and I guess also if I want to be, I guess kind of just profit motive, I don't know. But, hey, look, Top Gun Maverick, am I right? Not even that good. But people are just dying for something that's just kind of good. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Anyway, sorry, I'm just reading the chat here. Yeah, exactly. Ethnic diversity might have gone up, but thought diversity has gone down. It's like, again, things haven't always been like this. Like, there's been there's so much good stuff that's like done by all different kinds of people, and it's gotten like weirdly like homogenized. Like everything, like this movie I'm crapping on, it looks like everything else. It looks like straight up shit and piss. It's like, oh my god, we don't need any more of this, please. Please stop. People are being assaulted by Anna Kendrick. Oh, I don't know. I mean, look, it's just like amazing truth and reality. Don't even get me started. I don't even want to go on this page here for The Wonder. That was one of the worst movies. I didn't even finish it. It's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life. It's crazy, dude. Like, oh my god. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't want to be too black-pilled. You know, the white pill of it is, look, I'm realistic leaning towards optimistic. There's still plenty of good stuff coming out. It's just in far less frequency and almost entirely by independent sources, you know. But I'm saying, though, that's just the thing about it's so homogenous, right? It's unbelievable. It's so just, it's not good. Anyway, all right. So you guys are going, this stuff right now is crazy. I don't even know what you're talking about here. But yeah, I'm glad you appreciate lame stream. I say that a lot. No joke. Yeah, well, you get it, Lino. He's like, I'm currently recovering from the trauma of Anna Kendrick blasting me about how she's recovering from trauma. Yeah, well, look, it's like good. Okay, this is what's so like interesting about the thing, though, right? Like it's exactly that, you know. It's like, okay, and this is how they get you too, right? Because it's like, well, what do you mean? Aren't you happy for her that she like? Oh my god, like it's like it goes without saying that trauma is not good, right? It's like, and that I'm really glad for Anna Kendrick, right? It's like, dude, I don't know her. Not saying that should be the metric, right? But it's just kind of like, yeah, sure, I'm glad that she's out of that relationship. Look, I don't know. It's an interesting topic though, because like, sure, you should absolutely be able to make an art piece that, you know, channels that into something, but it actually has to be good though. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, you know, I'm just being stupid, but how you do that is all in the depiction. And if you just make some boring, dry, you know, just soulless, dark piece of crap, you know, modern, pseudo-feminist, make sure to have a black woman, it's anti-male, it's pro-female, whatever. It's just, with God knows what happens in it, right? All sorts of horrible evil. To make people, you know, that makes people experience... Dude, what you're doing... Alright, I'm sorry, but I have to get real for a moment. It's making people be traumatized. You're traumatizing people. Exactly. Yes, and I'm so glad... You get it, man. It's like, how can you say that you should be happy for her? Exactly. It's like, it's another example of the victimhood thing. She's the victim, and you can't be annoyed at her, otherwise you're just an unjust perpetrator. It's like... So, listen to this. So apparently in the movie, this new movie, again, it's another new movie. This movie The Fablemans, which is about Steven Spielberg, in his coming up. And by the way, there is a brilliant cameo at the end from none other than David Lynch playing John Ford, who is a legend. They're both legends, and it's really good. I saw the scene, but listen to this. This is incredibly telling to me. Okay. And it's something that just confirms what I've known, and I'm sure everyone basically knows, but no one ever really talks about. Because no one really cares. No, I guess for some reason, no one really is like willing to have this conversation. Not that I think I'm some truth warrior, but I'm just saying I have nothing better to do, and so I see this stuff, and so I'm interested in this stuff, and so I see it, and so I want to talk about it. But I could go. There are other examples too, but apparently Steven Spielberg was basically traumatized by watching a movie when he was young. That had a really bad train crash in it. I don't know if it was like the Great Train Robbery or like something. But it's unbelievable. He was traumatized by a movie, and then his response to it was to make movies. His response to his trauma from a film. He was so traumatized by the scene of the train crash that he recreated in almost like a trauma state. He like recreated a train crash scene to get a sense of control over it, okay? In a trauma response, that's what it's called, right? In a trauma response. He decided in a trauma response from a movie, no less, in a trauma response from a film, Steven Spielberg as a child decided to recreate his trauma on film in order for himself to process it in a kind of therapeutic, pseudo-therapeutic way of getting control over the situation, right? This is fact, by the way, right? It's like, you can look it up. It's just objective fact. But what that means is what I've been saying and what we all, I think, kind of know intuitively, which is that their way of processing trauma is by traumatizing other people. That's what freaking like borderline people do. That's what like psychopaths do. I mean, I understand that it starts off in a therapeutic, pseudo-therapeutic at least, processing way, right? Like Anna Kendrick, right? Processing her trauma. Okay, well, you don't have to make a film and traumatize other people in order to process your own trauma. That's selfish, and that's black magic. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. But that's what it is. And that's why Charles Carroll says what he does, and what he says about film specifically, you know? It's just it's just no one wants to talk about it because it's too real. Anyway, and I almost feel bad, like, you know, telling people stuff like this because it upsets me, you know? Like, it upset me to learn about this stuff, and it upsets me to learn about this stuff because, you know, I want to think that this stuff is all good, and, you know, I really do. I love art and things, but, you know, the fact is that even people who are like, maybe whatever, they're trying to do good or whatever, maybe they're just misguided or something like that. I'm not saying it's always, you know, some kind of crazy evil thing, but it's just basic, like, just, it's what humans do, like, and it's just a bizarre thing to me to think that you need to essentially traumatize other people to process your own trauma. That's selfish, and that's black magic. Like doing that in a film and then making money off of it. Getting rich and famous from it. I mean, it's like, in some sense, can you imagine something more? I mean, it's other than actually like killing people or like actually really like physically hurting somebody or mentally, well, I mean, I don't know. It just gets into a really, really interesting argument. Am I right? Like, because it's like, but you're having a kind of negative impact, and people obviously don't like it. Like, they're responding negatively to works like this, right? And it hasn't always been like this. Like, there are plenty of works that are able to somehow brilliantly transmute that dark energy into something a bit more light, you know? Usually because there's a balance. But people have lost that balance nowadays. And it's not artful. It's actually artless. And it's trauma response, and it's like weird like black magic. Just making other people suffer because you suffered. It's like there's some kind of collective borderline personality disorder going on. You know what I'm saying? Like seriously, you know? And it's only freaking people that it's not everyone though. It's just these like Hollyweird evil people. And even there, I'm not saying they're whatever necessarily even like evil as such. It's just that they're clearly choosing to do evil in some sense, and they may not even know it, you know? I don't know. I know it's dark and, you know, but it's like something's got to give, you know? I mean, one thing is the whole kind of essence of it is like, well, okay, we gotta stop giving this stuff our you know, time and energy and our money and our freaking, you know, our freaking soul in some sense, right? You know, there's a, you know, there's I don't know that it's all this like super nefarious kind of evil thing, but it's definitely a kind of evil, you know. It's not good. Literally. I know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying it's very understandable, like, you know, the desire to do that, you know, like, I mean, the desire to do like what Spielberg did, you know, is it to um best evil person. Well, probably I don't know, maybe villain, but nah, I don't think they do that. Villain or hero, that would be unbelievable. The only morally accepted roles are victims and savior. Yeah. Well, yeah, which is like in this context at least, it's an incredibly myopic viewpoint. No V bad guy roles get a lot of acclaim too. No bad guys get a lot of acclaim too. I don't know what the Nov means, but Lino says the victim perpetrator savior pattern is the piece of black magic that makes the trick work because people generally believe in the existence of that dynamic. Yeah, well, it's definitely a big part of it. It's because I would say, yeah, you're right because it's definitely the biggest like trope you see now. I mean, it's always been there, but it's just like more. It's just more obvious and lazy now. It to the point that practically everyone sees it to some degree. It's just that not enough people are autistic enough like me to care and start talking about it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, honestly, literally, because I, you know, talk to people and, like, you know, my family and stuff, and they know about stuff, but they don't really care that much, you know? I mean, that's fine. I mean, you know, whatever, but the other thing, too, is, like, I mean, well, you know, if you have enough balance going on in your life, right, where you're not, you know, overly focused on this stuff, well, then you have good stuff going on that balances it out. But if you're too focused on it, and a lot of people are, You know what I mean? It can lead you down a to a bad place if you're not like aware enough to kind of realize the trick, as you're saying, so to speak, right? I mean, because but I'm saying it's gotten so obvious that it's not even it's crazy because it's like it's not even a trick. It's kind of like what is the real what like. But I guess it's still a trick because so many people don't realize it, that, and even if they do, they don't care because they're just like, well, it is what it is. Or blah, blah, blah. I mean, okay. It's like, okay, well, remember when art was good? I mean, there's still good music, some good music coming out, and every now and then there's like a good film that comes out, but you just can't even imagine. Like, it just even in like the 90s, like I mean, it was still a lot of like transgressive and like insane stuff that would come out, a lot of like kind of horrible stuff, a lot of evil stuff, but there was like a culture there. I mean, sorry, a quality control. I don't know if you want to call it control, but there's just like a level of quality that like, especially with the usage of film itself. I mean, music definitely, but speaking just specifically about film, like it's like, oh my gosh, it's like so much good stuff coming out every single year. It was like just like amazing like films coming out. Nowadays it's like something amazing like maybe comes out every 5 years. And again, the last thing to speak of that's even noteworthy is like freaking Top Gun Maverick. That's like not even that good. And it's getting nominated for an Oscar. It's like, oh my gosh. I don't know. I just think it's crazy. I just think people just. I'm not saying I'm like Mr. Awake, like truth guy, but like, I just think if people like, I don't know that people. I don't know that people need to wake up and be more truthful in the sense that like knowing that this stuff, doing what is good in both art and life, I don't know, is basically objective good. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, amen. This is an Oscar kid, right? Though this villain thing, I just want the good guys to lose, heels and babies, like in wrestling, like a mix of good and bad guys winning is ideal. I mean, I don't know about that. It actually reminds me, ironically, of that part in Goodfellas when he's talking about De Niro's character. He's talking about Jimmy Conway. And he's talking about what an evil guy he is, and the thing he specifically says is Jimmy was the type of guy that rooted for the bad guys in the movies. Like that's how evil he is, And spoiler alert, he is very evil. Whatever, maybe it's a psyop, but like not really. I mean, it's pretty truthful. I mean, Goodfellas is pretty. I mean, it's very violent and kind of horrible in that way. It's kind of horrible and evil in that way. But honestly, in the end, the message is kind of good. I mean, it is inevitably anti-crime and anti-evil. Like it's properly framed. It's a good movie. Legendary classic movie, but it's a little fast paced. It's always good, but I mean, it's the shortest 2.5 hours I've ever seen in a movie. It's pretty epic, especially in terms of like a crime film. But I mean, it's as I've gotten older, it's kind of like I mean, it's definitely a bit overrated, but it's a good movie, and that part is very telling. But I feel like. Yeah, that's just like a hot take. I mean, I mean, I can't really think of an example. I don't know why. I mean, the remake is, or whatever it is, the sequel, the remake, it's practically the same as the original, if not a little bit better. So I don't know. The original's not that good either. The remake's not that good. The original's not that good, and the remake's not that good either. But they're both decent. They're both pretty good. And the sequel might even the remake might even, or whatever, the remake might even be a little bit better. But I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I can't think of a movie though that where I wanted the bad guy to win or the good guy to lose or to have a mix. I mean, that's kind of a foreign concept to me, to be honest. I'm not trying to act whatever, like it's just the facts. Like, I mean, but I just weird in that way. I mean, even when I was younger, even some of my favorite movies, like I remember kind of like feeling weird about Ferris Bueller like getting away with skipping school and whatnot. You know what I mean? like, like I was just kind of like, is that good? Like, like or Rushmore, which I love. It's kind of like the teacher. I was kind of, oh, that's like weird, and like it is weird. It's actually weirder than Bueller, but it's good. It's properly framed and good. But it's funny because Charles Carroll was talking about it recently. I mean, I'm telling you, man, it's like he knows what's up. But he's the same as me. He says, Wes Anderson's like the best filmmaker possibly of all time. But he specifically singled that out. He was like, yeah, Rushmore, when he's falling in love with a grown ass, falling in love with a grown ass woman, in a pseudo sexual relationship. And I was like, oh my God. I'm like, that was literally what I thought when I was watching that when I was like 12 years old. So whatever it is, you can call me a goody two shoes or whatever, but it's like I've just always been this way. Like I don't I I've been keyed in, since very young to see like what's going on. It's like, dude, they don't want like good morality, and if there is any, then there's probably stuff they put in it that's bad so that it would be allowed, or that would be evil so that it would be allowed, which is literally what Charles Carroll says, and it's literally true. That's literally true and good. Because he said it about Wes Anderson. He's like, well, he's like, I understand though, because if there wasn't a little bit of that stuff, the movies wouldn't have even gotten made, which is true. Seemingly. I mean, I know it sounds conspiratorial to think that behind the scenes they're saying you got to put some evil stuff in it to get this made, but it does kind of seem to be that way. I mean, you watch enough movies, music is a different thing and generally better in that way, but like in film, I mean, it almost seems guaranteed that I mean, I understand that there's definitely the argument to be made about, well, if there was only good, then it would be boring. But and that's fine. There are plenty of movies that have basically only good. I mean, but like, and they are objectively very good. But it's like 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 times out of 100, there's gonna be evil stuff in there, and it's almost, and it gets you. It makes you start thinking like that. You really would. You have to do that in order for it to be allowed. For the movie to be made, especially if it's like really good. you know in the way that a movie is full in that way, like, there has to be evil stuff so they can be good, which is like fine. I get that, but it's just kind of like it's something to consider, just not being able to even make the film, which is a sort of dark evil. But I don't know why that is exactly. I mean, it would probably be, it's probably something to do with, I guess, financing it. Which, again, is why you have to go independent in order to even be relatively, objectively good. Knock on wood and God forbid. Thank you, God. In Jesus Christ, amen. I sometimes empathize with the bad guys and not want them to win because they're so well characterized, but damn, son, it just scared the hell out of me because of the fucking cat. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Sometimes I empathize with the bad guys and want them to win because they're so well characterized, but when they show the good guys again, I want them to win again, so it's just both, depending on who's on screen. Well, I mean, that's interesting. I don't know, I it's one thing, I mean, it's not like, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever rooted for a bad guy unless it was, like, improperly framed, like, or something. I feel like if you're rooting for the bad guy, like, either you're doing something wrong or the film's doing something wrong, you know? Like, if, like in a movie, if they're trying to make, like, the parents seem like evil or something, but they're actually just, like, normal and good, it's like, okay, well, you know what I mean? Like, that's not, it just didn't work on me, you know what I mean? But, like, they kind of do that in like the Virgin Suicides, like, oh my god, there must be horrible conservative Christian people because they found her records and they burned them. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's a bit intense, but, like, are they really the villains? Meh. I'm not convinced. That's, like, literally the one thing. I don't know. I mean, that movie's bizarre. But, I mean, but no, I just, anyway, I do get the vibe. Oh, but I was gonna say though that there's a difference though. Obviously, I can, like, name, like, villains that are, like, incredibly, like, well performed and, like, perhaps even, like, favorite villains, or at least, performances of the villains. You know what I mean? But I don't know if I've ever really rooted for the bad guy, or, I get the. Trust me, I'm trying to. I want to, like, think of some examples too. I just can't really. I think that's the best example I can think of right now. Where something, like, fails to convince me in that way. Like, yes, it's the horrible, or yeah, like, there's stuff like that. But I love a good, villain performance as much as the next guy. I mean, but I'm not gonna root for him. I don't know. That's just me. No judgment. I mean, I understand. Especially if it's if it's a good I mean, that just, is a testament to the performance if it gets you to, kind of feel that way. But, well, it's just like how my whole thing with, like, Joker and stuff. It's just kind of like, no, don't try to get me to fucking, that's the whole thing with me and Joker. It's like, nah, man, that didn't work on me. The movie's messed up. But The Dark Knight, Joker's so good, the frickin' Heath Ledger died. This performance is so good. But in that way, it's kind of evil, in real life. But they at least don't try to rationalize his evil, which is basically what Joker does. That's why it's evil. And literally, the thing about it is, like, I don't even want to talk about it. I've talked about it too many times, but Tarantino literally spells out exactly the black magic of it, and he says, like, that's why it's good. And I'm like, okay, this is what's wrong with the world right now, And that's why I kind of don't like Tarantino that much anymore. Plus, he throws a hissy fit whenever anyone asks him about why his movies are so relentlessly violent. Plus, he steals from everybody. Anyway. Hannibal Lecter? It's funny. I was just reading, or I saw, it was a Criterion, of course, posted. I didn't even know this movie existed. It's called Manhunter. They had Brian Cox, who's a legend, playing Hannibal Lecter originally in this movie Manhunter. He's the original Hannibal Lecter. But of course, they had Anthony Hopkins do, Silence of the Lambs and everything. But I just thought I just saw that tonight. Well, now it's the morning, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. I might be kind of interested to see that. I mean, I like Silence of the Lambs. I thought it's pretty overrated, if I'm being honest, but it's definitely pretty good. But what about Hannibal Lecter though? Just like a good villain? I mean, definitely. I saw Anthony Hopkins also said something interesting about him though, where he said something like, "You already know he's evil, so you don't get to see him be that evil that much." Actually, you do kind of towards the end, so I don't know what he's really. He's kind of being a little whatever about it, but I get the idea. He got to play it straight a little bit though, which I guess interestingly works in his favor in terms of it being scary, because it's like, wow, like, how is this guy like capable of that kind of thing? So yeah, I mean, it's a good, performance, and it's, interesting character. I mean, some of it's a little bit, I don't know, cartoonish, but it's pretty good in that sense. I mean, I mean, I like Jodie Foster in it. She's a good heroine. Um, yeah, yeah. Trying to think of some other stuff. Damn, PJ Harvey really was in her most gorgeous era during this time, whenever this was. I'm guessing it was like 2001. I'm staying on this picture. It's straight up dope. Straight up gorgeous. And all of these pictures. Amazing truth and reality. What is popping, gang? Oh, also, yeah, I'll check that out. Boba Fett. What is this? Yeah, I mean, even MTV had some good stuff now and then. Yeah, John Lithgow was meant to be the villain. He suited the role in Dexter. Life is a cartoon. Well, I guess. I just some of the stuff he says is just stupid, but it's pretty good. John Lithgow played a lot of crazy freaks in the He's a good villain, and well, they don't really get into him that much, but he is a good villain in like I don't know if it's Dress to Kill, or actually no, it's Blowout. Blowout is amazing. Lino says, kind of confused with what you regard as evil. You mean when Tarantino puts violence in his movies, it themes of normalization of violence, already even Black Magic without Black. No. Listen. So, Joker. Tarantino was talking about Joker, right? And he was saying, okay, well, all right. Spoiler alerts for everybody if you haven't seen Joker and you want to see it, which honestly it's not that good, but like if you still haven't seen it and you want to see it, don't listen to what I'm going to say now, cuz this is what happens at the end. So at the end of the movie, Joker kills the talk show host who made fun of him basically. And cuz he has him on as a guest. And He's fully unhinged at this point. Obviously, he's fully evil now. And he shoots him. And so Tarantino was talking about it, and he was saying, like, I have my problems with it, probably because he just thinks that he could have done it better, which, I mean, honestly, he probably could have, but he's just, ridiculous like that. So he's probably just like, yeah, I wish I, did it, basically. But basically, he says, the thing about that movie, though, he's like, the thing that's so brilliant, he's like, is at the end of the movie, he's like, the thing about the talk show host guy is he's not really that bad of a guy. He's just like, he's like David Letterman or something, But when Joker gets on that stage and he points that gun at him, you want him to shoot that guy. And I'm like, okay, that's why it's evil and not good. And I'm like, this is why Tarantino is retarded, And I'm like, and I'm just saying, like, plus, he throws a hissy fit whenever anyone asks him about why his movies are so violent. And then, second of all, he just steals from everybody. So, these days, I've been saying this, I'm much more into Tarantino as a film analyst than as a filmmaker. Just like I'm more into Slavoj Žižek as a film analyst than as a philosopher, It's the same deal. I still like Tarantino, though, just like I like Zizek, but it's just like with Tarantino. And look, I don't really think he's made any movies that I think are just straight up bad, or even necessarily evil, but I do think he's problematic at best, and that he's really not that good. I mean, you know what I mean? But him saying that, though, just like highlights the exact that's the thing about Tarantino, is it's like he's aware of the problem, but he's not, he's like willfully not only ignoring it but calling it good. And like I mean, at least in terms of the art, right? I mean, but nevertheless, of course, I'm going to take the next step into making the moral judgment, because, well, is it good to be put in a moment of empathizing with him murdering a guy who doesn't even really deserve it? I mean, that's black magic if I've ever heard any. And I'm saying, like, that black magic decidedly did not work on me when I saw it. And this was before I even really got too into this kind of way of thinking, Like, I mean, I went into it, The Dark Knight was like pretty formative to me, I mean, when I went into the Joker, I was like, oh man, like, this is going to be, dope. And oh man, everyone's getting all riled up about it. Like, it's going to be awesome. And then, like, I watched it and I was just like, dang, like, this is just victim porn, Like, this is just more victim porn about how we should, like, empathize with evil, basically. You know what I say about it. And then in the end, it's not even a good ending at all. It's just, now everything's chaos and now everyone loves the Joker, just like they fucking love the devil, you know what I mean? Because he's just chaotic evil. I'm just, it's not a horrible evil movie. But it's definitely, average and problematic at best, And I'm just saying, I just feel like what Tarantino said about it is, it's actually more revelatory than the film itself, than the scene itself. Like, he literally just explained why it's bad. Or why it's, like, not good. Whatever, right? I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, it's like, maybe I'm too cynical about how people are going to receive it. And I'm not even trying to flatter you or anything, but I just feel like, okay, well, like, you're a smart person, and I mean, you know, it's just, it's potentially good, but it's just it's in keeping with the with all of this topic. I mean, it's everything. It's the trauma. It's the putting the trauma onto you. It's the sympathy for the devil, the evil. You know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the way they do it in the movie, like, it's not obviously you're not supposed to root for him, but the thing is though, is that everyone keeps expressly telling me that they do root for him, which like I get it, like, you know, we're only human, and I get it. It's just a movie, whatever. Like, okay, but this is like very, very telling to me of like, you know, I mean, how easy it is to just kind of make people feel bad for evil people. It's like, again, just this like collective, like borderline personality disorder. It's like, dude, like, it's like stop putting your trauma on other people, you know, artists. You know what I mean? Okay, well, 90%. So let me just make sure to address though what Leno's saying, like out loud here. Like, so Leno says, oh, okay, you've talked about that before. I've already said my disagreement with that. Of course, it can be good just for the revelatory aspects of it. It's a self-learning process that the viewer of the movie goes through. The processing of the collective psyche is potentially good. Okay, well, 10% of people who watch it get it. 90% don't get it, but the 90% doesn't matter because the 10% getting it is more powerful. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, I'm not stupid. You don't I mean, it's not framed as good, and it's not like people think he's a good guy after watching it, right? Like, oh, I really want to be like that Joker. I honestly wouldn't even, funny enough, I wouldn't even think that I'm sure that it's a much higher percentage of people that um get it. Like, it's probably like, I mean, I don't mean get it in the deepest way possible, but at least get the picture, right? They probably get the picture. Probably, I guess, I don't know. I mean, quite frankly, I don't think I think it's a lot more than 10%. I'm sure most people get it. Maybe like maybe like I don't know, maybe not most, but like I actually don't really know. It's an interesting idea, but I don't know. Maybe it's like 40% of people get it, but they don't get it in like a deep way. But 60% of people probably don't get it, and certainly don't get it in a deep way, and they're just kind of like, yeah, that's what fucking he gets, you know. Joker, I feel bad for him, man. He was really, you know, put on by society. He didn't deserve any of that. He's a good guy, you know. He was turned evil by the world. Which, I mean, look, it's a convincing argument. I mean, that happens. You know, it's like Jordan Peterson, right? It's like, that happens. You go, you get bitter and resentful, and then you get vengeful, and then you become evil. I mean, that's literally what happens, right? But yeah, I'm just saying, I guess most people, they I don't know that, I guess I don't know that I trust most, or at least a lot of people to come away from it with like the right idea, which whatever. I'm not saying I only watched it once, but it all definitely stuck with me because, well, for one, it was pretty basic, you know. It's like, you know, plus it's not even that original. It's like an amalgamation of freaking Taxi Driver, The King of Comedy, which I still haven't watched. I need to watch that. I actually saved it. They have it for free on YouTube now. So good. And The Dark Knight. Well, some people mentioned this. Requiem for a Dream. I don't know about that, but like kinda Requiem for a Dream, and definitely The Dark Knight. Yeah, well, it's not like the number one target, but just in keeping with the conversation, it's definitely part and parcel with the same general sentiment. So he says, if the movie didn't exist, the world wouldn't be less evil. It's just a mirror. It doesn't actually manufacture new evil. Empathy just reveals its potential. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, though, I'm actually not sure about that. Um, no. That's what I mean by get it. Those who don't get it are the ones who don't think about what that tells them about themselves. Yeah, I mean, okay, wait. So you mean get it? You're saying like the people who get it understand that that's revelatory of a part of yourself. The people who don't get it don't get that it's revelatory about a part of themselves, basically. Yeah. Um, I don't know. Like the general sentiment that I've seen of people is like either people just thinking that Joker is like corny and dumb for whatever reason, or they really like it, and the reason that they like it almost every single time is because they empathize with Joker, and but the way they usually express that is by saying they kind of know it's not good that they're empathizing with him, but they do anyway, and that's like why the movie's good, right? And like what I'm saying is like, well, I understand that in terms of its artistic value, but in a kind of more moral sense or whatever, more spiritual sense, it's probably actually not good that it's doing that. But regardless, it does kind of, I don't know, open up a dialogue. It's sort of rich for conversation. That's why I don't think of it as being some horrible evil movie. I just think of it as more of like an average and problematic movie at best, you know? You know? But it is an understandable problem, and it is revelatory of one's own psyche to empathize with it. And yeah, if you get it, you get it. And I don't know. I guess it would be speculation on both of our parts or on anyone's part to really know how many people actually get it. I guess I'm just being a little bit cynical about it, just kind of saying, well, whatever. People don't get people most people probably don't really get it, and they just want to feel bad for Joker, feel like he's, I don't know, whatever. He's hard done by, which he was, you know. I'm not. It's like I'm not saying the Joker didn't get a raw deal. But it's like if you don't if you don't exact some kind of responsibility for yourself, you become evil. It's no joke, and it's funny though because that actually is no joke, right? But I don't know. I don't know. I mean, but no, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much all I have to say about myself. I mean, I don't know that I would. I don't know, right? Put it on the whatever watch list of really, really egregious movies, but it's certainly one of the more modern examples of of this kind of thing. It's like where it's like, I mean, you know, maybe it's a little bit better. It's more appealing in a kind of, I don't know, in an angry young man kind of way, I guess, right? Nonetheless, it's just the same. It's just the same. You know, it's all the same. And it's like that. Yeah, that's what we get. We get Joker, and then people get to call you a freaking incel. That's that's what young men get. They get Joker. It's like no. Young men have a lot more to offer. Start crying. I pull a JP and start weeping uncontrollably. It's like get it together, man. Honestly though, maybe Slavoj Žižek should start crying more. Maybe, worth considering. I can't even imagine. Can you even imagine that? There'd be a lot of sniffling. Oh no, so sad. Anyway, yo, what up, Gen Zennial? We're just riffing here a little bit, talking about movies and the Joker and everything. At one point, if you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. What was that about? It teaches people that are solipsistic, only they exist in their heads. It's interesting you would say that, because did you catch my earlier stuff? I was talking about solipsism, like legit, like for a while. I was talking all about solipsism, and honestly, I'm interested actually where you even just got that from, because that was like a while ago. I forgot about it for a little bit. It's somehow all relevant though, right? Amazing truth and reality. It's like no joke, fam. Hilarious. What is hilarious? Freaking JP. Oh yeah, Zizek and everything. Yeah. That's a thing too. Speaking of, it's like Zizek. As I keep saying, right? He's brilliant film analyst. Not exactly the best philosopher, but he's pretty hilarious and probably easily one of my favorite whatever so-called quote unquote leftists ever, right? Oh god, I'm in and out. What was your main point? The Joker is not good. I don't know. It's not the worst of the worst, but that it's just victim born. I don't know. We were talking about a lot of stuff. Well, it was just a whole kind of thing about movies and modern movies, especially kind of being very focused on that kind of storytelling. It's very like victim centric. Anna Kendrick, that rhymes. Well, because we were talking, somehow Anna Kendrick came up, and then it was really interesting because it sent me down an Anna Kendrick rabbit hole. And she was talking about her trauma, and I was just like, man, I'm like, what is it with like not whatever belittling trauma, but it's like but seriously though, like there's such a disproportionate focus nowadays on so-called quote unquote trauma, which again, it's not belittling trauma or even Anna Kendrick's trauma, but I started getting into like, well, but why do you have to make a film about it and then kind of in some way traumatize other people, right? And it's kind of a Charles Carroll thing as well, talking about film and black magic. Because it's kind of a selfish thing, Like I was talking about in the movie the Fabelmans that recently came out. It's about Steven Spielberg's childhood, who, by the way, David Lynch shows up in it as John Ford, and it's amazing. I didn't watch the whole thing, but that scene is amazing. I watched that scene, and it's amazing. And they're both legends. Spielberg was traumatized by a film when he was young. of a train, where a train crash happened, a really bad train crash. And so his trauma response was to film himself, to himself film a train crash to get a sense of control over the situation. And this is all just like documented objective data that, whatever. And they talk about it in the film. And, it's not good. No, I'm just kidding. But I was just saying, like, this is just proving what I've been, well, I didn't come up with the idea, but just what I've known and what I think a lot of people have kind of low key known for a long time, which is basically that, it's like people suffering from a collective, like, borderline personality disorder where they get traumatized and then they traumatize other people, Yeah, dude, E.T. was fucking scary. I've never liked E.T. I love that you said that, by the way, because, like, that one scene, especially of him being, like, dead in the frickin' sewer or whatever it was, I thought was scary as hell when he's almost dying. E.T. is scary enough as it is, but when he was, like, dead in the sewer in that one scene or whatever, in the drain or something, I mean, was pretty scary to me when I was a kid. I mean, I wouldn't say it traumatized me, but it was pretty scary, and it made me not really like it. I've never really liked that movie that much. I've never really liked any Steven Spielberg movies, to be honest with you. Although, I guess Jurassic Park is decent. He's done some decent stuff. I'm not saying he's like whatever, but it's just like, it's Steven Spielberg. He's not that good. But anyway, that was a very revealing idea to me. It's just kind of like, yep, it just proves exactly what I'm saying. People don't I don't know. That just seems like a very selfish thing to do, especially if you get incredibly rich and famous off of it. It's kind of evil, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's about as evil as it gets without actually, like, hurting or killing people, I know that sounds a little bit ridiculous, but I kind of believe that. I mean, but I am willing to, kind of like I'm like open to different ideas on the fact. But even drawing on my own personal experience, being scarred by certain things in movies and things, even to this day, if things are, especially if they're particularly disgusting, and it's not enough that it's just like disturbing and evil. It has to actually be like disgusting and evil. Like if there's anything graphic or, just gross. Yeah, things can definitely kind of scar me. I'm different though, because in a way, because like I definitely do deal with like actual kind of like OCD, and I'll get kind of like intrusive thoughts and images and things, and I'm very, sensitive to that kind of thing. So like it might as well be real. I mean, not really, but it's enough to evoke the reality of the situation. It's enough to be, it's unpleasant, and I feel like I need to neutralize it somehow. It's a very classic kind of unfortunate OCD issue. But that's just me though. So I don't want to go too hard on it. And I wager that Charles Carroll probably has a similar kind of situation. But we are very similar. I mean, he loves, he's always, I mean, he put me onto the idea, if I'm being honest with you. But he's just like me. He said, like, Wes Anderson's the best filmmaker of all time. I mean, it's like really, frankly, uncanny, And I just feel like people don't really think about it or care about it. Like, it's a real thing. Like, the CIA has literally said that the motion picture is like the most effective way to control like public thought. And that's a little bit of an aside, but I mean, you get where I'm going with it. it's like this stuff has real impact. You know what I'm saying? I know it gets into like kind of schizophrenic mentality problems, and you know, obviously you have to be objective about the thing, but I don't know. I don't really buy that psyop of like that. It's like just a movie. It's all whatever. I mean, it's really not. Like, I mean, I almost guarantee you that like most people's like life philosophies probably like at least like 30, even if let's like say you're like a relatively like you're a smart like objective kind of person, right? You're still probably like at least 30% of your worldview is like shaped by like movies and stuff that you like really love, and like the worldviews that they espouse, and like the characters and the people and the ways that they, you know, whatever, are made to be. And it doesn't really matter that it's fake, you know, because it's like reflective of a philosophy, right? A philosophy, like an attitude about life, you know? And you can tell a lot about people from what they enjoy, the kinds of art that they like. I mean, I honestly think of it as probably being the number one of the one yeah, I mean, at least definitely top 5, maybe top 3, you know? Other than, okay, like your actual worldview or whatever, right? Your actual like personhood and all of that is clearly more important. But the kinds of art and things that you like, I tend to notice are very indicative of the kind of person that a person is, you know? And I don't know, people don't like that. I mean, I've been saying this for years, and I'll say it to my mom, and my mom's always been like, people are gonna, you know, she's an ESFJ. She might be an ISFJ. She's always like, I always am telling you, you know, it's like people are gonna like what they like, you know, like let people like what they like. And it's just like, all I've found as I've gotten older, maybe I don't know, maybe I've gotten more closed minded, you know, maybe I'm wrong, you know. But like at the end of the day though, I've only found more and more evidence as to why it's increasingly important, right? Like the kinds of stuff that you like, you know? Like if all you like are like super like gory horror movies, for example, right? Like there's something wrong there probably. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't mean if that's just like one of the many things that, you know, whatever, it's a quote unquote, you know, guilty pleasure, whatever, you know, I'm saying like exclusively, right? It's like you know what I mean though? Like, I mean, it's all very indicative, I think, of like, you know, it's all eh, very like congruent, you know. But, you know, I mean, it's like, do I think though that I already know I'm gonna be outnumbered. I know people are gonna be saying stuff, you know. It's like, no, I don't think that like video games cause school shooters or something, right? But it's kind of like, well, I mean, there is plenty of evidence though to suggest that like they do have an effect, right? Like, I mean, you know, I mean, they have an effect on people who are predisposed, mind you. Okay, it's like, yes, disclaimer. Okay, right? Like, you know, yes. Generally speaking, you know, it's people who are like much more susceptible to that kind of thing. You know, um, if you're spending hours a day, you know, shooting people online or whatever, and you're of a certain disposition, uh, you know, which you might not know until it's too late. I mean, anyway, I don't want to project too much because, in some way, I totally admit to, especially as a kid and even to this day, being somewhat impressionable in the sense that things they make strong impressions on me. So, even if it's fake, and even if I say I know that it's fake or whatever, it's like, okay, well, it's still gross and like evil. It's still, I don't like it, right? It's like, you know? And that's how I'm kind of autistic, you know? Because it's hard, like, even if I know it's fake, it's hard to shake that stuff. And I do notice that like it's often indicative of a certain worldview, but there is a lot of openness to be said about, you know, to be had about like interpretation and, you know, where the artists and the audiences are coming from, you know. Let me just sort of address the chat here, though, you know. So, everyone's perception is different. I don't know what the perception thing has to do with anything, but yeah, sure. I noticed that. I was thinking that about type today. Ingentir says, my trauma, if you will, made me understand other people more, but I was raised Christian, though I don't consider myself one now. It had an impact on me. Also, I'd say I'm mildly autistic. I don't get traumatized by movies, though it's possible a lot of media I consumed at a young age influenced me. I mean, that sounds like a reasonably objective viewpoint, although I find what you said interesting, though, about the Christian thing. I mean, oh, wait, my trauma, not from fucking movies, right? Yeah. Sorry. I'm, you know. No, I don't mean to laugh. It's just, I'm laughing at myself thinking you were talking about fucking movies. It's like, yeah, of course your own trauma made you understand people more, other people more. Yeah, sure. That's, you know, and being Christian, I'm sure helped. I mean, you know, I don't know. Would I don't think, yeah, no. I mean, personal trauma, empathy. I don't know. Let me think about that a little bit. But I'm definitely more focused on the film stuff and art stuff. I'm not really I'm not saying that trauma makes you unempathetic. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. In fact, even trauma in film, it can absolutely make you empathetic. I watch even trauma in film and become empathetic towards suffering and whatever, you know, even knowing that it's fake. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, not to act like whatever a good person. That's just a biological, like, I'm of a certain belief, and I might just be projecting, but I kind of think that our bodies at the very least don't really know the difference in some way between like fiction and reality. And like, that's why we cry at movies or we get kind of scared by them, because I mean they elicit real responses, and that's why I'm saying it's incredibly powerful, and we have to be mindful of the, you know, the content that we not only create but we consume. It's not it's very influential, and it's all about the messages. You know, I know it sounds very schizophrenic, but just think about all of the movies and things you've seen, and like what kind of the general takeaways are of the messages and things, and like. And that's all the essence of it is, you know? Which, by the way, I consider to be NI, and I do think that I'm good at NI, and I know how to do it well. It's like, you know, as an aside, just sit, you know, it just it, and I really think that like if you take style out of it, style is important, right? But the substance comes from that meaning, right? It's meaningful. Yeah, it's good, right? It's like, you know, It's a Wonderful Life or something, right? You know, it's like, it's good, you know? But, you know, nowadays it's gonna be freaking Anna Kendrick getting psychologically abused. I haven't seen the movie. It's just my whole thing. I go look at the critics and it's 82%, and then the audience is like 48%. It's insane. Like, people don't like this stuff, and it's because it's negative. And it's not even like good, like necessary negative. It's just like negative, you know? And it's doing poorly on every other website. But the fucking critics like it because it's about a woman being abused by a man. It's fucking sick. It's evil. It's not good. It's just making people miserable, I think, honestly. Because this is all that's available. You know what I mean? You need to go to like independent sources to get anything even remotely good. If freaking Anna Kendrick's making a movie, look, I'm sorry. That's sad that she went through something traumatic, and, you know, but the thing is, though, in relevance to this whole topic, I mean, she didn't necessarily need to make a film about it and traumatize other people, right? I mean, I understand being objective about it, right? Like, you know, and kind of being like, look, she was working through it, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, but these people are made like rich and famous off of this stuff, right? And I guess it could be insightful. I'm not completely eliminating, again, right? It's like I haven't seen the movie, you know. It's just, but it's just telling to me this is the stuff that everyone makes now, and the thing is it's not even like creative, you know. It's just like boring and like basic, you know. I'm telling you, all you need to do nowadays is make a darkly comic psychological horror slash thriller focused on race slash sex, race and or sex and or sexuality and or gender. And you have like 90% of modern film. And that's it. And it's not even creative. It's just basic. And it used to be that if you made something like that, it would actually probably be kind of interesting and maybe even good. But now it's just freaking boring. And it's just like, well, I don't know. It's just like you heard of that movie Promising Young Woman? It's like this chick gets, it's just another modern movie, right? Where a woman is raped, and so, and this is a trope that's been around for a long time. It's called a rape and revenge, which, by the way, is a very interesting thing, right? Because revenge is never good. Okay, right? It's like an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Look, I don't know, man. I know that I come off like freaking holier than thou. I'm sorry, you know what? I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm sorry, but I understand that whatever. But this isn't about me. This is just like about me. I'm trying to be objective here, right? It's like revenge is not good, but rape is evil, right? But revenge is never good, right? But anyway, it's a genre, and you know, this is just the thing. People like to see films. They like to see this kind of dark shadow fulfillment. Let's say you're a trauma victim of some kind. You go and see a rape and revenge thriller because even if it's not necessarily good, it kind of makes you feel good to see a rapist get their you know, whatever, genitals chopped off. Not to be crude, right? But that's basically the idea, right? I mean, basically, if you're a rape victim and you go watch a movie where a rapist gets castrated, that's basically the next best thing. And I really want you guys to consider what I'm saying right now, right? Like, because it's relevant entirely. If you're a rape victim and you go watch a movie where a rapist gets castrated, that's pretty much the next best thing to actually seeing a rapist get castrated. It's as good as it gets in terms of reality, in terms of experiencing that in reality. Through it. In reality. I sound like fucking Ben Shapiro. But seriously, it is. It literally is. And the idea there is like, okay, well, is that good? I mean, I suppose it could be sort of cathartic and in some sense kind of good, but I don't really know that it's good, to be honest with you. Any of this stuff, right? And okay, so listen, so in Promising Young Woman, this movie, right? It's about a woman who, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched the first 10 minutes and I immediately knew exactly where it was going to go, and I haven't seen the rest. Because it's clearly, again, another just simple, probably just kind of dumb movie. That's a modern movie, and it's like feminist, which again, is nothing wrong with being, you know, kind of feminist about something. You know what I mean? In the sense that it's something that's good, but in this sense, I don't know that it's good because the whole point of it is, first of all men are evil. Just so you didn't know, just so you know, right? All men are basically evil predators at the. And by the way, this is a common critique. I'm not just making it up. This is a one-dimensional portrayal. It's boring. It's like all the men at the bar, right? Which is right? This is you and me and all of us, every man, are just lurching predators waiting to pounce on drunk women, right? And so what this woman does, because she was raped, right, which is obviously a horrible, evil, you know, trauma, she takes it upon herself to go pretend to be drunk at bars, catch the men in compromising positions when they, you know, sort of quote unquote seduce her and bring them back to her place. And I haven't seen the rest of it, but I'm sure what happens is she basically kills them, or at least tortures them or something, right? She tortures them and probably kills them, right? So it's rape and revenge, classic thing. She's not even drunk. She's pretending to be drunk, but the whole thing is it's a trauma response, right? And this is her way of empowering herself and doing essentially what she sees as good, although obviously very questionable. And I'm sure, you know, most people can see it as questionable, but inevitably though, it is just filmic dark shadow fulfillment. It's like, what would it be like to see not even necessarily, it's because the thing that's interesting is like, it's not even necessarily that they're rapists, but it's definitely the questionable decision. Like you definitely should not be taking advantage of a drunk woman, right? And that's in the sense that it basically is evil. It's in that zone. It's rapey, right? It's questionably, it's debatably rape. So, um, inevitably, it's a rape and revenge thriller. You know, victim again, yet again, right? A sort of victim porn kind of thing, right? You know, let's watch this, you know, a rape victim it kind of quote unquote empower herself by um entrapping men who may well indeed be evil rapists, right? In the sense that they're taking advantage of drunk women. And mind you, the inevitable kind of conclusion is like, well, are you possibly an evil rapist, man? Because would you take advantage of a drunk woman? Right? Because it's like, well, if you do, you might be an evil rapist, right? And it's, I don't know, I'm just saying what it is, what it seems like from what I know. And you know, Bo Burnham shows up in it, and I'm sure, again, I don't even have to see it to know that he's like the nice guy. And I could bet you, I'm gonna bet you $50,000 right now that the point of Bo Burnham being in that is to say that you are Bo Burnham, me, I'm Bo Burnham, right? And that even Bo Burnham, right, is like susceptible to that kind of behavior. So anyway, look, it's a good message, but I'm sure it's a lot about getting, you know, killing men and all of that kind of thing, right? And it's about this whole kind of thing. So you get the idea. That's just another that came out in 2019. I mean, it's literally an epidemic. Like these are all. I mean, well, I guess okay, I'm not gonna be alarmist, okay, because again, rape and revenge, like horror slash thrillers, they've been around since at least the 70s. Okay, so let's not get carried away. But this kind of mindset that is definitely much more of like a sort of authoritarian leftist viewpoint as sort of become the norm, actually, right? In terms of like the kinds of films and things that we see. And they're all just like dark, ugly, basic and boring. You know, they're one dimensional. They're not creative. They're negative, most importantly. I mean, honestly, like, do you really need to watch a movie to tell you that rape is evil? I mean, you know, you need to watch a movie where a woman's anyway, I get that some people, you know, whatever. I'm just saying though, man. It's like, I mean, honestly, yeah, I understand the. It's funny because I was thinking about Shapiro earlier because he said this. It's like you know, rapists should be castrated. I mean, that's a little bit medieval, but I'm not exactly opposed to the idea. You know, I mean, I can totally get with the idea of a rapist's punishment being castration. You know what I mean? But I mean a real rapist though, right? Well, anyway, let's not get into that. I mean, you know, oh my god, right? I was like, I hear myself. I know. A real rape. What is a real rape? Oh my god. Well, you know, whatever. Well, you know, it's like taking advantage of a drunk chick, rape. I mean, I don't know. It's debatable. That's not a debate I really want to have though. Not saying that I'm not open to it, but it's just an unpleasant topic, you know what I mean? I don't mean to always be getting into these kinds of thorny topics. I mean, you know, look, if a person says they're raped, I'm apt to believe them, you know. I'm not I know that's a blue pill, cold take, whatever, but I'm saying, you know, it's what it is what it is. I'm not in the business of questioning what real rape is, okay? But it's not that's not only it doesn't feel like a very productive and positive kind of route to go down, right? Um anyway, I can see how a film like that, as I'm talking about it, right, can be informative in a very one-dimensional kind of way, right? But it is exactly that. It's one dimensional, and it's entirely part and parcel with the modern mindset. It's just like, and it's just countless examples, right? I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, honestly, right? Because it's just like, Anna Kendrick. Yeah, sure, I do. Whatever. I mean, it's just like, I don't know why though. Everything always has to be about like feel. You notice how it's always about feeling bad for people. Why does it have to be feeling bad, right? Why can't we feel good for people, right? It's like another movie, like, right? It's just like a movie where, oh, I really feel bad for this character. It's like, well, why don't you really feel good for them? What about the movie where they get a family in their own land, and they you know what I mean, and they prosper, and they start a farm, and it works out really well. You feel good for them. Oh, well, that'd just be a boring movie. Well, okay, let's say that there's a lot of adversity and they triumph over it. Oh, okay. That sounds pretty good. It's like, that sounds pretty good to me. It's like, oh, well, guess what? It ain't getting made. Ain't getting made nowadays. Okay? It's not happening. Try to find one example that's come out in the last 10 years. That's not Minari, which is about like Asian American immigrants, and there's a lot of hardship that they face. But I always say it's a post My Neighbor Totoro anti-Parasite, which is literally good. Okay, I mean, it's a relatively conservative Christian type of film, but inevitably, I don't mean to be offensive here, but the movie wouldn't have been made if it wasn't about Asian American immigrants, right? If it was just about some kind of basic white family, yeah, it may have been a little bit boring, but it also would have been, probably just not allowed. The only way that it's allowed is by having it be Asian American immigrants, basically. But whatever. I mean, it's still really good. You know what I mean? It really is genuinely kind of just an objectively good film with objectively good people in the sort of, the family. You know what I mean? The family is good. The family is objectively good. But, well, not but, and you're not going to find that much stuff like it nowadays. It's all going to be, Promising Young Woman, Joker, this new Anna Kendrick movie, Don't Worry, Darling, this mess, right? I mean, whatever else crap you can think of. And then the Fablemans just straight up telling you how it is, right? It's like people who experience trauma relaying their trauma onto film for you to watch and pay to watch and feel bad about. And make them rich and famous for making you feel bad and not good. Whatever, man. Ironically, I feel pretty good about laying out the situation. I just hope I'm not being too black-pilled because, look, I mean, there's plenty of white pill to be found. It's just, you gotta find it in the independent type of stuff, and, But the lamestream stuff, they're making a killing nowadays on making you feel bad. And not just making you feel bad, but not always making you feel bad for evil, but sometimes. Like the Anna Kendrick thing, I'm sure, obviously, is probably more properly framed. It's like, yeah. You're going to feel bad for Anna Kendrick. But I mean, is it necessary? And it just goes to show the bad reviews, except from critics, right? Only the critics are giving it good reviews, but unanimously, all of the audiences are not liking it very much. Probably because it's negative and making people feel badly, and it's not even well done. Because it's not good. Well, just because at least it's just like not a good depiction. I'm saying there's a way to do this stuff in a way that's like artful and and good. It's just not being done nowadays because everything is so freaking simplistic, right? Just one-dimensional, binary, like Lino said brilliantly. Like, just, it's all about, victims and saviors, generally speaking, in terms of film and art nowadays, nowadays it's like, yeah, as an incredibly myopic viewpoint. Anyway. That's kind of just all the knowledge that I've accrued so far, It's not though, Genzenial. That's what they want you to think. That's a very charitable, take on the matter. I would agree with you 100% if that wasn't 90% of what comes out nowadays. That's not Top Gun Maverick and the Super Mario Brothers movie, which I haven't even seen yet, but and probably the new Barbie. I mean, these are literally kind of the only things, I guess. And then that movie Minari. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there are others. I'm not whatever. I mean, there's plenty of stuff comes out that's good, but you know. I don't know. I hear what you're saying. Not to be a pushover, but I do. I really do. I just don't necessarily trust the incentive, right? Like my suspicions tell me there's a lot of demoralization schemes and most importantly disincentivization schemes, that kind of get you to just kind of feel bad about, oh, everyone's so evil, humans are just so evil and everything, right? It's like, are you kidding me? What do you mean? Like, what about everyone is so good and humans are so good? I mean, I get it. It's, you want to have like a nuanced portrayal. Fine, right? But why it's always going to be so depressing and negative? Try watching anything that's not like a Hallmark movie or like some kind of Christian movie nowadays. And by the way, that's the trade-off you get, by the way. If you're watching like a sort of well-made, artful movie, it's probably going to be depressing and negative. But if you're watching like a Christian Hallmark type movie, or Hallmark movie, it's probably going to not be very artful and well done, right? So pick your, you know what I mean? It's like, take your choice, right? But in neither are you necessarily going to get a well-rounded portrayal, And I mean, that's why I've been saying it would be really, I would love to make films, and I would say I'd be Hallmark Godard, he's like a French new wave director, I mean, he's pretty good, but he got very Marxist towards the end, which is no coincidence. He really did, literally. I'm not just saying that. This was in the 60s when, it was kind of like in vogue, right? You could say you were a Marxist without whatever, having Jordan Peterson get on your ass. You know what I'm saying? He was like an actual Marxist, right? And a lot of his movies were, but he was kind of an un-PC Marxist. I mean, he was interesting too because he was also a little bit misogynistic. He was kind of a misogynistic, un-PC, Marxist. But he had undeniably good taste for the most part. Vivre sa vie is one of my favorite movies of all time. People know Breathless, though. That's like the big one. Breathless is honestly, I was very underwhelmed. Not very, but like relatively underwhelmed by Breathless. But Vivre sa vie is amazing. It's one of the best movies of all time. And I would take it as a compliment, even if someone derisively said that a film I made was like Hallmark Godard. Because I don't see anybody trying to do that balance except Wes Anderson, who is probably the best filmmaker of all time. He's got a new movie coming out, Asteroid City. Might be decent. I'm not a huge fan of the blue-orange color scheme. I gotta watch the trailer, but it's probably pretty good. Oh, I'm sorry. So there's a few things here. That's all I have to say about all this stuff. You know what I mean? There's still good stuff coming out. You just gotta be discerning, I mean, it's literally Christian discernment, but, Well, not but basic, like, literally. Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not. I'm just telling you about Jean-Luc Godard, He's a French filmmaker from the 60s. And he was Marxist. And by the end, he made a movie called Weekend, and some people like it. We've talked about it in here, but I think it was a horrible mess. Because there's a real animal death in it, and there's all these Marxist diatribes, and there's some of it's interesting, but it's like it's like a dark comedy, and then there's stuff about like cannibalism, which I guess is like a metaphor, but They make fun of a part of Persona, which is like one of my favorite films of all time, which is, by the way, a very good psychological, horror slash thriller. But again, from the 60s. All the best stuff was made 50 years ago. You know what I mean? Even that, I mean, is relatively transgressive. Watch the first 10 minutes of that and tell me, you know what I mean, that you know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's not exactly conservative, but it's good. It's like one of the best films of all time. It's about two women, mind you. It's kind of about like folie à deux, you know, kind of like shared insanity kind of thing. But it's literally good, and because it's very informative, right? Because it's actually it's like basically everything that a good movie should be. Like, it's deep, it's artful, it's nuanced, and it's good. Anyway, but that's a movie from 1966. You know what I mean? And nowadays people would be like, "Oh, it's tame. It's stupid." No, it's unbelievable. The stuff he's doing with the film there itself, the film itself, and the performances, it's amazing. That's Ingmar Bergman. People know The Seventh Seal. Again, The Seventh Seal is good, but a little bit overrated. But Persona is one of the best movies of all time. Anyway, yeah, Godard, though. I was just saying it would just be nice to... I wouldn't mind if even derisively if I made a film and someone said that it was like Hallmark Godard, because no one tries to be balanced like that anymore, you know? You know, if you try to make an art film with like good morals, basically. Dare I say, Christian morals? Oh no, you can't do that, right? I'm sure you can't. I probably wouldn't be allowed to do it unless I financed it entirely myself. You know what I mean? No joke. Why do you think none of it gets made? You don't think, isn't Christianity the biggest religion in the world? I mean, you could say, well, they're not making the art films. Okay, well, look, that's an argument, absolutely. But I'm kind of the belief that they just don't get made because they're not really allowed to be made. There's never a balance. It's always either a sort of dumb, and I mean that in the nicest way possible, right? It's either like a dumb Hallmark or Christian movie, or like a frickin', and yes, I use the word, I know it's extreme, but basically an evil art film or lamestream film, even, because it's all just frickin' lamestream now. The biggest freaking movie company is like A24. But they did make Minari, which is good. But again, it wouldn't have been made if it wasn't about Asian American immigrants. Which, whatever, it's good, but still, you know what I mean? It's, literally. You made that about like a white Christian family or whatever, like, it wouldn't be made. I mean, they are Christian. They're relatively conservative and Christian, but honestly, it's just like, okay, but they have to be Asian American immigrants. It's like, well... Okay. Well, better than nothing, absolutely, right? Just like Top Gun Maverick and all of this stuff, right? But it just goes to show, especially with Top Gun Maverick, how low the bar is now. I mean, people are just dying for something good. They'll take an 80s freaking rehash. Oh, I'm sorry. I switched over to freaking Rate Your Music by accident. I meant to have my girlfriend, Pauly Jean Harvey, up. No, I'm just kidding, but, you know. The legend, Pauly Jean Harvey. And, yeah, you get it. I don't have to say too much more about it. I mean, you know, you get the idea. I mean, it's just like... Whatever. I'm realistic yet optimistic. I mean, if we're kind of... It would be nice to... Because the thing about it is like... These movies are, relatively speaking, being panned... are being panned by, like, the people... They're getting fawned over by critics, of course. You know, the sort of elite who are bought and sold. But they are getting panned by audiences because it's becoming ever increasingly clear that audiences are tired of this stuff. They don't want to be bombarded by negative trauma and all sorts of evil. They want good. They want primarily, you would say, triumph over adversity, and like striving towards good, and basically ultimately Christian good. But the studios just keep making this stuff, but you have to go independent, or otherwise it's just lamestream Hollywood evil. But inevitably, though, what I'm saying, though, is like it's supply and demand, though, in some sense, because people are still buying the stuff and still, I don't know, they're still getting made. So all you really have to do is just stop giving them money or whatever, and you're wasting time and energy on it. I mean, even I'm doing that a little bit right now, right? But I think it's a little worthwhile to get into a little bit, Well, because I love music and film particularly. I hate to see, especially in film, how it's getting so like kind of degraded, into such a base form. I mean, I don't even know anyone, especially young people, who are even like really into movies anymore. Like, do people even, and it's especially movies that are from the last like 20 years. No one fucking cares about. I mean, maybe not 20, but like 10, especially 5. Like, I mean, well, I mean, the pandemic obviously messed things up as well, but inevitably, though, I mean, I don't know. We're losing a lot of people, in terms of like being into film, because they don't even see the potential for the medium, because it's all so one-dimensional and basic now, I don't know. That's just my feeling about it. I just don't think anyone's getting won over by frickin' whatever this new Anna Kendrick trauma porn is. No offense to her. I understand, she's gone through something, whatever, but I don't know. It's like you go through a trauma and then you make a film about it. I understand how that can be therapeutic on one level, but then at the end of the day, it's like, well, you're still getting rich and famous off of a movie that's basically giving people negative feelings. I don't know. It doesn't matter how much I talk about it. You either get it or you don't. Like, you're either sensitive to the vibes or you're not. And you either care about those vibes being contagious, or you don't care about them being contagious, or you don't think that they really are, or you would just rather debate all day and whatever. And I'm not trying to be pedagogical or whatever, right? I'm probably mispronouncing that, but I'm not trying to be authoritative or anything. I'm just saying it's, in some sense, it's not even worth getting into, because I just kind of feel like it's like, well, either you get it or you don't, or you care or you don't, Which, again, that's not me saying I'm trying to get the moral high ground here. That's just what I see, I was saying something, but I forget. Let me but I do want to just like read the because but I probably am running ahead of it a little bit with the Anna Kendrick thing. I'm just saying it's part and parcel with the times. I don't know. That's all I have to say about it. But you're right that a lot of the stuff can, whatever, be, confused for reality. It's just, I don't know, that's kind of my thing, though. It's kind of just like, well, I mean, a lot of the stuff that's getting put in the stuff is not amazing truth in reality. It's disappointing rhetoric and ideology. I mean, whatever. I guess everything kind of is, but there's a specific focus nowadays, and it's mostly geared towards that which is negative. And I'm saying, you could just see it in the reception of things and what people are interested in nowadays by and large. It's all going to be stuff that's like more positive. I mean, why do you think superhero movies are the fucking primary motivator? Oh, it's because it's a spectacle. Oh, they're Marvel movies, they're so dumb, blah blah. It's like, yeah, they are dumb, they're simplistic, but I'm gonna give you this little hint. It's about good overcoming evil. It's the archetype, you know what I mean? It's like, and people don't want to hear it. Oh, they're like, la 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 la, I don't want to hear it. This is why they're popular. This is why all movies are superhero movies, or fucking shitty fucking rhetoric movies, or Top Gun Maverick, which is just a fucking action movie that was already made in the 80s. And they made it basically maybe slightly better now. Because because the fighter pilot scenes are more impressive. Again, just more spectacle. But I'm telling you, people want like good. They need good. You need it. Oh, literally though. So, you know, Top Gun Maverick is the new thing. Everyone's like, oh my God, thank God. And it's like, dude, honestly, it's mid. You know, it's like decent, right? It's pretty good, but it's a breath of fresh air compared to everything else that comes out. They make you starve for frickin' scraps. Not to be whatever, invoking they and this and that, but come on, you know, it's you can see it, you know, it's like the whatever, the machine, they starve you for scraps, and they give and then you get them and you're like a dog that's shaking from hunger, you know what I'm saying? Like coming to the, oh God, thank God, it's Top Gun Maverick. And it's just like, are you kidding me? Like, it's just symbolic of the freaking low bar. Not that it's whatever, it's decent, but compare it to when Top Gun itself came. Top Gun was not an enjoyed movie when it came out. Top Gun was considered like pop cinema, like slop, not just like whatever, it's okay kind of thing. But now you make a fucking practically note for note remake of it in 2023, and it's gonna fucking like 98% critics, 94% audiences. I know, whatever, but still, seriously, and it's not because it's a great, amazing movie. It's because the bar has gotten so low that it seems like a great, amazing movie. I am telling you guys, the quality. I'm sorry, I'm preaching, but it's just like. Well, you know, I'm not sorry, but in some sense, I get it. I'm not trying to be holier than thou or anything, but if there's anything that I know about, it's this kind of thing, you know? I from what I can gather, you know? And it's like, that's why. It's because the quality, you know, the standard of quality has drastically lowered since, like, it's been drastically lowering since, like, since the dawn of the millennium, basically, you know? And ever increasingly in the past 10 and especially 5 years, especially as this kind of more authoritarian leftist type of approach, this kind of identity politics driven stuff has completely dumbed everything down and, you know, made everything just incredibly basic, primarily victim porn, you know, trauma porn, rhetoric, ideology stuff, you know? And this stuff is absolutely, you know, informative of the culture, you know? I mean, life informs art and vice versa. The art then informs life because, you know, now you have a piece to tie it to. And, you know, I mean, like it or not, it's incredibly influential, and that's why the CIA says the motion picture is the most effective way of controlling public thought. It is the best way. I mean, TV and everything else is the worst, but, you know, movies, because of their form, right? Because it's like a digestible piece that's not a book. You know, because Lord knows, ain't nobody trying to read nowadays. I mean, you know, I need to read more, absolutely. But, you know, so I'm going to say I definitely, absolutely need to read more. But the, whatever, it's the best way of the shorter form, you know what I mean? To kind of digestibly, you know, contain your 3-act message about whatever modern political thing you want to frickin' talk about, you know, except superhero movies and Top Gun Maverick. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, why is that? And you know, well, because they're good in like a more moral sense. They're not really good in like necessarily in an artistic sense, but they're like, generally speaking, they're basically morally good, you know? They're basically morally and spiritually good. So it means they're generally, objectively, morally, and spiritually good. You got Jesus Christ, amen. Anyway, I'm not saying you can't make a Christian movie. I'm saying you can't make a Christian movie that's like really good in an artistic way, you know, or let alone nuanced or anything, or deep, or, you know, or which I would imagine you would probably agree with, right? I mean, um, or anything like substantial beyond ideas that you were already going to agree with in the first place. They're not. That's the interesting thing too, by the way, is that they're not. It's not like they're converting anybody necessarily. They make them stupid so that you're not converted. How about that? No dealers against the book and clothing banning news hasn't made it to MA yet. Well, I mean, what is this about, like trans stuff or like gender stuff? Because, like, I mean, I'm not saying that it should be banned, but it's like it's getting pretty fiery out there. With this back and forth. But no, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be honest. I don't. I'm actually not really sure what you're talking about. I don't claim to be very politically informed, but I just try to whatever have a sense of things through my little bubble. With the art and the media and everything and whatever people and the people that I know and people on here. And I don't know, whatever other little things I could kind of find. I mean, I try to stay away from the news, to be honest. I've been pretty disenfranchised with the whole thing. I mean, I don't know if you've caught this stuff, but dude, I'm honestly, I'm not even trying to watch any conservative stuff anymore. It's all just about trans people putting this stuff in my face. It's just like, dude, I don't need to see it. I mean, I don't walk out the door and see any trans people cartwheeling. You know what I mean? It's cartwheeling down the street. You know what I mean? Like people in drag. Like, I went on the Drag Queen Storytime Hour Instagram page. I follow like 500 people, a very diverse amount of people, mind you. None of them follow that page. Most people don't consider that to be like a good thing. Even drag queens themselves. And gay people come out and are like, hey, I don't know why you're taking your kids to this stuff. And, probably not very good that they have to do this, but, having stuff like gays against groomers and whatnot. I mean, again, I try not to, whatever, stay out of it, but this is just what I've gathered. But look, I think it gets relatively overblown, although, it is a lot more in the public discourse than perhaps it ought to be. I mean, kids, I mean, I don't know. It's like, I would say that, like, sex education, I think my view on it at this point, and I'm pretty like solidly I'm pretty solidly convinced at this point that like sex education of all kinds should be for kids who are about ages 12 and up. And to be honest with you, I'm really not budging on that. I would not go younger than that. I would not go older than that. I mean, some people would tell me that's too old. Some people tell me that's too young. You should be 18. It's like, well, no, you should probably be about 12. That goes for kind of like gender surgery and things, which that's like it's an irreversible, surgery and all of that kind of thing. I mean, the most important thing, obviously, is that a person doesn't kill themselves and that a person have a good quality of life. If they have to transition, so be it. I'm not saying it's necessarily good, but that it is necessary. But that it is ultimately, a kind of voluntary decision, etc., etc. To be made on the part of the child and the family. But I mean, you got to be at least like 12 years old, and for any of this stuff, I would think, just like kind of sex education in general. Because like at plus 12 is only about the age. I mean, it's you want to start talking about this stuff when kids are like, hitting puberty, right? It's like There's no need to be talking about this stuff to a kid who's like 5 years old. He doesn't even know what you're talking about. I mean, basically. I mean, you might have a vague sense of that kind of thing. It might be a little bit controversial to mention, but it's not in any real sense, you know? Because I'll admit, you know, I mean, it's like I know that I remember, and I kind of had a weird moral thing about. I kind of felt bad about it or whatever, right? But you know, I remember wanting to whatever. Like, I remember even crying, confessing to my mom. Like, I was like, oh, I gotta, I thought about kissing this girl. You know, talk about freaking hang-ups, right? So I try not to project too much, right? But I'm saying this is all it's me. It's kind of OCD stuff, whatever, you know. But I'm just saying that. But that is true, you know. It's like I mean, I totally would you know think about that stuff. So it's not beyond me to. There's probably a lot of stuff with like in the womb with things I don't know, but this is just conjecture, but or speculation. You know, same thing, conjecture, speculation. But in the womb, I'm sure there's probably something with like estrogen and testosterone and things. Like these things definitely get determined at a young age. But I just think for in terms of having a making a safe bet on the topic, it's you know you want to be like 12 years old. I mean, if it comes up beforehand and it's like a serious kind of life threatening issue, of course you have to deal with it accordingly, and of course you know this and that basic human rights, etc. But you know, by and large, though, sex education, all this kinds of stuff, it's got to be reserved for kids who are like 12 and over. And I think that makes perfect sense because that's around when kids are starting to go through puberty, and that's when it becomes like an actual real concern. Anyway, that's kind of my little 2 cents on the matter. So let me address what Jen Daniel's saying. Authoritarianism is politics. What laws are there? Try not to conflate cultural tropes with actual authoritarianism. I mean, I think I hear what you're saying. I mean, authoritarianism, as long as it, well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely politics. I mean, you know, I mean, I was talking about movies and whatnot. When I say authoritarian left, I kind of mean like the, you know, enforcing things about whatever gender questioning stuff. You know what I mean? It kind of like what, for lack of a better, I don't know what to really call it. You know, because I wouldn't necessarily call it anything other than that. You know what I mean? Other than just kind of like gender questioning stuff. You know what I know that sounds stupid or something, right? But I mean, what would you rather I call it, right? Like, you know what I mean? Uh, I mean, you could say pro LGBTQ plus, but that would sort of imply a promotion. I mean, I guess it's a fine line. Sure, sure. It's fine to be whatever a pro acceptance in that regard, right? But in terms of actually promoting it, it's like in with regards to essentially any sexuality, it's not meant to be promoted to children, especially, right? Well, that's mostly what we're talking about here, you know. Um, but I've seen there's all sorts of crazy books and clothes coming out nowadays. I mean, it's not necessary. It's like no, you know, these are conversations to not be. I don't know, man. You know, I never would have. You know, I don't think of myself as being some kind of book banner, but it's like, man, dude, you really gotta like people gotta. This back and forth is unnecessary, and I really feel like it's not going to end well if what people because this is what it seems like to me, right? So someone makes a book, someone makes a book about like kids' genitals or whatever, right? And but there's like a lot of them, and they're all about questioning your gender and things like that. Bobby thinks he's a girl or you know whatever. I'm not trying to be funny, but I mean that's basically it. It's very like simple kinds of things for kids, and it's like in whatever shirts and things. I mean, dude, I've seen it without even looking for it, you know? A little bit. Not as much as people act like, but a little bit. Like I looked something up the other night on the stream and I found some weird kids books and clothes. And to be honest with you, I didn't even look at it because I knew it was just going to make me mad, you know? But they exist nonetheless, right? So here's what happens, right? So then these people who, you know, whatever, you can call them uppity or uptight. It's true that they kind of are, but they are kind of also reacting to a reality, right? And then they ban the stuff, right? But then what happens? Well, then they sneak around it. They start disseminating the books from technology, and they do things to make it so that they're accessible because, you know, free speech, which I hear you, but it's, you know, we're walking the fine line here, obviously, right, in terms of like in terms of moral good. Anyway, the free thought element is obviously very crucial, you know. It's like there's no disputing that. Free thought, free speech, etc. Nonetheless, the back and forth here is absolutely ridiculous because it's like, okay, well then they sneak around that, then the bans get hardcore, and it's just kind of like, so what? We're gonna have blood in the streets. We're gonna have warfare. I mean, it's really ridiculous. Like, I mean, all anyone's really asking for is to ease up on all the freaking kids books about genitals or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my gosh, there don't need to be so many. I mean, I don't know. It may not be as bad as people, you know, as people make it seem like or whatever, but it does seem to it seems to be a steadily increasing trend, you know, and people are reacting to it in kind, which you know, with maybe not exactly the most ideal response. You know, it's like I don't think banning books and clothes and things like that is necessarily the appropriate response. I think the more appropriate response to just have a certain outcry about it, to say that it's not good or whatever, right? But even then, people are going to complain. But that would at least, I guess, be better than sort of banning the stuff. Unless it's, I guess, outright pornographic, which I guess is a debate, right? That's kind of the whole thing. But we all know that this stuff is not necessarily pornographic. It's meant to be informative. Again, fine line, but, you know, this kind of thing could certainly have its place, especially for like a kid who's kind of going through this stuff. Sure, I'm not, you know, whatever, trying to be inhumane about the thing or whatever, right? Which is, but this is how they get you. They tell you, oh, you're being inhumane. It's like, well, I mean, it's also inappropriate for a 5-year-old or whatever, right? But a 12-year-old who's feeling whatever, questioning their gender, I mean, this kind of thing, it can be very important to see this kind of thing reflected in the work, the art or whatever it is, right? Whether it's fiction or nonfiction, right? You know, representation and everything, but and just information straight up, like just things out with me. Sorry if it's buffering a little bit, but I'm also saying, yeah, don't necessarily ban the stuff. Have a certain delineation, though, of course, on what is appropriate. Act accordingly. And let's try not to be having war in the streets over it. Because I think that all that the banning is doing... Someone makes a book about kids' genitals, someone bans it, then they make more books about it and sneak around it and try to whatever, and then people start getting crazy. And it's like, I think all people are kind of wanting is a little less books about kids' genitals and whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Because it does seem to be a sort of steadily increasing trend that is a bit, I guess you would say, unnecessarily overrepresented, right? In a sort of like drastically increased rate, you know, as opposed to like in the last 20 years and especially in the last 10 years, you know. But I mean, that's just what I see. And I'm also not 100% sure about it, you know. I mean, I live in Massachusetts, right? Again, this is anecdotal, but very blue state, liberal kind of thing. You know, I can count on one hand the amount of trans people that I know and have seen in my whole life. You know, I'm 27 years old. You know, I've seen enough to know it's like, yes, probably are about 1% of people, right? But, and this stuff has definitely gotten, in the discourse. I mean, it's like so surprising. It does, and admittedly, it sort of gets hard to tell what is alarmism and what is truth, because it certainly does seem, though, that regardless of what's truth and what's alarmism, that it's the the representation of this kind of conversation in the discourse at large has drastically increased. And, a big part of it does seem to be, people's concerns about, discussing sexuality with children. I mean, it's a very intense, kind of loaded topic. And I don't blame people for, it's a sensitive topic. I mean, it's like, am I not being sensible about it? I mean, I don't see in any way how I've discussed anything about freedom for me, but not for thee. But the last thing you're saying, I mean, is, probably has some truth about it. I'm not trying to invoke, a pornographic sentiment, like I said, right? Um, you know, but to be honest with you, I don't even want to look the stuff up because I feel like I don't think that I'm going to be relieved. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I guess I should, but I don't know, man. It's I get what you're saying. It's not as black and white as that. Who made a book about young genitals? Source, and if they did, what elementary school library shelves it? Well, I mean, so inevitably, you think it's all alarmism, then, right? I mean, and it's all just a bunch of hubbub. leave it to Boba Fett to be wrong on both accounts. But it's funny though, in a dark kind of way. He says, "Young, they'll learn the good and bad of it all, the little shits." Young as in young as in post puberty. All right, well, that's I can get with that. That's what I'm saying. Absolutely. You kidding me? I mean, I wouldn't be whatever overly, affirmative, but I agree with you though. Actually, I agree with that. I am sorry I said that, but I do definitely. But you are funny like that though. you know, it's like the most odd mixture of like sort of conservative and liberal, right? It's like, or well, roughly speaking. I'll look into it a little more, Genzennial. I mean, I'm not saying it's as bad as people are making it seem to be. It's just such such a large part of the discourse. I'm just getting tired of it on both sides, if I'm being honest with you. It's like, here's my basic take, right? Okay, should we be accepting of this kind of thing? Yes. Should we be encouraging of this kind of thing? No. And what I mean by encouraging is, of course, something like promoting or unnecessarily whatever, inappropriately kind of condoning or overly representing, all of that kind of thing. That's my completely sort of what I think is the situation. What with taking into account everything that, I've said. I mean, it's just in terms of whatever. I mean, if when a kid's dealing with this kind of thing, I mean, what are you going to do? You got to be humane about it. You want them to live a decent life and so forth, right? But I mean, it's like, I don't know, man. They got to be like at least 12 years old, even just sex ed in general kind of stuff, right? It does seem like there's an increasing amount of just stuff coming out, just talking about all this kind of stuff. And then people are, they get mad and they censor it, and then it just goes back and forth like this. it's hard to know where exactly to draw the line, but I kind of want to be simple here and just say, hey, maybe less books, about this stuff. It's like we don't need any more. You know what I'm saying? Not to be Mr. Whatever about it, like kind of, conservative Christian. I mean, you guys can hate if you or whatever, hate if you want, but I don't versus freedom, kind of thing. When there's an overrepresentation of books for kids about freaking gender in a way that it's never been before, one obviously has to be sort of approach it with a discerning eye and kind of say, okay, well, maybe it's an overrepresentation and we don't need so many. I mean, I feel like that's a very reasonable kind of objective take, you know? Um, I mean, it's like, do we ban them? I mean, that's debatable. I mean, do we throw people in jail over it? No, right? But it's kind of like, okay, well, something's got to give, right? That's the perfect saying for this situation, right? Something's got to give, and it's not like people are budging on this thing, right? Like, children's sexuality is always going to be a very sensitive topic, right? Um, we could get into the debate as to why and how and blah, 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 but I don't think, again, that it's very productive and positive. I think it's just more fair to kind of assess it in an objective fashion and just say, look, it's a sensitive topic for many reasons, some of them bad, some of them good, right? I mean, inevitably a child is going to... See, but the thing is puberty is what separates a child from at least a teenager, right? And we're not talking about teenagers, we're talking about children, right? So in that sense, right, and let alone adults or elderly people, right? In that sense, in the sense that children ought to be protected in that way, for example, by movie ratings, right? Or film ratings, music, explicit content. People want to hate on that. So, oh, it's Ronald Reagan and blah, blah, blah. Whatever, it's good in some regard, at least, so that MPAA ratings, video game, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying like music, explicit content things, film ratings, the MPAA and video game ratings. These are meant to essentially, people ignore them anyway. It's another good point, right? It's like there's ratings to all these things that are kind of meant to, I mean, essentially protect children from content that's essentially inappropriate, right, for them, and protect them from that which is not, at the very least, not good, right? Whatever, for a young child, but people ignore them anyway, and kids actually go out of their way to seek them. It doesn't mean that we should get rid of the ratings and stuff. Doesn't matter, because people are doing it anyway. It's like, maybe it's not the most effective way, but what are you going to do? I mean, people are simple, man, right? I mean, if you don't start having something, people are just going to start banning stuff. It's like, it's not the way to go, but you got to have some kind of like moderation, And I mean literally in terms of like moderating the content, It's not like productive. It's definitely not productive or positive to say like, well, let's just, forget about it. Let, kids do whatever they're going to do. This gonna, freaking Clockwork Orange world. You know what I mean? No joke. Like literally, dude. You're going to have some sort of centrist type of way of approaching this stuff that doesn't lead to full out anarchism or full out fascism or authoritarianism or whatever you call it, So anyway, Boba Fett says they might even learn God. Amazing truth and reality. The Gen General says 100% alarmist. All of your left-leaning criticisms are perfect parroting of the alarmism that you critique in your next breath, with all due respect. well, I mean, one can only do with what the information that they're, receiving. I mean, I try to be, open and not just look at one side. But I have gotten more into the. I mean, it's no secret, I don't profess anything otherwise. I mean, yeah, I've gotten much more into the more conservative kinds of stuff, especially Christian stuff, because it's not enough to be just like Christian. The Christian, I mean, sorry, conservative. The Christian stuff is obviously like better because the thing about the conservatives is like a lot of them they don't even have any kind of moral compass, but the moral compass is sort of where it comes in. I mean, any religion honestly is better than nothing, or generally speaking. I'm not saying you can't be a moral person, being atheist or something like that, but hey, at least don't be a Satanist. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I mean. I mean seriously. But yeah, that's a pretty low bar. I mean, it's like I'm freaking. Enough of this kind of give and take here. But generally speaking, that's kind of the best way for most people. A lot of people they're not really smart and good enough like naturally to. And I don't want to project too much or anything, right? But maybe it's me, maybe whatever, right? But you kind of see it play out, though. I mean, people don't generally have that. I don't know. Maybe they kind of do inborn, but I don't know. Ways of the world kind of get to you, and you start kind of whatever it may be. Speaking of trauma, right? You never know what people go through. They're going to wind up getting jaded or whatever it is. And they're going to need some kind of compass. Keep them kind of on the straight and narrow, so to speak, or whatever, right? Having their straight and narrow, that has like a drill sergeant connotation, right? But I know it's a good way of putting it, but inevitably though you want to say whatever and aim towards that which is good, objective good kind of thing, and just doing objective good, like. But what I was saying, like, kind of you do the best with the information, try to be open. The kind of importance of a moral compass, primarily through religion and spirituality, and then I guess the final thing I would say that I didn't get to would be I mean, I was saying something's gonna give, but I guess, I guess one thing would be, I mean, if you want to know the truth, if you wanted to hear one thing, I would say, if you want to start kind of convincing me in some other direction, get more kind of like truly religious and spiritual, especially Christian leftists out here. People who can actually go toe to toe with someone like Destiny or Slavoj Žižek, who are practically the only two leftist people that I enjoy these days, and I don't even agree with them on a lot of stuff, especially Zizek, but you know how he is. He's kind of a prankster, if you want to call him that. But Destiny's pretty good. Generally speaking, not so much about the kind of trans kid stuff, but in the open marriage, but everything else is good. From what I've seen, I mean, he seems pretty good. He's pretty good. I would say just tip the scales. Tip the scales a little bit. be the change you want to see in the world, right? That's advice for me and everybody else, right? It's like, obviously no one's getting kind of won over. Things are only kind of getting more inflammatory, right? It's like we don't need more books, kids' books about gender. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like something's gonna give here, man. I mean, I don't think the answer is to necessarily ban these books, but there has to be some kind of moral guideline here to help move things along in a good towards a objective good. You know what I mean? And I just you put too much like emphasis, and it's funny because I consider myself to be like vaguely kind of libertarian, but you seem to, I don't know, like put a lot of emphasis. This is it's like kind of like what I see with everyone nowadays, which is like, and I'm not saying you're an irresponsible person, but because I think you probably have a pretty good, you have a good head on your shoulders, and I think you value responsibility. Um, but I don't know, man. I feel like you have a lot of faith in the idea that like freedom, this like this like modern idea kind of in America especially, right? That's like freedom over everything, right? Like freedom is the primary virtue, right? But as soon as I say what I kind of believe, which is like, maximum freedom under God's law, that's immediately taken as like a limit, right? And you don't like the idea of there being some kind of limit or whatever, right? Even though there seems to naturally already be that limit. I mean, I even saw you were recently talking about something about saying you don't even really think that like free will exists. It's like, okay, well, maybe you see it as a more biological kind of thing. I do agree with that, but it's also kind of a spiritual thing or laws of the universe, so to speak, right? Um, you can't just tamper with the fabric irrevocably, constantly, right? And not expect bad stuff to happen. I look, and then you run the risk, right? Either you start coming off like whatever, like you're trying to limit people or something. But I'm just saying, it's like the limits are already basically there. It's just a matter of being accepting that they exist, and to stop, not necessarily you, but I'm talking especially just like young people and especially like, intense left, whatever people. Well, I don't mean left and right, blah, 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 right? But you know what I mean. The kind of more anarchic types, right? The kind of anarchist types, who incessantly push, right? And almost in this like accelerationist fashion, right? You should sort of check out accelerationism. I think that's kind of a thing, and I do actually think that Trump was a symptom of that. You know what I mean? Just pushing the boundaries constantly, right? And it leads nowhere good. I mean, progressivism, right, is the idea of something being progressive necessitates that it be towards an objective good, which is ultimately God in Jesus Christ, assuming you're Christian, right? I mean, but even just God, even just saying good in God, that which is directionally upwards, if you want to call it that, right? And certainly not downwards, and not exactly across, because you're only seeing that which is material. It says nothing about anything about its real quality, right? But we all know what it is to have like for example, a good quality of life, right? Now, freedom is absolutely it's half of the equation, right? And then the other half is responsibility. I am in no way, when I say something like that, well, first of all, yeah, sure, there might be a little bit of projection because I certainly need to be more responsible and like kind of good in my own life. So let's just kind of get that out of the way, right? But the reality of the situation is, though, that I'm fairly certain that that's, something that I can safely project about because you see it constantly, and especially with young people, right? Especially the more anarchist types, they just seem to think that they'll say things like, chaos is comfort, and it's just, who's to say, and it's, morality is relative, and it's all subjective, and it's like, okay, it's clearly not, though. And the more you're like pushing for this in this sidestep or even downgraded kind of fashion, right? The way we're seeing it kind of playing out, the more people are like, it's too much for people. We're not there yet, right? I mean, God, honestly, even something like a pseudo, whatever you want to say about communism or like socialism or something, right? I mean, even that in some way has its own organized system, right? That may well be above something like just full-fledged anarchism. Like, it doesn't work because you have to take into account the evil and the good, right? That is inherent in humanity. I'm of the belief that there's both. I mean, I don't want to get too on a rabbit hole there, but I do just want to read this. So, I mean, the stuff that Boba Fett's since I know, it's like, it's not a representation, it's alarm. Well, I mean, I see that, sure. Insanely overrepresented. It is possible that it's overrepresented by the right, but it's kind of to the point, though, that where how many times are they just to give the conservatives their due here, right? How many times are they going to point to something like this and I have to say, oh, it's just a fringe thing. It's just a fringe thing. When at the very least it's ever increasing, or at least, generally ever increasing slowly over the years, absolutely pointing towards a general upward trend of representation that's, frankly disproportionate, right? I 100% I've been getting into this lately, right? Like the Daily Wire and stuff, they certainly overrepresent this kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, if you look into the stuff that they're pointing to, it's all real. And it's you know what I'm saying? Like, and how many times can they point to this stuff to when it's not fringe? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's clearly a vocal minority and all of that kind of thing, but it's not fringe, right? Like, it's made its way from like fringe to vocal minority. I'll give you that. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, I try to find stuff that's like good, and you know what I mean? Like, sometimes I don't, sometimes I do, But I do agree that conservative media tends to overrepresent this stuff. And I feel that. I've been saying this stuff lately. Because it took me a while, but it finally, especially with the trans stuff, I finally started to see the light on that one. Because I'm like, get this out of here. I don't need to see this. Some TikTok trans person jumping around doing cartwheels. It's like, come on. This is just that. Those people are fringe. But I don't know. I think there is a general trend here, but it's, it's overrepresented, but it definitely exists. And I think that's a good way of putting it. It's made its way from fringe to vocal minority. I mean, it's increasing, but not at nearly the alarmist rate that the conservative media makes it seem like. Generally speaking, I agree with it. I definitely agree with that. Anyway, he also says that was 2 points for clarity, not the same point. Yeah, that's true, but they are kind of related, right? Look, this is my point. You can have all your opinions about what doing. It's one guiding lawful principle. Do you support everyone having that right to free opinion? Yeah, absolutely, as long as it's not harming anybody. You can even harm yourself. I mean, it's not good, right? As I would say, right? Of course. But it's like, you have the right to harm yourself if you so choose. It's not good, but you do. But you don't have the right to harm other people. The thing that's so interesting about the topic, right, though, is it's like, well, where do you draw the line about, like, what is harmful? And I mean, I kind of feel like it does start to get it does start to get harmful when, if you're kind of tacitly encouraging kids under the age of about 12 years old to question their sexuality and gender and to feel like they might need to transition or something, not a hot take, I mean, I think most people basically agree. I think the real question, of course, is what you're pointing to as well. And what I'm trying to figure out myself is like, how much of this stuff is really happening, right? I mean, it's definitely engaged in like an idiotic back and forth, right? Where they make a book about this stuff, they ban it, then they do more, and then they ban it more, and then we wind up having war on the streets. And like, it's definitely not good. It's kind of a psyop on both sides, right? But inevitably, though, something's going to give. I mean, it's like maybe just make less books about this stuff, right? Well, I'll look into it a little bit on my own, though, how many of this really is. Because that's kind of the next step. I've been kind of getting into stuff, trying to, find statistics and whatnot. And, I guess that's kind of the next step for me, right? I can definitely admit that, just like, how much of this stuff is really happening? Because it's not like I see that much other than sometimes on some media stuff. And again, ironically, a lot of conservative media showing me this stuff. Because I don't see this stuff. I was talking about this with Bobby the other day. And he's like, dude, if you go on the trending, like, it's all there. And I'm like, and then I actually even went on the trending and I didn't even see anything, But, whatever. I mean, I agree with him on a lot of stuff. But I'm just saying, like, I can get with what you're saying, though, about this certain overrepresentation. Absolutely. But I do just want to kind of catch up with the chat here. So, this is a problem. Also says, this is the problem with... Oh, and yes, of course. Yeah, I do, It's just that harmful kind of thing. But, But the opinion, free opinion, yeah, absolutely. So this is a problem with evoking religion, morality, into law. Do you put the Bible above the Constitution or not? If yes, it's bad news. Well, I mean, that's a bit of a loaded question, right? Because it's kind of like, I mean, the Bible's kind of more important. It's kind of more good. But the thing about the Constitution, see, that's a really interesting thing, right? And it's making me think, again, like I'm thinking out loud, but the Bible is responsibility, right? And the Constitution is freedom, more or less. I know that's a little bit simplistic, but generally speaking, I'm just considering that right now. But, there's also a fair bit amount of freedom in the Bible and responsibility in the Constitution. Anyway, as far as the whatever, the how we run the country. I don't think that there should be a this whole talk of Christian nationalism. I mean, I was talking about the Milo and Destiny debate. Milo's very funny and he does make a lot of good points, but he's also a mess, and he's like just like got a lot of problems. And Destiny, though he didn't get as much of the floor, he inevitably came off quite level-headed in the sense that he was pro-freedom of religion. Well, not only well-spoken in ways, but also pro-freedom of religion, and actually went as far as to be pro-America. Like, he was saying things that were pro-America, and that he thinks that it's not good that people are, kind of like, especially, young people nowadays kind of, growing up to hate their own country. It's like, yeah, that's absolutely evil, right? He's saying it's good to love your country, which is good, literally objectively good. And inevitably, he's kind of actually, I guess you could almost say ironically, in an almost conservative fashion, right? Advocating for things to just kind of stay as they are. And even Milo himself admitted that, well, he admitted it within reason, but essentially saying, well, Christian nationalism is an ill-defined idea. But the thing that Destiny also said was, well, we've walked away with no clearer definition, right? I mean, it's like, and it is true. I mean, I hear you, man. It's I don't think people should be getting thrown in jail over, you know what I mean? Some kind of, I'm laughing at it, but because it's so like absurd sounding, but what, getting thrown in jail for like not going to church or something like that? You know what I mean? Like I mean that's definitely a sort of dystopia, right? But I do think it needs to be, this kind of thing should be encouraged, you know? What I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me and maybe people can help me in general, is how to kind of help promote, or, or let's not even say promote, more like provide a Christian ethos, and at least a kind of more, you know, religious ethos that helps to kind of what do you want to call it, right? Set the stage, or you know, o- o- uh, uh, um, have its have the compass. My like sort of corny example that I say is like, you know, the way I see it, and I know that this is like very very simplistic, so don't mind the crude comparison, but like, you know, imagine whatever, and I'm sure you know Gen Zennial. I mean, you're literally in your name, right? Gen X. I mean, you're probably a lot like you know, my parents or something. Like the, you know, the thing about like going to church, right? As a kid, let's say, even when I was a kid, right? It was much more routinized, but inevitably, oh, yo, what's up, Misfortune? But I'll just say this kind of thing real quick. You would go back to, no, I'm not really not getting too controversial. I'm just kind of I mean, whatever. I don't even know how this stuff came up, but well, you know, it's been you know, a lot of different stuff has come up. I don't know. I don't think I'm being that controversial, really, honestly. But I'm just saying my piece here right now. I mean, the I was just gonna say it does seem to me, it's whatever you can call me, kind of old fashioned or something. But what I like, okay, what I honestly like in some sense is this very basic idea. You know, it's like this kind of thing of like, you should like, you dress up on Sunday, you go to church with your family. You roll your eyes and you groan a bit, but it's like you do it, and it's kind of nice, you know, on Sunday or whatever. It's like, you know, at the very least, it's, you see some people, you know, it's kind of a positive thing. Maybe they actually tell a good sermon that is sort of relatable and good, you know. And I want to be clear about it. It's not that you're being like forced to go, but it's that like you should go, and it's good, you know, but it's kind of just like, does that paint a picture? No, but like just to have that Christian ethos kind of there, right? Like I feel like it's been a generally kind of helpful thing. Like people like view it as such like a horrible thing, and I get it because there has been so much evil of the church and the state, right? And you know, as I've always said, you know, it's kind of like nuns whipping you on the hands with the rulers, and you know, preachers talking fire and brimstone, and just I don't have to explain it to you or anybody, right? I just the years and years of all sorts of abuse and depression. But all of that stuff, that the true evil of people necessarily, right? Not necessarily the religion, but definitely of people, especially people in power, right? That you know, turn people away from religion, and but inevitably, like, it's not necessarily about the religion, it's about the people. And it's a good thing to have that kind of Christian ethos, and that kind of, at the very least, religious ethos, because it helps to provide that true north, as I put it, right? That kind of objective good, where you can at least understand that, like, that there's something there to strive to, that is, you know, Plato's Transcendentals. You know, it's beautiful, true, and good. You know, of course, in the example of God Himself, but of course as Jesus Christ as the sort of avatar as such, right? As the kind of exemplar, right? Of like what a good person is. I mean, again, it's like, you maybe it's like you figured this out on your own, Jensennial. I'm sure a lot of people do. I'm not saying it's you have to have this in your life, but I don't know, man. I mean, it's the kind of thing a lot of people do, at least to operate within that context, right? I see it primarily as something contextual, right? Like, and that it's good to have that context because it's like it's at least there. You're not just in the wild west. Like you know what is good. You can operate under that assumption of like what and know when you're falling short and when you're meeting it and not beat yourself up, but to improve when you know that you're falling short. Like, not to be crude, but if you're whatever, you're masturbating all the time or you're indulging in food all the time, or you know what I mean, like just whatever thing you want to like think of, where you're just kind of like, well, first of all, not only is that not really good for me, but it's also not good. I'm just kidding. I'm doing the Lino thing that we've done. But seriously though, right? Well, because it's kind of it follows that it's just not good. People are just so wary to make that claim, to make that next judgment, but it's all the same, you know? Gluttony, lust. Oh, so scary. I mean, you know, right? Anything but to call it sin, right? But something that I got keyed into recently was the idea. Yeah, exactly, Boba Fett. The thing that sinning. The thing that I recently got keyed into, and I really like this idea. I don't know if it's entirely accurate, but I heard it and it's really stuck with me. There's this idea that what sinning is just missing the mark, right? I really like that because I think it makes perfect sense. It's like, so there's a target, right? And I mean, I've gotten into this before, but for the sake of whatever explaining it, I'll mention it again briefly. It's like there's a target, right? It's basically objective good, and it's like you're an archer, you're aiming your bow and arrow towards the target, and you miss, right? And it's like, oh man, you know, it's like I missed. But so what do? Well, you improve your aim, you improve your trajectory, right? And it's like, and that's what you do. But you don't just keep fucking firing arrows in the wrong, not to curse, sorry, right? But it's like, you don't just keep firing arrows off constantly in the wrong direction. I mean, it's like you don't improve that way. And then furthermore, if you just don't aim at all, then you're in real trouble. You're shooting all over the place. No, right? Look, some people, right, can sort of inherently intuit that aim in some way that's probably better than a lot of people, but that aim is inevitably God, basically, right? It's subjective good, just because you're better at it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? I do think that people have generally that intrinsic knowledge, but like that you got to give credit where credit's due in terms of the objectivity of it, because like it's there. The reason that you feel that way, the reason that you feel like pain when you see someone get hurt, even in a freaking movie, is because look, yeah, there's a biological element, but it follows then that you have that empathic response because it's meaningful. It's sort of morally and spiritually meaningful, But real quick, anyway, I don't know. I like that idea because it kind of it doesn't get into the whole. All right, yeah, hold on, I'll give you mod. I'll just do that now. Wait, hold on one sec. I'm interested in seeing this. I mean, dude, honestly, I want to see things that are gonna disprove any real rhetoric, but especially stuff like this that can give me some freaking sorry to curse, right? But some freaking faith and hope and in humanity, the current trajectory towards objective good. So let's see. Oh look, fancy! I can do managing moderator or standard moderator. I mean, there's not even that big of a difference. Just do standard. Hopefully, so check if you can post this link now, and if it doesn't work, I'll just give you another one. All right, cool. Thanks. Real quick though, let me address the chat. Anyway, that's like I like that idea because it feels much more just kind of relatable and good. You know, it's kind of like, well, it's like, you know, hey, messed up, you know, better luck next time, right? But the kind of idea isn't that you just keep doing it, right? It's like, no, you have to like make a sort of willful effort to actually aim towards the target of objective good. And if you don't, I mean, that's sinning. And if you're just constantly sinning, right? It's like, well, it's not good. You know what I mean? Well, you get it. Anyway. That's good. But yeah, pun intended. Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I do. I'm just saying on the sort of public in the public sphere discourse, if you want to call it that, right? Some bad chat. I'm trying to call. I mean, well, he was not a communist, but he was definitely you could interpret a lot of his words as being vaguely left leaning. I don't know. I don't really like to ascribe a political affiliation there because, you know, I don't really think that he can be reduced to political leaning. But in the way that people understand politics in a very like simple way, myself included, I suppose it would be somewhat fair to label him as such, sort of vaguely so-called quote-unquote left-leaning. But even I don't know. I don't even really like saying that. You know, I just don't. I don't think. I think he adheres to God and objective good, not freaking left or right. But anyway, freedom is the primary virtue, is literally libertarian, which you've got. Yeah, but I told you, I kind of like the Christian libertarianism thing, though, you know, maximum freedom under God's law. You're right, though, that he was carpenter, working man, blue collar. How many carpenter, working man, blue collar people do you know that are communists, though, right? I mean, you could say they're working against their own interests, but the thing is I don't know, they want to make their own money. They want to move up in the world. You know, what is that? There's an incentivization there that, you know, I'm not Mr. Pro-capitalist either, though, mind you. I mean, I think there's evils in both. I suppose in that regard, though, there's good in both. It's just that communism has not worked every single time, as everyone knows. Obviously, that's a talking point, but it is true. And interestingly, it's always atheistic, anti-faith, anti-family, every time. So, in that sense, Jesus is definitely not a communist. About law and state force, not morality. Well, that's not true. Believe in God's perfect. I'll check this link in a minute, but if you believe in God's perfect available plan, why is there more concern for morality and law? Well, I mean, because I do believe that we have a certain amount of God-given free will, ultimately. Which, you know, I know people see that as some kind of convenient, some kind of paradox or something, but I don't think it is. I mean, I think, again, I've talked about this, it's like a Clockwork Orange, right? There's like a choice there's like half the thing is the choice to do good, and then the other half of it is good itself, you know. So it's kind of like subjective good and objective good. But you know, part of doing good, if there were no choice, it would cease to, in some sense, truly be good, right? It would only kind of be half good. There's God's plan, right? Uh, and then there's kind of like basically being in accordance with God's plan, you know. Um, Although you know, this gets into very interesting kind of discussions of like predestination and, you know, all of that kind of thing, and it's all very interesting. But you know, generally speaking, I would say something like that. It's kind of like God given free will. You know, you're given a certain amount of freedom. You know, so that's why I say like, hey, you know, I believe in maximum freedom under God's law, because it seems to exist nonetheless. You know, but when you talk about like federal law, like government law and stuff, I mean, I do generally advocate for less government, the least government intervention as possible. I mean, I think having a certain amount of subsidies in that regard, with regards to like healthcare and education, I guess. Even educate, I don't know. I mean, you know, I have to like kind of think about these things going forward, because it's like, well, it definitely should not be incredibly socialized. Although people are always raving about whatever the healthcare in Scandinavia and stuff, right? People complain about Canada's healthcare a lot, but a lot. I'm just kidding. But speaking of Jordan Peterson, but even that guy J Reg, who's kind of left leaning, or Dreg or whatever, um, he just says he doesn't really trust doctors. But he did say it was like a Canada thing as well. But people always rave about Scandinavian healthcare. But what I understand, they're both socialized, so I suppose it's dependent on the quality of the healthcare in and of itself, obviously. But it's like, you know, Eric has talked about this, right? He's kind of like, well, socialism immediately turns everything to crap, you know, which kind of makes sense in terms of quality. But you might say, well, you know, not necessarily, right? Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down too much here. Let's kind of, but that, like, you guys want to chime in on that? I'd be interested to hear what you guys have to say about that. I mean, yeah, I mean, the only, well, you know, I mean, Jen Zenial and Winston's mom are kind of the, I mean, I don't want to overly label anybody, right? But I guess you might call them the kind of token so-called quote unquote leftist. But and I say that though because you also say, as are many others from what I get. It's like, I mean, I don't really know that anyone else is as advocates as much. The thing is though, is I generally appreciate it because Winston's mom and Jen Zenial tend to give pretty well researched, well rounded opinions that aren't just necessarily rhetorical, you know, and they are pretty good as people, but also just in terms of the information they're providing. You know what I'm saying? I'm mostly talking about as people. Much love to you guys, but I don't really know who else really is that really comes around here regularly. You know what I mean? Jensenial says, so let's talk about harm then. If I think brainwashing kids with the fear of eternal damnation is harmful, shouldn't I advocate for a law preventing it? No, because it violates speech and thought. Yeah, two things. I mean, I don't think it's, dude, I saw a Christian video recently of some kids talking about like hell, and I was like, okay, no, right? Let's not be getting too into that. I mean, you want to talk about kids being susceptible, right? No. We ought to talk more of heaven to children, right? You got to have a reality of a certain knowledge of hell, but um, for kids, getting them too frightened about that kind of thing, no, that's not good. But you're also correct, interestingly, right, that we ought not have law banning it. it's not good in that certain sense, though, right? I mean, it definitely it makes me frown, right? To see kids talking about hell. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh my god. No, no pun intended. I mean, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna say, oh my gosh, right? It's like, you know, you should be worried about playing outside, doing your homework, you know, being good to your parents and whatever, making friends. You know what I'm saying? You know, don't start thinking too much about that until until you start sinning. No, but seriously, when you're like a teenager or something, you know. That's an interesting idea, by the way, right? You reminded me of this, and it's actually pretty good. And see, that's why I like what I like about you guys, because you're actually able, it's like it's thought provoking. It's not just rhetorical. It's like, well, when ought a child start learning about hell? It's like, well, I mean, maybe they ought to have some knowledge of it as a child, but it shouldn't be front and center in the conversation. Probably similarly, like until you're about 12 or older. But even, I don't know, right? I mean, look, I don't know. I'm of the belief, a little bit naive, I suppose, a little optimistic, but I tend to believe people should be talking less about evil and hell and more about good and people should be talking less about hell and evil and more about heaven and good, especially to children, right? So, I mean, that's just my naive and optimistic take. Anyway, um, oh, I'll get to this political compass comment in a second. But yeah, you're right though. I mean, it's like you wouldn't want to, you shouldn't ban it anyway. So he says to answer your question about church going, the largest reason for people leaving church right now is the modern church rhetoric against LGBTQ. I'll go find the poll. Oh, okay, that's what this poll is about. I mean, there are a lot of progressive Christian churches, though, which of course inevitably many Christian churches and Christians themselves, go against. But as you obviously well know, I mean, there's a lot of progressive, so-called quote unquote progressive Christianity out there. I mean, the question is like, well, is it real Christianity? I mean, it's certainly kind of going against a kind of biblical idea, absolutely, right? But inevitably, though, I wouldn't think that. I don't know, man. I don't. That is such a hard. Sorry, I mean a difficult issue to calibrate. Well, not calibrate, but like calculate. I mean, because I think it has a lot to do with like locality. I mean, um, you're gonna find that in pretty much any religion too. Any religion, anything serious. I mean, it's LGBTQ plus stuff. I mean, it's and obviously again, you know this, and I've mentioned this, but it's not just Christianity. It's Islam. It's Judaism. Um, pretty much every religion. Hinduism. I don't know. I'm actually not sure about Hinduism. I don't. I'd actually be interested to read a little bit more though about other schools of thought. But I know for a fact though that this kind of the big three, so to speak, right? Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are inherently anti-LGBTQ plus in the sense that it is viewed as sinful and therefore evil. The act, mind you, right? I think primarily, right? That's inevitably the idea. I mean, in the sense that lust is sinful and therefore evil. Ultimately, though, it's more like the gay sex act in and of itself. I suppose particularly it would be particularly regarding two men, but I don't know. I think it's kind of a general statement. The Bible seems to only have that like one passage, though. The man lies with another man. I mean, it's quite non-specific, but it does specifically mention man, which is interesting. But and well, and it also kind of makes sense given the sex act. But It's interesting though, because there's a lot to be interpreted there, right? Regarding not just relationships, but even marriage. Well, I guess I don't know. It's implied though, at least, that the marriage is between a man and a woman, but the relationship element that's implied, but especially marriage. I think it's mostly about the sex though. I mean, that's the thing. It's like what you know. It's like wow, right? It's like if you're not supposed to be having sex outside of marriage, then you certainly not supposed to be having gay sex. Not to be crude, but But it's like goes without saying, or at least it should go without saying. You're not supposed to, um, harm uh, gay people or LGBTQ plus people. It's again, it's not about. Well, I guess I didn't say this today, or it's like it's not about what It's not about if you can do it, right? It's like about if you should do it. But whatever. I mean, let's not get you into that again, right? I mean, you guys get it. I don't need to be whatever. I'm not trying to preach because I've said this many times, but I haven't even read the full Bible. you know, that's part of why it's whatever. It's conducive to go to discuss all of this stuff. Uh, I guess what I'm saying though is that the reason why people say that those progressive Christians aren't real Christians is because they're kind of going against the biblical text. Which is not to say that you shouldn't be accepting of LGBTQ plus people. It's just to say that well, there's a fundamental you're fundamentally at odds with the text though, right? I mean, and that's not just in Christianity, that's in Judaism and Islam as well, you know? And to be honest with you, as I think as everyone kind of knows, it's actually particularly harsh in Islam. But it's like let's not. No pun intended. No dark pun intended. I should say. Let's not be throwing stones at Islam, right? But people have not always been so charitable, right? I mean, it's one thing that you could say is good about the modern generation is being charitable towards that kind of acceptance, right? Um, it's just you want to find that balance, that ever so elusive, amazing truth and reality, right? Because it's like inevitably, and like yes, here this whole kind of thing, right? It's love thy neighbor, don't cast stones, all of this stuff, obviously. But but it's like yeah, you do want to have a certain congruence here, right? With all of it being said, I mean, and I think it's a very possible thing, or at the very least, it's a noble goal. It is definitely objectively good. But let's see what this is, and this link. Jen Daniel sent a link. It's from Baptist News Global, so it is actually a Christian news website. I asked why people are leaving Christianity. It's titled, I asked people why they're leaving Christianity, and here's what I heard. This Pew study, this PewResearch.org is always cited as like the biggest research center. This links to another article, but yeah, wow. Incredible declines, which is true. Mm, well, let's just read this is interesting to get into the real research here, but let's just see what Baptist News has to say about it. Oh Lord. The hashtag hashtag ex-Christian. Ugh, TikTok, etc. Quote unquote. Hashtag ex-evangelical. Wow, catchy. In a 2021 sermon, controversial pastor Matt Chandler called leaving the faith, quote unquote, some sexy thing to do. He denounced the process of critiquing one's childhood faith, saying, "If you ever experience the grace and mercy of Jesus Christ, actually, that's really impossible to deconstruct from. But if Christianity is just a moral compass, I totally get it." It's interesting. And you go, but is this true? Are millions abandoning their faith because Christianity is, quote unquote, just a moral compass because it's, quote unquote, sexy to do so? So they took a survey. I like how they put it as existential framework. I like that. That's because that's basically what religion is. I really like that. Yeah, that's good. That's good, dude. But the main reason, by quite a bit, is LGBTQ plus. Wow. See, the thing is, though, is it's like, why is it such an issue, though? Discriminate. I mean, it's like discrimination. Well, okay, it's like, what do you mean by discrimination, right? Like, I mean, it's in the text. A lot of their reasons. This person says, yes, a good number of my respondents were queer, and not being accepted by their congregations was a critical motive for leaving. However, the majority of respondents were straight and cisgender, and they ultimately started doubting Christianity when they were told they couldn't support their queer friends and family. Unable to rectify their love of LGBTQ plus people with the church, they chose LGBTQ acceptance. Some responses: I couldn't continue to ignore treatment, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's like, support? It's interesting because they say support, but then they say love right after. I think that begs an interesting idea, which is like just the delineation between support and love. But you know, again, let's not whatever, right? Get too ridiculous. Well, you know, it's just speculation. I mean, you know, it's like I don't think that it's about quote unquote being gay. It's more about gay sex. Not to be crude, but I think that's basically what it's about. Something about C.S. Lewis, though. C.S. Lewis is good. When writing a letter to C.S. Lewis about potentially converting to Christianity, author Sheldon Vanauken wrestled with this exact thing. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. So it's, you know, the behavior of Christians. Okay, sure, right? But beyond the issue of LGBTQ inclusion, Stanley did get one thing right. Many people object to the behavior of Christians, and that's not something new. When writing a letter to C.S. Lewis about potentially converting to Christianity, author Sheldon Vanauken wrestled with this exact thing in his book, A Severe Mercy. The best argument for Christianity is Christians, their joy, their certainty, their completeness. But the strongest argument against Christianity is also Christians, when they are somber and joyless, when they are self-righteous and smug in complacent consecration, when they are narrow and repressive, then Christianity dies 1,000 deaths. Apparently some things never change. The behavior of Christians is a massive stumbling block for people coming to the religion and walking away. However, instead of dying 1,000 deaths, Christianity is dying millions. It's like, well, that's not good. It's like, I mean, is this really the behavior of, well, I don't know, maybe of Christians, but I don't know. It's again, it's the behavior of people and not the religion. Yet again, Trump, the last straw. People thought of Trump as the person that whatever the straw that broke the camel's back. Whatever. Why does Trump have to be so important to everybody? Good, good. Oh my gosh, dude. It's like Trump is like not religious. It's like, you know what I'm saying? He's really not. And if he is, he keeps it very, very secret. I literally cannot think of one quote from him that is religious, let alone Christian. Man, dude, this is crazy because, like, I don't know. Like, they'll know we are Christians by our love. Ultimately, Chandler and some of those, blah, blah, blah. Something about a lesbian Christian. People who were the most faithful walked away. Christianity is a religion that boasts about its love, but people are not seeing it, and they're walking out the door. With this in mind, it's no wonder that loving and accepting people is the second most valuable quality people gain when they leave Christianity. I recently see, though, it's the second most. Guess what's most by a long shot? Isn't that amazing? Listen, just wait. I recently spoke with someone about my research, someone who was very much still in evangelicalism. When I showed him the results, his response was, "It's not surprising since God's word warns us all about what will take place in the last days, but his remnant will hear and know the truth." He then quoted Jude 1:17-19. "But you, beloved, remember what was foretold by the apostles of our Lord Jesus Christ, when they said to you, 'In the last time there will be scoffers who will follow after their own ungodly desires.'" What's gained with new framework? Well, by quite a lot, freedom. Freedom, right? Amazing truth and reality. Freedom. They aren't leaving to freedom. These data tell me people aren't leaving Christianity to live immoral lives. Yes, a few people mentioned they want, but that's not the main reason. So they assigned it to a few different categories, and most of it was to do with loving and accepting everyone, right? Which you're supposed to do in Christianity. It does seem, though, that they are, again, not, they're judging based on the people and not the religion, as always. And the price we pay by a lot. Now, listen to this. This is very interesting. The price we pay, community. In most of these responses, there is a yearning to do better. To be honestly, guys, I should just put this up. This is a good article, Jensennial. Thanks for sending this. It's enlightening, though I do, you know, have my take on what's going on here. I mean, and it's from a Baptist source, so you know what I'm saying? Hold on a sec. I don't find it all I don't find it at all surprising, and I find it very quite frankly I don't want to say emboldening, but solidifying in my ideas. But furthermore, and most importantly, ultimately enlightening, right? So it's good. Thank you for sending this, dude. I really appreciate it. Hold on one sec, though. I mean, because I just, check it out. So it's like, it's like far and away it's community mist, right? But let me kind of see. The thing is I gotta just make this full up right now so that you can just actually see the truth and reality. So just give me a second. Just 2 seconds here. I'm trying to get this so that you can just mostly see the mostly see the this here. This right here is my pretty boy swag. All right. So I just got a few things going here. So it's kind of like, yo. So here it is. So now you can see it pretty good in close up. Your Amazing Truth and Reality. So I'll just kind of show you guys the statistics here. So this stuff kind of isn't that important. I mean, I guess just looking at it now, it's like, okay, well, most of them are Protestant. I mean, that's interesting. What else is also interesting is that most of the people are actually still agnostic. Okay, so that's also. So this is Amazing Truth and Reality that they're mostly Protestant. This is Amazing Truth and Reality that they're mostly agnostic afterwards, right? After, deconverting, I guess would be the word, right? So you can see here that far and away, not too far and away, but, mostly though, the number one reason for people leaving the church is because of LGBTQ plus stuff. And but see, obviously though, what's more important here is why. And it is indeed because of what they describe as the behavior of Christians, right? Wait, final reason, initial reason. So basically, their initial reason for. Hold on. I just want to make sure this is still working well. Okay, here we go. So their initial reason for leaving was LGBTQ plus, and then second was behavior of believers, right? Which was relatively close, but you can see that the LGBTQ plus is far away the most reason for leaving. It's far and away the most initial reason for leaving. It's also far and away the most final reason for leaving, and behavior of believers is also second. Relatively close, but LGBTQ plus is far and away the most final reason for leaving. And a lot of people can't stop talking about Trump, basically. Which is not entirely surprising given the climate and the fact that, well, personally, I mean, I haven't been pointed to. I did read that he is allegedly Presbyterian, but I just can't think of anything that he's ever said that was overtly religious, let alone Christian. But I'd be more than happy to find stuff that's points me to stuff that he said that is overtly religious and especially Christian. But see, it's like, okay, this is all very interesting, but this is where I'm at, and this is where it's starting to get really interesting, right? Because it's like, so this evangelical guy talks about, well, this is not surprising, like, which is funny because far and away, very far and away, the main, the most common, gain with new framework, which is essentially just agnosticism, which is important, and I'm glad that I just read that. So basically, becoming agnostic and to a lesser extent atheist has gained people freedom, as whatever very blanket term, right, of just freedom, right? Second is love/acceptance of others, but freedom is far and away, very far and away, the most common gain with new framework, which is essentially agnosticism and to a lesser extent atheism. So now this is where I'm at here. We're at community being unbelievably far and away the most common thing lost by leaving Christianity. And interestingly, secondly, music/the arts. Okay? Now, this is amazing truth in reality. You see this? The loss that people have taken, based on this study, right, is by deconverting from primarily Protestantism to primarily agnosticism, is community. And this is by the most staggering margin yet. And interestingly, the second most common thing lost is actually music/the arts. But it's second most music/the arts, and very far and away community. Very far and away community is the most commonly lost. Is the most common loss from their new framework, primarily agnosticism. So, they go on to talk about, it's tragic not having people around. And that's how it ends. That's the end of the article. Dang. All right. Well, this didn't convince me of anything at all, really, to be honest. But it did definitely, it is definitely informative. Wow. What a note to end on, right? I mean, you could say it's biased because it's from Baptist News, but it does link to this Pew Research study that people with this beautiful picture here. Well, it's relatively beautiful. The sky could be more beautiful, but it's kind of good. The future of religion. There are a few different scenarios. That are most plausible, but which scenario is the most plausible? Well, and I'm skimming through this right now, very obviously, but let's just see what they come away with as the most likely scenario. Oh, yikes. There's 7 pages here. Most likely scenario. Oh, man. It's not looking that good so far, though. Tragically. It's very sad. But let's just go through it a bit. I to be honest with you, I just want to know what their outcome is here. You know what I'm saying? The end result here. I don't know if that's TE. I don't know. Obviously, but let me see here. Oh my gosh, more scenarios. Wait a minute. What the? The rest of it's all just acknowledgements? Okay, that's not bad at all. It's like we're kind of just looking at trends here. This is just too much to get into right now, but there's no basic conclusion here, really. It seems that there's just sort of a, you know, many scenarios being posited with only a, this is somewhat of an outcome predicted, but it's not very clear. I'm trying to figure out what they think the most likely outcome is here. Here, whatever you want to call it, the window capture here. This is off the window capture here. Oh, jeez. Alright, after this, enough of this. Too much TI. I'm just kidding. I don't know. It's just this is all very I guess almost like TINE kind of. It's all just raw data and speculation. No real outcome, no real conclusion. It kind of seems like there's obviously a general trend of Christianity declining. We know this. You know, generally speaking, you know, especially in America. Well, I should say particularly in America, but especially in America as well, ultimately as well. But the oh man. Oh, okay. I didn't read this. In all four main scenarios, religiously unaffiliated Americans are projected to approach or exceed Christians in number by 2070. Yeah, if we even live that long. Seriously. In scenario 1, steady switching. Christians would lose their majority but would still be the largest U.S. religious group in 2070. So they'd lose the majority but still be the largest religious group. Scenario 2 is rising disaffiliation with limits. Nuns would be the largest group in 2070, but not a majority. I'm not really sure what nuns means. No pun intended. No dark pun intended. Ugh. Gosh. I'm getting exhausted now. If you hear my family's upstairs, which is good. I just gotta I'm gonna finish this up soon, but anyway, yeah, I can shower and sleep soon. Okay, I keep reading this and I'm just not understanding it. So I guess what this means is like I don't know. It's something like rising disaffiliation with limits. Nuns will be the largest group in 2070, but not in a majority. When they say nuns, it's like I'm not understanding who they are. Just no religion? That's what I thought, but I thought they were saying that they're unaffiliated. I guess they're saying it switches out. So sad. So I guess what it's saying is like it would still be rising, but there are certain limits on the amount. There's a certain cap on the amount that it increases, and then there'd be people who are not religious would be the largest. Non-religious secularity would be the largest religion, but not a majority. Which I'm not understanding that. The hell does this mean? Unaffiliated versus nuns? Like, what? Let me just check the chat. And no one's addressing it. That's fine. I'll figure it out later. It's kind of hard to really absorb this and kind of like keep talking and, you know, try to address everything here. Majorly stalling here because it's like I want to figure this out, but I don't understand the difference between. They're saying that the religiously unaffiliated category are nuns, but then they're delineating between nuns and religiously unaffiliated. That doesn't make any sense. Rising disaffiliation, blah, blah, sorry, rising disaffiliation with limits. Nuns will be the largest group in 2070, but not a majority. Okay, well, regardless. They're still the most prevalent. Instead of being no religion, they're unaffiliated. People who don't even become religious in the first place become the largest group. They don't start religious and then deconvert. You know? So, in scenario one, you have steady switching. Christians would lose their majority, but would still be the largest U.S. religious group in 2070. Okay, well, secularity would be the biggest belief system, but Christianity would be the biggest religion. Well, okay, scenario one, steady switching. Christians would lose their majority, but would still be the largest U.S. religious group in 2070. So that means that secularity would be the predominant belief system, but Christianity would be the largest religion. But it would be overtaken. The amount of people that would be secular would be more than people that are Christian. In scenario two, there's rising disaffiliation with limits. Nuns would be the largest group in 2070, but not a majority. So that means that people who were never religious to begin with would be the largest, but not a in 2070, but not a majority. But Christianity would still be, but secularity would still be the largest belief system, and Christianity would still be the largest religion. And in scenario three, rising disaffiliate, but secularity would still be more prevalent than Christianity. In scenario three, rising disaffiliation without limits, nuns would form a slim majority in 2070. So this would mean that basically there's a possibility that this would mean without any cap on it, people who are not religious to begin with would just barely be the most prevalent belief system, exceeding Christianity. And in scenario 4, no switching, Christians would retain their majority through 2070. This is not, yeah, it even says right here it's not realistic. Like, that wouldn't basically won't happen, which is to say that Christianity will remain the predominant belief system. Because this is a very grim outlook for Christianity, unfortunately. This is saying that nothing changes after 2020, essentially, and that it would still decline. It would still decline by 2070, but remain a substantial minority. But the unaffiliated would remain a substantial minority at 34%. So, but this is a very slim possibility and not very realistic. So, in any case, basically the best case scenario by 2070, according to these projections, barring some kind of, unbelievable event, would mean that the predominant belief system by 2070 will be secularity by a substantial amount. I don't know if it's actually that substantial, but it seems pretty substantial. It would seem to be put it this way, I guess it would be more than 50% of people. So it would be basically 50% of more of all people in America, just America, okay? This is important, by the way. This is only in America, would be the predominant belief system in all four of these projected outcomes is in some way that secularity becomes the predominant belief system in America by 2070. And the question is, will it be by a little or will it be by a lot? But inevitably, it will most likely become 50% of people or more, which is a very grim and unfortunate conclusion for Christianity. But honestly, that is what that evangelical guy said. First of all, it's not surprising, and second of all, it's just more proof that I mean, it's about the elect, those who are chosen in some sense, to kind of, I mean, not to kind of, but to maintain the faith. And I mean, all it basically kind of proves is what the Christians say. Well, I'm sorry, what I meant to say is that all it kind of proves is what Christianity says. It's like, I mean, again, it's like if we even live this long, unfortunately, but I'm sorry, it's kind of black pilled. The white pill of the situation, though, is essentially that if you keep the faith, if we keep the faith, we will be good. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, so let's address that though in the context of this study, right? Well, Christians need to be more loving and accepting of people, right? What a surprise. It's like, okay, you can't go against biblical text, but you can definitely be accepting of people, of different belief systems, but most primarily you would say the LGBTQ plus situation. Now, it's like the thing about that is like what people don't tend to consider is this idea that I was only recently keyed into, but I think it's interesting. I haven't read statistics or anything, but there's even a lot of conversation and there's a lot of question to the idea that perhaps creating it as a part of identity, right, has actually not been good for anyone, but perhaps especially LGBTQ plus people. It's kind of like it's a problem, I guess, though, on both sides, right, that people make where they say, well, you are gay. It's like, well, and then they say, well, I am gay. It's like, well, you are only gay in the sense that you are attracted to the same sex. But it's not your identity, right? Like, sexual attraction is not exactly an identity unless you make it into an identity. Identity is an interesting thing, right? Because it's like what you, I mean, put it this way, it could be what you could be based in what you dislike, and it can be based in what you like. But quite frankly, I mean, even race is a little bit more substantial, right, than sexuality, in the sense of what you are, because it's like it's where you're from. It's your location, your ethnicity, your people, your tribe. There is no such thing as a gay tribe. You know what I mean? I mean, some people might say that, but that's not real. People who would say that are probably in some way being kind of hateful. I mean, people say things like the gay community, and I know what they mean, but if once you start saying tribe, though, that starts getting a little bit just kind of like wrong, like incorrect, and at worst hateful, you know, is more real, right? And it is still not really important, right? But maybe more less than sexuality in certain ways, but also more in certain ways. black people often, I don't know, I think it was a stand-up bit or something. It was I don't know if it was from Chris Rock or something, but there's just like there is an idea though that's kind of like, well, what do you mean the black community, right? You know? Um it's like, I obviously you understand the idea, but it's kind of like we're all individuals who become parts of communities, right? I don't know. Whatever. Not really, you know, it's a bit much to try to get into right now, but it's something I think I've got to think about a little bit, you know? It's like something about the individuality, the identity of a person, and your kind of just tribalism. We're just in way too much of a tribalistic mindset these days, you know? It's like the only real binary is that which is evil and that which is good. And you know, it would appear that Christianity is the best way to determine that. But inevitably, people who are not religious can certainly have a moral framework. And furthermore, pretty much any religion that's not Satanism can have a moral framework that's good. That's at least a start, you know? Just getting into the moral and spiritual and therefore objective good. Thank you, God, in Jesus Christ. Amen. You gotta be wary of us versus them narratives. I know it's corny, but we are all the human race. But we do all need to strive towards objective good. It is there. You know, it is interesting though, this kind of the subjective and the objective, and then kind of inevitably the individuality in the community. Anyway, let me just finally read the chat. Thanks for being here, guys. Thanks for hanging in here. One sec. Intolerant to intolerance? How about nobody be intolerant? That sounds a lot like something I was saying, but now I forget. So, I used to always test more left-leaning libertarian, but I started to kind of veer into more libertarian right. in recent years. Absolutely, though, Jesus never advocated for making people feel unwelcome coming to him. It's true of Jesus Christ, it's true of God. But no, I haven't read the full New Testament. Very unfortunately. I have been making my way through from the very beginning of Genesis through on this Bible app that I finally downloaded recently. I mean, my knowledge is gathered from just a ridiculous amount of stuff. But I gotta go to the text itself. I know. I never read anything, really. But if I'm gonna read anything, it's gotta be, it definitely objectively needs to be the Bible. Amazing truth and reality. Literally. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, amen. Yeah, C.S. Lewis is really good. I would be interested to see stuff about Trump being overtly religious and especially Christian. The Holocaust is not Christian. It's actually literally satanic. And it's pretty common knowledge that the Hitler and the Nazis were very into the occult. And this is true. Like black magic, satanic, evil occult stuff. And they weren't interested in Christianity. They were interested in the Aryan race. And, and co-opted the Nietzsche, Ubermensch and everything. But it is definitely not Christian and literally objectively satanic. Somebody say it's definitely objectively not Christian good and is definitely objectively satanic evil. Okay. The enemy of my enemy and so on. Zizek. Amazing truth and reality. The Genzennial says, so in conclusion, your goals may be better served criticizing modern Christian rhetoric rather than a leftist alarmist culture. Potentially. I don't really know if it's Christian rhetoric, though, and maybe more so conservative rhetoric, but, I mean, you have a point. I'm not against the idea. I'm just not so sure how... It seems like that the modern Christian rhetoric is like very polarized, just like everyone else. So I don't really see why. It kind of seems like you would inevitably just be criticizing the same thing, right? It's like either you're like a kind of I don't know, a fake Christian or a real Christian. I don't know. I mean, I'm still learning. I don't know what exactly the delineation would be, but it's kind of like either you adhere to the text or you don't, right? I mean, I do think though that in part it's part and parcel with, and I don't know about hate being the correct word. I mean, although I don't know, I guess this is biblical, but this the idea of hate the sin and love the sinner, right? And I think that that's definitely an objectively congruent and objectively good mindset. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, Amen. Um, but I'm pretty behind here, so I'm just kind of gonna get down to this. The word truth, where do you see the word in the cognitive functions that get by a T, T, H, get? Well, I mean, people obviously see things as being TI. I sort of see FI as being human truth and TI as being like robot truth or technological truth, I guess, or something like that. TE would be like in some regard there's different it depends on if you're talking about like Eric's model of it or if you're talking about like pretty much every other model of it, right? Which is basically like, you know, I don't necessarily think that FI is just a sort of personal truth. I think it's kind of like a moral truth. But like, you know, TI is more like a sort of logical truth, right? But they both follow certain conditionalities. I'm kind of actually just thinking that out loud now, but so I don't want to muse too much without. Well, whatever. I guess I do it enough anyway. But you know, it's just like I'm not. I'm. I. But they're consistent in certain ways. I will definitely agree though that FI is kind of it is kind of more personal, and TI is more. Well, FI, I guess a good way of putting it would be FI is more attached, TI is more detached in terms of data, you know. They both have pros and cons, just like every other function. FI is like, I guess, inevitably going to be more personal, though TI is going to be more, I don't know, universal? I don't know. Maybe not universal, but I don't know. Data centric. Mathematical. I don't know. I guess I'd say FI is more emotional and moral. TI is more logical and ethical. And TE is again more I don't know that I necessarily buy. See, TE is on an axis with FI, but it's diametrically opposed, right? That's what I don't really understand about this thing. So to me, I think of TE as being like brute facts and being like, you know, it's efficient as opposed to thorough. You know, which TI is theoretical, right? But TE is inevitably results driven, right? You could say goal oriented, but I would say more like results driven, right? Outcome oriented, you know. FE of course is more like social consensus and kind of like people call FI relational, but FE again plays into this kind of, in fact, actually more so even than perhaps TI, into being kind of more ethical, right? Which I don't want to repeat terms, so I guess I'll just say TI is theoretical, right? And FE is ethical, you know. So, and another delineation I guess I would say is that FI is individual oriented and FE is community oriented. So, is true. So it's like I don't really think that truth fits into one function. I mean, it is tempting to say TI, right? Especially in the school of Eric, but I mean, I don't really, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I guess it's tempting to say TI, you know, but is truth a judgment or a perception in your framework? Well, I mean, that's an interesting idea. Um, um, I guess I would say a judgment. I mean, you can perceive something, but it doesn't really have a meaning until you assign a judgment to it. So it's like, you know, as humans, you know, and of course I prefer the word discernment, right? As opposed to judgment. It's like you're not supposed to be judgmental, right? And that's another thing, by the way, which is funny, right? We prize the idea of being perceptive, but we deride the idea of being judgmental. But there's a truth in that, though, nope. Because it is good to be perceptive, and it is not good to be judgmental. But it is good to be discerning. You know, it's good to use discernment, especially Christian discernment. Um, but I would say, in the sense of truth being objective, I mean, it's definitely closer to something like TI in terms of how it's described, but even then, it lacks a bit to be desired, you know, um, and it kind of and but there is, I think, an element that I would prefer. I would say judgment, though I prefer the term discernment, especially Christian discernment. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, amen. Um, yeah, but you know, it's like, I mean, I know what you mean, Genzennial. I mean, this. I mean, I guess, especially if they are bottom two on the bottom. Like, I mean, I don't know. Allegedly, I'm an ISFJ now. I don't know. It's actually FIG supported by a pseudo TI framework. Talking about me. It very well may be, you know, it's like, it's funny, right? Because I'll start to be like, you know, I'm like, yeah, you know, I'm probably an INFP, and like, but then next thing I know, I'm just kind of like, well, hey, I can be pretty good with TI and FE stuff, you know. It's like, which I still think is true, you know. But that's the thing. I mean, maybe I'm not, uh, maybe I'm not INFP or ISFJ. You know what I mean? Well, because I don't know if I said that, but I was saying it's like, well, hey, I'm an ISFJ now, right? But I think of myself as INFP. But I do think that I have good FE and decent TI. I wouldn't say it's as good as the FE, right? But, no, yeah, you guys tell me, you know what I'm saying? At this point, I mean, I don't even, at this point, I'm honestly down for just seeing what people think. I mean, honestly, I was looking at the comments section. Dude, honestly, people think I'm half the types. It's ridiculous, you know? For me, it was never even something I thought about as much until I started streaming. I was like, yeah, I'm an ENFP. But the thing was, there were things that didn't make sense, though, for sure. And then especially polar TI. Like, I railed against that idea of TI being objective truth for a while. But then I started realizing, especially just with what people were saying, like, nah, dude, it's because you're not an ENFP, you're an INFP. I'm like, okay, well, that makes a lot more sense, especially being polar SE, you know? But anyway, no, I'm just saying, though, it is funny, though, because I'll just kind of be like, oh, the FI code. Well, hey, isn't that pseudo TI Free America? Right. But it's the thing is though is like my FI is obviously going to be is something's got to give, as I was saying, you know, no pun intended, right? But it's kind of like something's got to give. So the FI I think is better in my opinion than the TI, but I do think that my TI is pretty good. Again, I think that I start from the subjective and work towards the objective. You know, but I also have this feeling that that's what people do in general. So I don't know if that's again like if that's a type thing or if that's a human thing, but anyway, I don't know. I think I have good FI and average TI. Decent TI. I'd say I have good FI and decent TI. I'm reading everything now. Non-affiliated is the real Christianity because it was born from rising up against the corruption and immorality of the church at the time. I mean, okay. That's our opinion. Christianity is supposed to be praised and not part of the crowd house of worship. I mean, I can agree with that to a certain extent. I have actually thought about this, Winston's mom. What you're saying right now, it's a very interesting idea. And pardon the, I don't want to sound too blasphemous or heretical, but I kind of think of it simply put as being like, you know, I find it very interesting because it's kind of like, I guess I'll say two things. It's kind of like this idea, right? Of you see Jesus and you're like, and he's going against the powers that be of the time, right? Which is good. But you, as a regular citizen, it's kind of like two things, right? There's the idea that you might not have really believed him, ultimately, right? But the other thing is, if you did, you would be saying, I believe that guy, right? And it's like, I think that's objectively good. Ultimately, though, it would be quite the wager, and you would be in the minority at the time. If you know what I'm saying, like, just I'm saying, like, especially given the time, had having the story not fully play it out as it did, you know, um, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like he had 12 apostles and definitely a decent amount of believers. Well, it ultimately definitely a decent amount of believers, but the idea that you as a common person would be a believer would probably be statistically unlikely, unfortunately, right? But there's something appealing in the idea though that's kind of like it's this idea you're saying this guy is true is speaking to what is true and good. And I'm going with what he's saying as opposed to the corrupt state and church, whatever it is of the time, which was basically a kind of archaic, well, you know, Old Testament, essentially Judaism. It isn't until the New Testament, of course, that is inevitably Christianity, which is more, you know, of course, focused on Jesus's teachings, which are objectively good. I mean, I think they both have their place, but that Jesus's teachings are frankly a bit better and more objectively good. Literally, amazing truth and reality. Talking about war stuff. Loving Jesus absolves all sin. That's true. Yes, I also thought about that too. This idea. The thing is, though, is the thing that I don't understand though is because is like, well, if I say you shouldn't have a bunch of hamburgers all day long because it's gluttony and it's a sin, that's okay. But if I say you shouldn't have gay sex because it's lust and it's also not even just regular lust, so to speak, it's gay lust, which is, you know, condemned in the Bible, that you shouldn't have gay sex, then people get angry, right? But you are true that, you are right, though, that all sin is equal. He says gay is only allegedly a sin and all sin is equal. Loving Jesus absolves all sin. Well, people should really start acting like it then and stop getting so angry if people actually treat them as sort of equal. Even if it is lust plus gay. But inevitably, you're essentially correct, right? In saying that all sin is equal, and especially that loving Jesus and also God absolves all sin. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, amen. But it's misfortune, exactly. They're obsessed with the sin, with this one sin, and I do think there's a lot of you see this especially in Catholics. There's a lot of like sexual repression and things like that. You know how it is. People just people are very, very hung up on sexuality, particularly, which is very interesting and telling, but nonetheless, not good and kind of worth mindfulness, if you know what I'm saying, at the very least. You know what I mean? Again, just in the sense that you don't want to, you want to keep your whatever, right? You want to not be, aiming your arrow constantly in the wrong direction. You know what I mean? You want to improve yourself and aim towards objective good, which is ultimately objectively God and Jesus Christ. Thank you, God and Jesus Christ. Amen. Anyway, you just see here. Hold on one sec. This is the point of also, Gen X. I often wonder why this is the many Christian substance was one sin. The point of exclusion and hatred was unbelievable. My team's sources, especially among the liars and the adulterers, exactly. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, exactly. The both is just like that's just more intolerance below. I mean, I get the idea, but what I was saying is it's this idea of, well, let's just say the intolerant people, right, are, well, because think about it, right? Like, people will always call religious people mentally ill, right, and things like that, and they'll be like, it's like they just they're homophobes or whatever it is, it's like they're just mentally ill. I mean, we all go back and forth, we'll call the gay people, not we, but you know what I mean. I just mean like whatever. People will call gay people mentally ill, and then they'll call us mentally ill for being religious and whoever, whatever, whether they're gay or not, or whatever, you're not religious. So you call religious people that as well. Gay people call non-religious people religious people call non-religious people mentally ill. Non-religious people call religious people mentally ill. But the fact of the matter is, well, why it's like, aren't you supposed to be accepting of people that are mentally ill, right? Like, so if you think a religious person is mentally ill, and let's just say that they're a sort of typical religious person, right? They're not advocating for some kind of evil, right? Like killing gay people, which, it's like, I don't even like to say that, obviously, right? But it's kind of like, that kind of you know, just objective evil, that would kind of be, which is, because it's like it is. It's like there's nothing in the Bible about saying that necessarily. I mean, it's like when it's from what I understand, it seems to be like they will surely die. The kind of thing is to say like, well, if they keep unrepentantly sinning, but it's you're not meant to. It's like thou shalt not kill, right? 10 Commandments. It's like doesn't matter if they're gay, right? Doesn't you're not supposed to kill anybody, even if they're even if they sin, right? That's literally objectively evil. But the point is, though, is assuming that you're not that kind of person, that kind of evil, assuming that you're not this kind of objectively evil person, that, well, why should you be, you're not, like, you need to be accepting of them, right? And especially if you just think that they're, like, mentally ill or whatever, right? I mean, that's even more reason, right? And it comes, there's this thing that I've been saying where it's kind of like, it's just mental illness that you don't like. You know what I mean? Like, which actually kind of goes in for either side in some way, but I see it more, well, maybe not more, but I guess it's about equal ultimately, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like, the left, for example, right? Just generally speaking, right? They're kind of always talking about like you have to have, compassion for the mentally ill and everything, right? But the second someone's, religiously mentally ill, right? And there's a lot of people who like actually are, right? Who are just like straight up mentally ill, religious, and all of that kind of thing, right? But they are not understanding of those people, and they will not only shame them, but they'll mock them, right? In quite frankly, kind of an objectively evil, way. So it just comes to, I just have this idea about it. There's just kind of like, it's just mental illness that you don't like. It's, you know what I mean? It's wrong. It's the mental illness that's wrong. It's like, you can be mentally ill in a million different ways, but if you're the mentally ill religious person, then you get shamed and mocked. You know what I mean? It's like, well, how about we just I don't even like the word tolerant. I like the word, I like to say more like accepting of people's, of people in their inherent quality, in their inherent ability for both evil and good, assuming that they don't indulge the evil in a disproportionate way, especially in a way that disproportionately harms others more than it harms themselves. In the sense that they are not so strayed from objective good that they willingly indulge in objective evil. God, Jesus Christ, amen. You ought to be accepting of all people. And that is what Christianity teaches. That's what God and Jesus Christ teach. Just objectively. Anyway. So let me get in London. Yeah, I do need to. Man, I've been going hard. 7 hours. Amazing 777 07 71747 when I said that. 777. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ. Amen. I'm going, this is really good. Well, it's the thing about it is like it's on an axis. So it's like TI is always going to be the kind of data, right? As opposed to the FE that kind of, I see the FE as being like that which buffers, against the TI. TI is a little bit in that kind of truth, right? And the FE is kind of the makes it palatable. You know what I'm saying? So like the TI is kind of like the cold hard facts. The FE is kind of what makes it palatable, what inevitably makes it palatable to people. But I'm honestly, yeah, I don't know, something like that, basically. Ah, I wish I had caught this many minutes, like 20 minutes ago, but peace, Jen Zaniel. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it, dude. Peace, fam. I suppose that's true as well, where TI is placed. And misfortune. Yeah, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I started watching a little bit of, I don't know. I was watching Oliver, some typing stuff, and I was kind of just like, okay, he's chill and everything, but I don't really relate to him that much. But then I started watching some of that guy Alex, session, and I was interested in it, but it immediately felt like very emotional. And then I looked at the comments, and Duels was like, "This is what it's like when an INFP opens up, like iconic," and I'm like, this is iconic, and I was just like, ugh, all right. I mean, it's like, dang. I mean, if that's really what every INFP is like, I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if that's really true, but it's like, and I'm honestly, I don't have a problem with him, but I'm kind of sick of hearing about him. I mean, there are more INFPs than him. I don't see how he's like the quintessential INFP. But I guess what I'm saying is like, I kind of was. I need to watch more of Alex, but I wasn't really seeing my. This was the one. These were the ones with Spacey, by the way. I'm getting into them. I'm probably gonna hit him up soon and do a typing session, but I kind of like wasn't relating to both of them. Like it's kind of like, obviously I don't really have a problem like opening up. So there's that. But I don't think of it as being super FE. I think of it as being a lot more FI. But I do think I have pretty good FE. And frankly, I think my TI is decent. I don't think my TE is very good, though. I can show you my new list. But ping me. I mean, it's like whatever. I've seen him though. Again, I have no problem with Duels. I mean, he's obviously he seems like a pretty good guy. I need to watch more of his stuff, but he's been very nice. I mean, it's like, he's posited the idea. He was nice about it, but he said like, oh, I could be like a cool ESFJ. I mean, it's like, I'm not an ESFJ, but I mean, it's like, I'm definitely not FI ignoring. It's like starting to get a little bit ridiculous, but I don't know. I'm open to anything at this point, in the sense that I'm kind of over it. I kind of would rather other people just speculate about it at this point, because I'm just so tired of talking about it. And I do honestly get tired of Duels being kind of considered some kind of archetypal INFP, like, which is that's not his fault. That's what you guys do all the time. Winston's mom and Boba Fett. I mean, even Lino said it recently. Lino thinks I'm an INFP, and he said, Duels is not the poster boy for INFPs. But there's certain things that don't, make full sense. I mean, I also think FE ignoring is a little bit ridiculous as well. I mean, it would be really funny if at the end of the day it turns out I am really just an ENFP. I don't exactly like the idea of polar TI, and I also don't exactly like the idea of whatever, being I don't know. Well, I'm also not really that, like, just like super open adventurous, guy. But, I am high open as, I mean, again, my big five results and everything. I don't know. I'll put them up or something if you want. It's got a meaning. I'm sorry, I'm so behind. What did you say? Yes, I grok your meaning to, if you don't mind answering. Yeah, purity though. When I last took the Jonathan Hayes and Harm, three pure objects, three pure objects that are not God, Jesus Christ, and good. Uh, uh, Generally speaking, children, animals, and water, assuming it's clean. Anything clean, anything good. Clean, clear, good. Like that. Just objective good. Anyway, it's like, isn't all your morals over their morals as a judgment, judge, jury, and executioner. Well, I'm not trying to say my morals over. I mean, over whose morals? And again, just like so hung up on the gay thing. It's like, it's like it's starting to piss me off. It's like I try to be as understanding as possible, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to budge that much on this thing. It's not like I have a problem with gay people. I'm just saying that, you know, anal sex between two men is probably not very good. And that's why I started getting into the AIDS stuff. But, and, the data supports it. That's all I'm going to say. So it's like, if you're interested in, like doing good and sort of helping people, then maybe don't just tacitly encourage harmful acts under the guise of quote unquote, so-called quote unquote love. I understand. Look, I was thinking about it, okay? And I was thinking, look, the most convincing reason, I think, right, to say, to like justify the sex act, right, would be to say that in its own homosexual way, it's a consummation, right? See, the thing to me is this, right? So it seems that no matter what I say about that, the relationship can be fine. I'm saying there's plenty of different ways to express intimacy that are not anal sex. You can hug, you can kiss, you can I'm not even against adoption for gay people, right? It's like this, that, the other thing. It's like watching a movie together, listening to an album. You know what I mean? It's like spending time together. Whatever, giving each other a massage, right? Whatever. I mean, it's like, yeah, I can list literally every single thing that's not anal sex, but you'll still say though that it's somehow I'm trying to limit people's freedom and that I'm saying it's wrong, and I'm saying that's ridiculous. You know. it's foolish, it's childish, it's immature, it's petulant. We don't live in just like a consequenceless world. Uh, I'm not saying that it makes you a bad person, blah 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 blah. Okay? I'm trying to drop all of that, right? It's like I'm really really trying to just, be as objective as possible about the thing. You know? I mean, isn't it it's just so much to say. Like, there are other corollaries. Like, you could say, well, it's not because of the sex, it's because it's because of the lifestyle, it's because they're partying and being hedonistic. It's like, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that most gay people are hedonistic and out partying all the time. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that more insulting to say? And look, again, it's like I kind of want to just stay away from this stuff from now on, because it's only going to upset people and get me into trouble. But honestly, like, why is it that I can say every single other thing of like that I think is perfectly fine regarding gay people, and that really it has nothing to do with their moral character and this and that and the other thing. It's but once I say something about anal sex, everyone starts getting upset, even if it's stuff that's true about, like, it is the number one cause for AIDS, basically. I mean, I don't there's still some stuff I need to kind of look through, but it's mostly unprotected anal sex, and especially those who receive it for some reason. But it's because of the methodology. It's all biological, you know. It's like it's not it's disproportionately in both the U.S. and globally. It's like I'm not just making this up to corroborate some narrative, It's like 30% in the US, or no, sorry, 30% globally, still the highest cause. No, well, let's be more specific. It's gay men. But let's be more specific. It's the anal sex, most likely. It's like probably, right? It's like, again, isn't it so much more insulting to say they're living hedonistic lifestyles? It's like, I don't think that that's true. I think it's probably a very small percentage of gay people who are living super hedonistic lifestyles. I think it's more accurate to say that it's probably the sex act that's causing the problems here, right? And more specifically, the unprotected sex act, and most specifically, those who receive, the anal sex. Again, it's like, not to be crude, but you know what I mean. And anyway, what I'm saying though, it's not just 30, it's 30% globally and 70% in the US. It's vastly disproportionate. And it's like, I can't think of another reason for it, right? Like, what can you? I'm honestly open. Somebody tell me, somebody give me some other data, some things that can, whatever, counteract what I'm saying here. It's like, I can only budge so much. It's so ridiculous. But I didn't even call anyone's love wrong. You're just choosing to hear that. And it's like, well, how do you define love? But I'll tell you this, though. The most convincing argument that I can think of for the sex act is some idea of, a consummation, right? Of it. It's an intimacy, right? It's a specifically intimate act that is meant to consummate the relationship. It's meant to consummate the relationship, and that's the best argument that I can think of. It doesn't make it good, but it's definitely, understandable. And it's like I have all the empathy in the world for all people. It doesn't matter if they're gay or not. But it's like, I'm going to be honest though. I do start getting a little, I mean, as much as it upsets me to upset people, it starts to upset me when I'm really, like, really intensely kind of watching myself and not being too harsh, and people are still getting upset. you know? I mean, it's like, again, if you know, you can see that I'm open to you know, to debate and like new information here. Like, so again, like, just, you know, present me with some information that counteracts what I'm saying, and I'm more than happy to look at it. In fact, I will I look to be relieved by this kind of stuff, you know? Do you think I want to walk around? I don't want to first of all, I don't even want to be thinking about this stuff to begin with. You know, this stuff just seems to find me, and this stuff just seems to come up. I know that it's not anyone's fault, but it's you know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, I'm not trying. I really don't want to be judgmental, and like, I don't know, maybe it's just part of my nature. I'm just wind up accidentally being judgmental. It's like, you know, I apologize for for anybody being hurt by, you know, what I'm saying, and I'm really, you know, trying to watch it from now on. But I kind of have, you know, two sides of the situation that are kind of fighting in my head, you know, where I'm kind of like, okay, well, obviously I don't want to hurt anybody, and I'm accepting of all people. But if people can't even deal with, you know, something, so if people can't deal with what I'm saying, for example, about the AIDS thing in a way that's not just like emotional, then it's like, you know, I mean, I'm not convinced. I don't want to hurt anybody. But that's why my answer to the thing is just to not talk about it. Because I would rather, because it's not that important to me that I feel like I need to make a PSA. You know what I mean? Hey, did you know that I mean, it's like, if you want to know, you'll know. If you want to learn, you'll learn. You know, I don't, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of getting hung up here because it's like, I'm not even saying anything about like gay marriage or saying that that's bad. If you want to enter a civil union, you have every right. In fact, here's the other thing, by the way. It's, you have the right to have gay sex. I'm sorry, right? It's like, maybe I should be saying that more. I get that, right? Again, I'll say it again. You have the right to have gay sex, okay? The thing is, though, is we're not talking about what you can and can't do. We're talking about what you should and shouldn't do. And I understand that that's, you know, requires a lot of, you know, delineation and things. But the reason I bring up the AIDS thing is in a sheer biological harm prevention type of conversation. And it's like, if people can't even handle that without look, if you can't handle that, and you also can't give me information that counters what I'm saying and proves me wrong, then you don't have a case. Not like trying to act like Mr. fucking TI or whatever, you know, clearly, um, you know, I'm sensitive to, you know, I don't want people being hurt, and I don't want people, you know, thinking I'm a jerk. That's why, but I'm saying though, like, my answer more than anything is to just not talk about it. Because I don't feel like I need to be that guy giving some sort of PSA about AIDS. I don't even want to talk about AIDS. I don't want to talk about AIDS or abortion or gay sex and trans kids and all this stuff. You know, it's like, it's all unclean. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even, if you guys don't happen to notice, by the way, you know, it's not like I don't like talking about really anything of that matter. I might evoke violence type stuff sometimes, and I curse, but I try to apologize for cursing. It's a bad habit. But I don't ever talk about anything really sexual. I do put up the pretty girls and everything, but I admire beauty and whatnot, right? And they're often artists that I genuinely admire. Polly Jean Harvey, who I have up right now, is a brilliant genius musician. I don't just put up sexy girls to objectify, okay? You know, if I have to do it, I'll stop doing it, okay? You know, hey, here, it's gone, okay? You know, whatever. I mean, look, I don't have to prove myself to anybody, but I'll certainly, whatever. I'm going to say what I'm saying right now and leave it at that and check the chat. But listen, Do you ever hear me saying stuff about how I want to fuck girls' pussies and their sexy fucking pussy and everything? No, you don't. And I don't even like saying that like that just now. So don't act like it's some incongruent thing of I'm calling people's love wrong and everything. You know? It's like, look, if I said something, look, call me out. I'll look back at the part you're mentioning here. Okay? I'm sorry to be a little bit triggered right now, but it's just like enough is enough. You know? I'm getting tired of it. Okay, and look, and it's my fault. Okay, if we, I'm more interested in the religious stuff. I don't want to be talking about the gay stuff. I don't want it always coming back to this. It's ridiculous. It's like you don't have to agree with what I'm saying, and you can say what you want. I'm not trying to limit anybody's ideas of the thing, and I encourage any kind of people to come through here and to debate anything that I'm saying there. But any of this kind of stuff is just sort of like it's not like I really want it even on my stream, getting all talking about any of the stuff I just mentioned. But yeah, I mean, Zenzano says you only don't like Polar TI because of extra SBS propaganda, possibly. I'm sorry, I don't mean to get bent out of shape. It's just ah, man. I don't know. Maybe I should just stop streaming. I'm not trying to be dramatic, but I mean, look, here's the thing. It's either I don't talk about this stuff or I just don't stream. Because I'm trying to be understanding, and it just seems like no matter what I say, no one likes it, and I'm always doing something wrong to somebody except a select few. It's like if I say something, if I'm being too open to you guys, Mr. Bobby comes in and says that I'm being lukewarm Christian. And then if I say something Christian, you guys come in and start saying I'm being, I'm telling people their love is wrong, and I don't know what. I guess basically being hateful. I mean, you guys haven't said that yet, but you might as well. And it's like, geez, I mean, what do I do? I mean, I'm trying to find a real balance here. I really am. I will look into the statistics myself. I've only looked into stupid stuff talking to Chat GPT about it, which I know is stupid, but it's like, and it's not the question of if it can also be, it's what most often occurs, and it's not to make some point about gay people as such. It's to make a point about the sex act between two biological men specifically. Again, there are many ways to express intimacy. It's like, why is that the end all be all of the situation? And I can say everything about everything else, and then I sort of say, well, that's maybe not good, especially because of the AIDS situation. And it's like, I mean, and then it's not good. Look, sure, if you can, whatever, just send me stuff that's gonna disprove the situation. Look, I don't even want to talk about it from now on, but it's like, just tell me stuff that give me the good, the amazing truth and reality situation. I don't, have any stake in the matter. I really don't. I mean, I do identify as Christian, but it's not like I wanna. I don't have some vested interest in like, whatever, so quote unquote, like hating gay people or anything like that. I don't think that that is good at all to do that. You know, it's like I'm just talking about the sex act between men. The AIDS correlation, but it's not a pleasant topic, and it's not something. It's just one of the many things I don't even want to really discuss on the stream because, like I said, it's sort of unclean in that way. It's like, I mean, and I mean that in the sense of of anything that is of that nature. You know what I'm saying? I mean, do you ever hear me saying anything? I never make poop jokes or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's all part of the same thing, It's like you can, whatever, rag on me all you want. I don't know, you call me goody two shoes or whatever it is, but I'm consistent, and it's like I really try to not be hateful. I'm not hateful of anybody, especially not groups of people. I have certain problems with maybe like Satanists, but I can't even think of another group of people that I have a serious problem with. You know what I mean? That I hate. And I don't even necessarily hate Satanists. I don't even necessarily hate Satan. You're not even supposed to hate. I dislike many of the things about Satanists, and I certainly dislike Satan, but you're really not called as a Christian to hate anything, or especially not anyone. You're called to love everyone. And I want to do that. I need to do that. We need to do that. I mean, we want to do that. We need to do that. Not trying to speak for everybody, obviously, but it's like, love is good. Love is God. Love is Jesus Christ. Love is Christianity. And people want to just take take the negationary position instead of the affirmative. Every last one of you, instead of, whatever. I don't know, not always, but it's just like, I'm either not Christian enough or I'm too Christian. It's like, oh my gosh, it's not even worth talking about. Honestly, I really think at this point, I think it should just kind of stay personal for me. And do what I was kind of saying. I want to... I think the best way that I can, like, foster a good environment for people here is to basically talk about this stuff as little as possible. It really just seems to only, result in conflict. Look, I obviously get very worked up, and as I've said many times, I've been very prone to anger and explosive anger. It's literally my greatest sin and shame, especially with my family, especially my parents who don't deserve it. But I try to I'm sorry, I forget what I was gonna say. But that I want to have good vibes with people. Though, that the best way that I can do that is to just kind of focus on the music and the art stuff, and to kind of just try to foster good conversation and good vibes, so to speak, without kind of, vibes are obviously kind of an esoteric concept, but you know what I mean there. It just doesn't seem like, I'm saying this is not really, I guess this kind of thing is just not really good for anybody. It's not good for me. I don't enjoy this, just so you know. I mean, at this point, I'm actually not really having a good time streaming anymore. I mean, maybe I deserve it. I mean, I guess maybe I should stop streaming. But I guess if I'm going to start to keep streaming, I think I need to just solely focus on like music, art, and just like good conversation and good vibes. That's all I can do from now on. And you know, I'm not going to be uh uh what's the word? You know, roped into something other than that this is not. Which like I mean, what I'm describing here is it has been the mission statement from day one. But I did inevitably feel like, well, let's see how much kind of conservative and Christian types of stuff that I can say without being like, pulled down or something, right? And inevitably the thing, it's not, I never got pulled down for anything. I've never gotten pulled down for anything that I've said, because nothing that I've ever said is like, at least whatever I is not really hateful. Um Not saying I'm correct or anything like that. Um or even necessarily always right and good. I can definitely be wrong and definitely kind of, you know, uh but I don't think hateful or hateful, let alone evil. Uh inevitably though, I'm saying it's like I've never been pulled down for anything other than copyright, right? So it's kind of like, okay, well, you know, that that makes sense. But I'm saying now that I've kind of done that, at this point I'm kind of tapped out in this regard. I mean, I've kind of maxed out in terms of in my ability to speak in any way, so-called quote unquote eloquently, in any, about this kind of stuff, because it's just, I'm at you know what I mean? It's like I've kind of it's exceeded its novelty. I mean, part of it was to kind of just prove that I could do it to myself, at least, that I'm not people that you're not gonna get censored by the thought police and stuff. No, but the thing is what I'm realizing now, especially, right, is like, well, people's feelings can get hurt when this kind of stuff comes up, and it's like I'm not equipped to talk about this stuff very much. I'm not a doctor, let alone a priest. I need to watch it. I need to focus on what truly is right and good, which I think is what I described. Focusing on the music and the art and good conversations and good vibes. Thank you, God, in Jesus Christ, amen. I'm reading what you guys are saying now. I'm sorry. I just had to say all of that, and I'm done now, and now I'm just gonna read the rest of this now. All right. Well, I'm glad that you guys don't hate me. I certainly don't hate any of you guys. Sorry, I read the thing Winston's mom said, and I don't know. I probably did say something wrong. It's just it's not worth it. I just don't know what to say. I mean, I don't see though why discussing the sex act has to do with qualitative judgment of a person, right? I mean, everyone is susceptible to sin, and everyone is particularly susceptible to lust, it would seem. I mean, because look, we have sex drive, okay? I mean, I understand, It's just in the sense of that certain directionality. And to be honest with you, it's the only reason that I brought up the AIDS thing, which is kind of being, it's not to corroborate some narrative. I'll say it again, right? It's just to kind of say, look, like, when there's a kind of biological harm at play, it's kind of about as objective as it gets, you know? But look, I'll look into it. I mean, quite frankly, it's not even like I'm interested in it in that much of a way, to like really look into it. But it's kind of like I suppose I'll kind of have to at this point to get a real understanding of the matter. And I'm sorry, Lou, I haven't read your email yet, only because I've been streaming and then we got into this, and I don't like it. It's like, I mean, and I only was saying, and again, the unclean, just, just all, any kind of sexual stuff, and just whatever. But it's true, it doesn't directly impact me, and I said it again, like, everyone has the right to do whatever they want. I mean, I'm just, that's funny. This is not welcome to the bridge where the CJ tries to lead the donkey across the cheers into the cheers of the crowd. Yeah, you can be Christian and have genuine love and respect for the gays. I mean, but I mean, how do you square that with the text, and how do you square that with the text of Islam and of Judaism? It's not just some Christian phenomenon, and I'm saying, though, like, you have love and respect for any fellow human being. Like, I mean, well, it's like, the interesting thing about the lesbian thing is, like, well, it's like, in the Bible it doesn't say anything about women. It only mentions men. And to be honest with you, it kind of makes sense given the biology of it. You know? But it doesn't say, I don't know about the relationships in marriage, but it's like, because it would probably be implied, but it's kind of like the sexuality, though. Like the act, I mean, is a different thing. The whatever. I had a point. I just oh, well, it's like, yeah, it's sort of like, I guess, being specifically. I know. Honestly, I'm tired of talking about it. Tired of thinking about it. But I mean, you're right. It's like, the unclean thing, I'm not really going to back down on regarding the act. Uh, Especially since there are many, many things that are unclean. But I'm not saying that you as a person are unclean. Um, Although, in the sense that if anyone is promiscuous, it's definitely not particularly clean. But that's a very specific thing, right? And sinful in a bit in the context of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam is an accurate word. And in the sense that sinful, that being sinful in some sense is being evil. Again, that's not calling you sinful or even you evil, but it is sort of calling like an act sinful and an act evil. But obviously something like consensual gay sex is nothing compared to murder. I mean, it's like, you know, I probably obviously shouldn't have to spell that out, but like, let's be clear, right? I mean, I do think there are different kinds of, you know, there are levels to these things, you know? But again, it's like, you know, if I say something about gluttony, it's not like anybody gets mad. But if I say something about lust, everyone gets mad. It's like, come on, you know? I mean, we actually all have to eat to survive. It's not like you need to come. You know what I mean? And, you know, I'm not being worked up or anything right now. I had my moment and I'm good now. But I'm just saying, like, whatever. But you're right, they're not particularly loving, and I should be, you know, wary of those words. I mean, I try to like qualify these things even right now, but it's kind of like, I realize though that people are inevitably going to interpret it as being like, oh, like you think like that some people may think that I'm making like a qualitative, like a moral qualitative judgment on like the person themselves. No, not necessarily. Especially even given the fact that if you're promiscuous, and you know, particularly if you're like promiscuous and gay, like again, more especially if you're promiscuous and a gay man, then it still doesn't make you like an evil person, right? But it does mean, in some sense, that you're kind of continually engaging in a kind of sin. I mean, you know, I mean, here's the thing. You know, I'm honestly curious what you guys think. This is not a loaded question. Do you think that any gay people like save themselves for marriage? Because that would be a very interesting thing to me, right? That would be pretty good. Because I really do think that the most like valid argument for the sex act is essentially a kind of consummation, right? It's intimacy, but I feel like the most convincing argument that kind of gets to the real end of the argument, right, is kind of saying, look, we can hug and kiss, we can do everything. We could even have a family, we could have a house, we could do everything. Yet at the end of the day, there is something about the sex act that is consummate, right? It's a form of intimacy that is like particularly consummate, that is in some sense necessary for a sense of union, you know, between partners. Now that is a conversation that I'm willing to have, and one that I absolutely empathize with. But, you know, it's like everything else, though, of course I have to be consistent here, right? I mean, it's like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, especially and it's like, look, the marriage thing, I don't want to repeat myself, right? But you get it. It's like if, it all just kind of like follows, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, well, you know, if sex outside of marriage, you know what I mean? It's like if it's lust and then it's sex outside of marriage, and then it's like, well, of course, with the two men especially, right, with gay sex, then it's going to be sinful. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like everything's freaking sinful, you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny about it, but it's like, it's true. And it's like, you know, you get to kind of be consistent about this stuff. You know, and it's like, you know, I mean, it's the AIDS thing. I need to read more about the statistics. But again, back down to the thing. Okay, thanks, Lou. Hey, listen, Lou, you're the best, okay? Look, you guys are all the best. Thank you guys, okay? See, that's what I love. I love you guys. Since you know, so CJ realizing out loud that edgelordism isn't all it's cracked up to be is super fun. Oh, is super fun. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I can only hope that in some way this winds up being informative and objectively good. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, amen. Yeah. I appreciate that, Daniel. I mean, it honestly, it's like I never even thought about any of the thing about this. You have to understand too, or well, whatever you can, whatever. But it's like, I think it's important to understand that I never really thought about any of this stuff in any real meaningful way. Pretty much until the last few years, I kind of just took it as a given or something. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, it means whatever. But I don't know. I just didn't really care or something. I was raised Catholic, but not a serious Catholic. You know what I mean? I know it sounds, oh, you're probably no. It's you gotta understand. It's not like that. Your CCD is you go for the coffee and the donuts. You know what I mean? My mom did teach CCD for a little bit, but she didn't get biblical hardcore. She's not like that. My family is not like that. I'm the one who got who's just with the amazing truth and reality, right? And it's just sort of my little journey here of trying to figure out, what's real and kind of seeing, this cafeteria Catholics thing, they pick and choose and whatever. I'm just saying it's not real. So, it's not like I was raised around. No, I'm in a very everyone in my family is very just does not care about this kind of stuff, and I mean that literally, and I mean that literally. No, but I mean seriously, they're probably all FE users, and they are, relatively left leaning. I've always been that way myself. I just started realizing, wow, I think I'm actually more conservative and especially more Christian than I always thought I was. I just had to find that out at, I don't know, maybe around 25. Increasingly towards the end of the 10s, but then kind of especially up until now. You're kind of witnessing the the live process. So I can only hope that in some way it's objectively informative and good. You got Jesus Christ. Anyway. And it's true that men, write the Bible as is the translating the Word of God, but inevitably is, going to be flawed in that way. There's so many different translations and so forth. Judge not, lest ye be judged, keeps coming to mind. Absolutely. Amazing truth and reality. Mayor Pete is. He's married to a man. Well, the thing about the thing about promiscuity is look, it's all mostly about the health risks, and I think I do think it's important to kind of, well, whatever, right? I mean, you already could probably predict what I'm going to say, so why not? Why even get into it, right? But, monogamy, hey, right? It's very basic kind of thing, I'm a monogamy enjoyer. You know what I mean? And all of that kind of thing. But, inevitably, yeah, consensual, whatever, rights for all people, it's just, my kind of thing I'm at, though, right now is definitely more about, look, I want to think about harm prevention and things of that nature. But, look, you're right about the sort of honest, everything is, because Lou says, only in your framework, personally, I don't have an issue with promiscuity, provided everything is honest and consensual. Um, you know, it's like I'm not gonna lie. I don't think promiscuity is good, but I definitely agree with what you're saying. You know, it's like it's, but of course, it's also kind of a given that it's going to be honest and consensual, right? Um, I mean, of course, it would be really bad if it wasn't, right? Whatever, you know. But you know, it's that's more of a sort of whatever, just kind of a belief, I suppose, if you want to go as far as to say that. Um, I don't know. I am traditional in that way, with things like this. Inevitably, like I mean, you know, I it just it's honestly we could talk all day, whatever, you know, being gay or whatever. But I'm honestly, dude, if you're straight, you're having open marriages and you're having all sorts of stuff. Look, whatever, I get it. I'm not gonna be judgmental here. I'm just saying though, but like that's just from a personal bias kind of thing, right? I mean, I just don't. I just I what do I say, right? I mean, I don't think it's good, but you know, I understand, and I would never, you know, judge anybody as less than human for, you know what I mean? I mean, there are, you know, some things that are incredibly evil that I might start to question their humanity with stuff like murder and whatnot, right? But I mean, with stuff like this, it's all very kind of debatable in the sense that there is obviously going to be a certain levels to the morality here, and right, but you know, whatever. Inevitably, I'm going to have my biases and kind of things that things are either not good or good, but you know, it's all good in this. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna judge a person as less than for that kind of thing. I mean, honestly, being promiscuous. I mean, you know, it's certainly far from the most evil thing you can be. Let's put it that way, right? Are you kidding me? You know, absolutely, objectively. It's not good, but it's not. It's, you know what I mean. But it's not like, not. It's not. You just like unbelievably evil. Like no, that's ridiculous, right? I mean, just objectively. Anyway, again, obviously assuming that everything is honest and consensual. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But I don't know. You know, it's like I guess I can be a little bit of a Puritan sometimes, but you know, I do want to make sure to kind of mention it's not like I'm a saint. I far from it, you know. I mean, I try to enough. I mean, it's like of course I have whatever, you know what I mean. I'm a sexual being, you know what I mean. Not to be crude, right? But it's like, you know, I mean, I'm certainly not ever going to sit here and act and try to act, and you know, and I don't want to act holier than thou because I'm not, you know. It's like, and you know, whatever. I'll just say that. I mean, I don't want to kind of, you know, budge too much on the thing, right? But inevitably, it's true, right? Like, I mean, you know, of course, whatever. I'm a sexual being and struggle with certain kind of sin and so forth. I'm just gonna try to do objective good. But yeah, inevitably though, don't be judgmental. Be discerning, especially using Christian discernment. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, Amen. All right, hey, thanks for coming through, Lou, and I will hit you up. I'll stay in touch with you. I would really love to, honestly. And you're a good person. Thank you for being here, Lou. I appreciate it. Peace, fam. Yo. Wait, hold on one sec. Ah, I don't. You don't think I've ever seen that God quote? Oh, give me a break. Yeah, Ricky Gervais. Really smart. I don't know. But yeah, you're right though. Get fired up. I hear you, but you know, I've heard it all. Yeah, let's not get into Hitchens, right? I'm not even gonna go there right now, but maybe another time. I have my thoughts on Hitchens and his brother, from what I've learned, but I still need to kind of check out his brother's material. Oh, you know how it is. Everyone knows Christopher Hitchens, but they don't know Peter Hitchens. Sort of self-explanatory. But I've never watched Peter Hitchens, so can't really make any judgments yet. Any definitive judgments. But I'm actually kind of interested. I might actually go ahead and watch some Peter Hitchens after this, so you can check it out. Commerce Pimp. Yo, what up, Commerce Pimp? Commerce Pimp says, one god short of being an atheist law. All he did was tell everyone what an atheist is as though nobody knows. Basically, it was just a clever way of putting it. Absolutely. Well, the thing about gen- uh, Satanism, by the way, right, is like, you know, a lot of them actually are just edgelord atheists who are like anti-theist, hedonist, basically, right? I don't probably nihilistic, but certainly hedonistic. You know how it is. So it's not an unbelievable link to make. You know what I mean? But the thing about a real Satanist, obviously, right, is that they literally, no, right, but literally, they literally worship the devil. But no, it's ridiculous, obviously, right, to say that, you know, whatever, if you're atheist, you're satanic. It's like, no. If you're satanic, there's a good chance you're atheist, but it's like if you're actually, well, look, if you LARP, right, if you're a LARPing Satanist, aka a misguided edgelord, you know, then you're whatever, stupid. No, but like you're actually just dumb. No, I can't think of what I was gonna say. No, then you're actually just atheist, right? But if you're an actual Satanist, then you worship the devil. You worship the devil. No, but it's no joke. No, but seriously, you if you do, if you're a real Satanist, you worship Satan. If you're a real Satanist, you worship Satan. So I mean, what other delineation could there be, right? It's like that's the only delineation. Boba Fett says Satanism isn't a thing; it's just atheists being snarky towards Abrahamists. Abrahamists. What's up? I don't know if I said what up, Ruben already, but what up, Ruben? Um, Satanism is right. I mean, it's like some of them definitely. I mean, you know, I mean, honestly, maybe even most of them, if I was to go be as bold. But yeah, I don't know about a lot of the people that actually worship the devil. I can't really speak on that, right? Well, that's funny, no pun intended, because see, the thing that's so nefarious about it is like, well, actually, the thing is aren't they supposed to? They have to let people know that they do, or something like that, right? But they do. Like it's the thing. It's like that's why I don't give it. So insane, right? People would rather people think he's cool because he's racist. You know what I'm saying? It's like oh, dude, he's super cool because he's racist. It's like, well, he's also a church burning Satanist evil murderer. So, like, ridiculous. Oh my gosh, that gave me a good laugh. Bit of dark humor, but it's pretty funny. No, look, the thing is, Satanism is a thing. It's just not, you know, a lot of people are just LARPing. The question or the sort of challenge in some way is to determine who's an actual Satanist, right? And, you know, sure, I'm sure many of them aren't really Satanists. They're more atheists, whatever, right? Thulian perspective. I know about Varg. You got kicked out as a guy. I know, it's like, as if that makes him cool. Like, yeah, whatever. You know? Ridiculous. Ugh. T-Jump, though. Mm-mm. His atheist church. Not a fan. Interesting name. I'm not into it, though. Not yet. Probably never will be. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, we okay, you know, yeah, let's see how far you can get me to go here. No, but honestly, I mean, I've been pretty congruent and consistent here. I just feel like it's like just funny to say, you know, because I don't think you're gonna push me as far as to go join T-Jump's church, for example, right? You know, it's like I'm pretty open about all about this stuff. I ain't joining no T-Jump atheist church. You know what I'm saying? This Eric is live. But seeing more people, I meant to mention this, dude. Some people seem to think I might be ENFJ. Like more and more people are jumping on this bandwagon. Like, frankly, I'm a bit surprised, and I don't think that it's actually accurate. But I am. It's interesting for sure. At this point, people think I'm freaking half the types. I honestly can't even. I don't even. I honestly feel like I don't have a real consensus. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, though, can't even believe this has been maybe the most conversation dense. You know, Chill Island Oasis of Truth and Reality session that I've maybe ever had. Straight up 8 hours of straight up conversation, like unbelievable. And as always, this started off like I didn't even think I was gonna stream for a while, and then I just got into it. That's amazing. Yeah, Eric stream. Well, you know, maybe you can open it up in another window. Try to act all cool. Act all good. Oh gosh, I just kind of feel like that's like after all this, might as well retitle this like the definitive text. Call it CJ O'Connell the definitive text. Because I really did. I've gotten into everything tonight. Well, not everything, but pretty much everything. Gosh, everyone getting me roped into controversial content. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Ruben. Like, Polar SI. It's like I see my SI as being very problematic, but like Polar, I would actually think would be almost a bit of like a relief. The thing is though, you were able to rattle off your day at least one time. This name, by the way, sounds familiar. Aaron Ra. Oh gosh, I can't even tell you. It's so like relieving to kind of just be over this topic and be caught up with the chat. I feel a bit accomplished. My eyebrows are too thin. We're doing Voltology now. You also can, I feel like you can barely see me. You guys can see me enough, right? It's decent. I get the black and white, but it's good enough. Thin eyebrows. I guess they're kind of thin. I gotta do this again. Gotta charge this. Yo ho 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 ho. I popped off tonight. I kind of feel like I did actual work. tonight. Oh god! Start screaming. Oh man. I'll tell you though. Listen. We can talk about stuff, but I feel like I'm especially over the kind of political content, you know? Look, we can talk religion, okay? You know, how I want to talk about art and life and people, but in society, culture, I am not trying to get political though. I mean, it's a hard, whatever line to draw. I mean, yeah, philosophical, psychological. Sure. I'm trying to get political though. It just begs the question. It's like, well, what is political? I just. I guess it's the kind of stuff that feels like actual work. I don't know. People say this stuff, right? That politics are the battleground of philosophy. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm into Charles Carroll. He does a good job of it. It's like, oh, maybe that sounds like disingenuous or something, but it's like, I mean, perfect example, right? It's kind of like talking about the gay stuff. It's kind of like, okay, well, the thing is like, I'm frankly actually not interested in talking about anything like that, really. I mean, in terms of its qualitative judgment, so to speak. I mean, we can talk about, oh, this movie or something is super kind of gay, whatever it is, and this kind of thing. And, maybe they don't handle the messages too well or whatever it is, right? But, and, we can talk religion. It's like, well, it says in the Bible this and that. But I don't know, man. Just, I don't know. Once again, I had some objective statistics and so forth, and about AIDS or whatever it may be, about just people's qualities of life. But I don't know. It's just judgment versus discernment, especially Christian discernment. It's like, it's not my place. I don't want to be getting into that mode, getting into like political pundit mode. It's not interesting and it's not good. You can kind of probably consider this the fundamental political text. It's about as good as it gets. I didn't even smoke any weed. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. It was a bit caffeinated, but I didn't smoke any weed at all. So, that was clean, clear, true, and good as it gets regarding this kind of content tonight. Yeah, I say tonight, though, right? Because it's been since frickin'... Well, actually, no. Well, yeah. It's been since 5 a.m. Amazing Truth and Reality. What do you guys say? We gotta search YouTube and stuff. I mean, Winston's mom, I haven't really gotten your take in a while. What type do you think I am at this point? What are you most leaning towards at this point? I mean, do you still think ENFP? I mean, Same with you, Jensennial. I mean, I know you said, well, I mean, it's like you don't agree with ISFJ. You don't seem to agree with INFP. Right, probably not. I guess not ENFJ. I don't know, probably not INFJ either. So I mean, what ENFP? I mean, ENFP, probably not ENTP. ESFJ. I mean, it's like I don't know, probably not. Um, but I think Jensennial's mind is still, he's kind of set on the ENFP typing. Um, Although, yeah, I was also interested. I couldn't tell if Peter was joking really about because he was like, "Oh, yeah, ISFJ." Like, I think he was being sarcastic, but like he's thought ENFP forever now. But I'm wondering if like maybe his mind was swayed by the typing. But yeah, isn't it kind of strange? People coming up with, like, someone just commented the other day being like ENFJ, but it's some guy whose thing is being like, have you guys seen this guy? He's like some kind of, oh, I'm a rogue typologist. Hold on, I'm gonna start this again. Let's get back into the. Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! This was good though. This felt like a sort of a last hurrah in terms of this kind of specifically sort of more political content. Especially, and I'm actually very glad that Lou not only that things are kind of hashed out with Lou now, relatively speaking. I'm gonna email her and like talk to her on my own, obviously, but even just that she was able to come through to the stream. I love her. I love you guys. You guys are the best. Okay, I don't care what anybody says. You're all good people. Okay. Ugh, except Eric for this title, sphincter puckering excitement. No, I'm just kidding, but it's funny though. That is funny though. I mean, one thing that's true about all this kind of thing is like, I do have as what I sort of see as being like, I've always seen it this way, as being kind of like SI FI sensitivities. Okay. And they have gotten a bit more intense in recent years. And it's kind of shaped. Well, and I've said, I mean, I literally deal with OCD. You know what I mean? Whatever that means, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's pretty real. I mean, it's as about as real as any kind of fucking mental illness gets or whatever, right? Yeah, I don't know. I hate saying it. That's why the thing is like I don't really say like, oh, I have OCD. I just kind of say like, look, I deal with OCD. I have a very strong OCD tendencies and whatnot, right? Anyway, FISI stuff all the way, like sensitivities and so forth. Oh, well, anyway, as you're probably not surprised of, it definitely has a pretty strong way of shaping my the things that I have been kind of saying lately and whatnot, right? But I don't know, this is all very helpful in the sense that it can sort of help me to be objective about this stuff and not be so mired in my own crap. You know what I mean? Like literally. I mean, my family helped me with that as well. But it's like, you guys are relatively unbiased and objective in the way that, look, obviously, whatever, everyone's going to have their stuff, but you know what I'm saying? Like, this is a place for me to, it's interesting, right? Because I think in a way it's been a blessing in disguise that not that many people have come through because, I might have been thrown to the wolves. I'm not going to give people too much to, whatever. To use against me. No, but right? But I think the reality is, it's like the Lou thing, right? Again, I told her in the email, I sort of said, look, I feel like this is, I didn't say look, but I said, look, Lou. No, I'm kidding, but I say, I'm like, yo, dude. No, I'm kidding. I said, I said it was like a serendipitous yet unfortunate situation. Because it's like, I'm kind of lucky and blessed in some sense to have not been thrown to the wolves so far. Not really. because you guys are such a great group here. You know, I mean, it was interesting irony, by the way, because when all of this stuff was going down the other day, and I was so, you know, like hung up on the Lou situation. There were I got 2 new subscribers who were coming through here. Oh, hold on. I couldn't even enjoy. I'm not trying to act like Mr. Good Guy, but I seriously, I could barely even enjoy it. I just found it incredibly ironic, right? I'm like, okay, wait, so you're telling me right now this is when the algorithm wants to choose to, maybe it's because it's prioritizing controversial content. I don't know. It's a theory. I really am not sure why that happened, but you guys who were here know that. We got some new Russian guy and then some other person who I don't know where they're from. But that was very, very ironic. That was very ironic timing. I'm like, really? Now the algorithm's going to recommend me? The first time ever, by the way. You know, this is why I mention it. It's why it's significant. Is because it's freaking first time ever that the algorithm has actually, you know, recommended me to anybody. So, hey, it's all related. You know what I'm saying? Amazing Truth and Reality. Anyway, but I'm never gonna sell out. All right. Yeah. As I'm going from like 8 to 10 people maximum. You know. Oh yeah, it was 8 people. Now it's 10. It was 8 people at best. Now it's 10 at best. It was 8 people at best. Now it's 10 at best. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, I figured once his mom. I believe you're an ENFP. I spent countless times digging in. I stand firm on the ENFP as your type. It's true. As I have my least of stoicism more than any other combo, I imagine. I use stoicism lightly there, but I feel about the shit I remember. I mean, see, the thing's so interesting, right? Is like, there's such a back and forth on that, like of 2 completely different ideas. It's like freaking stoic. I can see that, but there's also like reactive, and I can see that as well. Some people have said that though. They're like, well, you seem a little bit too reactive to be INFP, which is interesting, right? Because it's kind of like, okay, well, what about ENFP? But that's like, well, you don't seem polar TI. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? And it's true that whatever, you know what I'm saying? All of it. It's all true and good. No, but it's like I'm not exactly, my NE could be sort of more robust at times, and it's just there's so many things to say. But they've all been said. It's no use continuing to beat a dead horse, as they say. Inevitably, though. What was I going to say? Yeah, oh, right. Well, just being polar TI, right? I just don't know about that either. I mean, it's almost, I don't know what's more discomforting, right? The idea of being polar TI or the idea of being polar FI? I mean, I guess look, I honestly don't know at this point what's more ontologically discomforting. I feel like INFP makes sense, but I can see why, ISFJ makes sense. I just don't know. Let's not get into that too much right now, right? But what's this? Uclassify.com. MBTI text-to-type generator. Excuse me? Is this a new thing that I'm going to be addicted to? My review on Social Blade? Person, I thought someone was about to be, reviewing me. I guess they're kind of reviewing me. I got a C+. I've never even heard of this website. Oh, dude, my estimated monthly earnings are 35 cents to $6. My estimated yearly earnings are $4 to $66. Psych! I make $0 from the stream. But if you want to donate to my GoFundMe, here's the link. I'm just kidding, but yo, this is crazy, dude. Yo, dude, bruh, bruh. All right, user summary. Oh wait, I already. All right, future projections. Let's see. Well, it looks like my subscriptions will finally get to 754 in 2028. 4 more years. Well, three, 4. Look at my trajectory. Wow. What a great website, Mrs. Mom. Thank you. My views will be at 227,069 in 28 in 2028. What does that mean, like per video? Or that'd be crazy. Guys, I'm gonna get super freaking rich and famous, dude. I'll never forget you guys. Haha, peace, fam. Oh, click off. Peace, fam. Detailed statistics. I want to see some personalized content, though. And, yeah, whatever. I do want to do the... Yo, similar channels? What's going on here? This is absolutely wild. Just gotta make sure to check my ranking statistics. See how I match up. Yo, that's dope. People that are like me. Somehow. How can I look at them? These are all people who have way more subscribers than me. That's a Mason. That's a Mason. That's a 33rd degree Freemason, dude. Don't do it, dude. Don't be like them. Amazing truth and reality. Future... future projections. Alright, whatever. I just want to go through each little tabs here, and then, you know, peep the vibe. Seriously, though, it's like, how could Eric type me as an ISFJ if I'm actually an ENFP? That doesn't really make sense. Hold on one sec. I guess it's only 16 types to choose from, but it's just pretty notable difference there. Hold on one sec. User video. Yeah, whatever. This is pretty much mostly information that I have already, but some of this information is amazing. So thank you, Mrs. Mom. And then now finally. Oh, wow, all these statistics and things here, too. That's pretty good. Alright. Sure, about Polar TI. Absolutely. I mean, you know, I guess at this point I've started to see it as being, as being objective. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if I'm Polar TI, it's like being blind to objectivity. No way, man. I can't. That's ontologically discomforting. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's impossible for me. In no way, right? Absolutely be objective. I think I'm pretty good at it, if being honest. I think I'm definitely pretty good at it. If I'm being honest. Hold on one sec. Oh, right. So this here, You classify. Oh Lord. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Let's check it out. Let's see what all the hubbub is about. Let's see what all the hubbub is about. You like my necklace? Oh, jeez. What will happen if I just write poop a bunch of times? I said that I don't make poop jokes, but I'm kidding. I'm wrong, and I'm doing it now. Poopy doopy doopy doo. No, I'm just kidding. So horrible. And evil. I'm just kidding. Yo. Peep the language. I don't know. I'm like sort of I'm focused to look, this is how I put it, okay? I'm like I feel forced to focus on SI stuff even though and I'm not good at it. And I feel not forced to focus on NE stuff and I'm good at it. So, I don't know. Figure it out. I'm just kidding, but seriously, I don't know, dude. I don't freaking know, dude. Plus, well, I don't know. Yeah. I've always been very in the middle in terms of being introverted versus extroverted. That's one amazing truth in reality. You know, after that. This is crazy, though. Thanks for the link here as well, Winston's mom. Always a wealth of information here. What am I supposed to type? I'm too, like, drained to... I feel like I need to do, like, a good job. What do I write? Just about... Was once I started learning about Polar TI and going on Eric's channel and hanging around TWFP people. I was like, oh, man. But then the thing is once people started getting to know me, by 2019, people started saying, like, two guys I knew were kind of like, I actually think you might be INFP. Because there were always some things that didn't feel quite right about it, you know? But I think that was the thing, and probably especially Polar TI. Again, Eric corroborated it once, but then he sort of thought INFP as well, but he didn't really know me. But then he started thinking ENTP when I started streaming, and people around here started saying ENTP. But then he typed me ISFJ, and then people around here started saying ISFJ. But now everyone's still saying different stuff. They still don't believe it. Yeah, sorry if the internet connection is not great, but that's real. What even is what? Isn't my description just like a sentence? It's like it's a cool island, whatever, a cool island oasis for truth to reside. Like what? Oh, I guess I'm an ENFP. Well, what happens if I... this says I'm a 97. What up? Friedrich August the Third. Sorry if this is buffering a little bit in here. Oh, God. Well, you may be right, Genzenil. I mean, well, I guess that's good, right? Maybe I'm congruent and after all. In this way. I wonder, though... Oh. Yeah. I vibe with some of the INFP stuff, right? But there's always going to be... Like, it is a little bit... I guess FE ignoring is a little intense. Not intense, but kind of I mean, even just being FI Dom is a little intense, but FE ignoring is a little bit inaccurate. But it's, you know. Okay, well, yeah, it's like you have the FE and NI friend. It's like, okay, there went that theory. I mean, KME9 seems to also still think that I'm probably in ENFP, which is interesting. It's just such an interesting thing, though, right? 'Cause it's like, why would it's like, it's hard to imagine that I'm not something like an NE Dom or whatever, right? But it's also, I don't know. Is that what I really am, right? It gets into this kind of existential stuff. And then I also, by the way, start wondering about FI critical. FE critical isn't so inaccurate, though, and then I think of FI critical. Oh, well, that's interesting, though, because isn't FE critical of others and your own self in terms of their FE and my own FE? Yeah. I started wondering, though, with the ISFJ typing. I was like, man, what about the... It's not a bad typing, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. The only things that didn't really make sense to me were mostly the SI and NE placements. And then I started thinking some of the ways that it doesn't... Hey, I don't know. I read that. I'm not... I thought it... Literal. That it was... that you inevitably wind up being critical of yourself and others about that function. Sixth slot is also, like, demonstrative, though. The INFP is also chill in a way that I kind of wish I was. Like, there's pros and cons, but, like, they have a similar thing going on with the ISFJ where it's kind of like, I wish I was that chill. In reality. Amazing truth in reality. I think I want to get a typing from Spacey. I used to talk to him before. I don't know. Maybe he would be biased. He never doubted that I was ENFP, but this was also a few years ago. It's also not like we got very close or anything like that. But, he was on the whereby for a good amount of time. With Mark and everyone, I mean, we talked quite a bit. We mostly bonded over music and stuff. He actually has great taste. I don't really know... I'd be very interested to see how he would type me. I don't know this Asaurus Psych guy. Well, I don't know. That's what I was going to say, though. He might be... I don't know if I said this already, but yeah, Spacey might be biased in that way. Anyway, the end of... This is the thing. It's like... I vibe most with the NF mentality. Like, bar none, Depends on the NF guard. Karma around the child is how they judge it. They see karma, so try to keep the waters of feelings and try to calm. Well, I mean, that's relatable, obviously, yeah. The critical parent's law is valued later in life after you learn its importance. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean... Yeah, well, you're right, Boba Fett. It's probably best to go with someone with just no... Zero Mia. Mia just says it all. Eric Chu man had an idea if you already crafted it in his mind. Yeah, it's true. Although, you know, I was thinking about it though, and it really was. It's like a very like good idea, but it's sort of funny because it's like, okay, well, ENTP doesn't check out because the TI isn't robust enough. It's like, which I already knew. I mean, it's like, of course, I think I have a certain access to it, but, you know, I never for a second was thinking, oh, I'm a TI tool and, you know, FI polar. Like, nah, it's not really possible. You know, I always took it as a compliment, right? But then once the TI is not robust enough, and he didn't really test the NE that much, but it's not like whatever. I was going that hard. The FE just seems pretty good. It could be demonstrative, etc., etc. He kind of comes off as like, he's like, well, no, you're actually an ISFJ. And I'm just like, wow. I knew, though, that it was going to be one of them. What I'm saying, though, is he's like very reticent to type me an NFP. And furthermore, he's like, well, he had a really good, you know, he has not only a very charitable idea of what an ISFJ can be, right? But it's also like, I mean, look, we get along well, and you know, and he kind of. I also take it similarly as a compliment. Maybe not as much as the ENTP, right? Because oh, you know, they're so good, right and good. But at the same time, though, in some way, it's almost like he's saying ISFJ is almost more right and good in some way. Just, you know, he talks about his longtime friend, like his mother and everything. I'm like, oh man, I'm like, that's kind of realizing, wow, well, that's a real compliment, especially, you know, in the company of Oliver and this James guy, you know, yeah, just a lot of good people. It's just a good. It's just all good. But I never really thought. Well, if it goes, oh please. Hey, I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, I'm just saying that I was thinking about it. I've obviously been going back and forth about it, but based on the session and based on his conception, I be interested to see. I've been needing also to just be a little more detached about it, you know. I mean, plus just seeing everyone's different takes on it is proof enough. But you're right, Gen Zennial, and I actually appreciate you reminding me. You know, and I know this, but there is a relatively consistent idea of me here. But I do notice though that for some reason INFP doesn't stick. Like you guys are just like, nah. I'm like, what are you kidding me? Like, you know what though? That's bizarre because it's like, what if your S? Oh shit, yo, oh my gosh. Well, because Eric says that your 8th slot actually gives you more trouble than your polar. And the thing that didn't make sense to me about ISFJ was like, well, I don't feel like my NI gives me. Oh, but NI ignoring? Am I really? No, you know what? Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud, as usual. But you know, TE. The thing is, this idea that SE ignoring and TE polar makes sense, but NI. Sorry, NI 8th slot. NI does not give me more trouble than TE. TE gives me more trouble. In terms of actually whatever, you know, like achieving goodness or whatever, right? You know, whatever, FITE stuff. The point being though, yeah, what do you guys think about 8th slot? Because you know, see, with 6th slot and 8th slot, I'd be thinking, well, look, I'm demonstrative FE, right? And then I'd be thinking, well, I'm role NI. What? Sorry. I'm role frickin' SE. But that's also a little bit iffy. But demonstrative FE makes sense. But I'm saying in Eric's conception that 7th slot gives you that 8th slot gives you more trouble than 7th. You know. That would be That would be congruent with ENFP is what I'm trying to say. Is that in the sense that roll SE, in the sense that SE gives me more trouble in many ways than TI, then it would be true. But, you know. If that's not true, then INFP still makes more sense. Jensenial says, Eric has his own system that is wholly detached from classical theory. You can't conflate his conclusions with classic theory. Was it you, Jensenial, who was saying... Oh, yeah, you were. It was you. You were saying you got to just stick to Jung. That's crazy, dude. I mean, look, ISTP and ESTP are very low on my list of likelihood. INFJ and ENFJ, though, I mean, interestingly, they are quite high up. ISTP and ESTP are, frankly, the last to me. But I don't know. That's quite a stark difference. I mean, maybe... But the idea of being SETI or TISE is a little bit intense to me. And that's coming from, like, you know, I mean, I see TI as being, you know, pretty objective and good. You know, I just, but I'm not gonna be going, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make, like, you know, being an STP just really makes no sense. But NFJ, I could definitely buy. Very interesting, too, how people have been thinking ENFJ. It's funny, though, right? Because what if they're just saying ENFJ because they're like, oh, well, he's, you know, because he's not TI polar or something, right? They're biased. That's funny, though, Jensen. It was like, Boba hitting the crack pipe over here. Versus a toke away, Jensen. No, INFJ and ENFJ are relatively sound, right? ISTP and ESTP are not sound. But although funny enough, I mean, I think you probably, and I think you agree, right? You probably fit in the, you know, beta quadra. We do get along quite well as well. I don't know. But I mean, I get along well pretty much with all you guys. You know what I'm saying? Ultimately, obviously. Oh, I gotta use that text generator thing. Like, what the heck is this? It's unbelievable. It's amazing. This is a new addiction. Oh, yeah, I guess that's what I was already saying that about. I didn't know if I was saying that about the other one. I was talking about this one. I don't know. I forget what I was going to say. Whatever. You know, you can just, sometimes you just gotta let it move on. You gotta go with the flow. Oh, right. I remember now, of course. You know, it's like, what if they're just saying I'm ENFJ because of their idea of Eric TI stuff, right? He can't be. He can't be because he seems, you know, whatever. He's relatively objective and good, so he must not be an FI user. It's like, bruh, you're literally a letter away from calling me an ENFP, even though they're completely different, obviously. But, you know, it's like, you're willing to get that. I don't know, though. The good FE, again, that could just be demonstrative. FE, ultimately. Anyway. You know, like, I just keep thinking of stuff that, like, John's. I don't know, anybody shouldn't be bringing him up because I don't know that he wants to be brought up in this way, but... You know, it's like the fact that he thought I was ISTJ, and he was just like, you're not an ENFP, right? It's like, you know, but the thing that he mainly, you know, pointed out was more like the lack of SE. So he was saying, well, I thought I was more, he was 50-50 last time I checked on INFP versus ISTJ. You know, we've talked a decent amount. You know, it's like Lino, on the other hand, is convinced of INFP. We've talked a lot. upon the ISFJ typing, he didn't really say much. He just sort of told me like, yeah, the SI just always stood out to me the most. In fact, that was the first thing that he said, and it was funny because I thought it was ridiculous. But then once we got into ISTJ, I was like, well, I guess I can kind of buy that because it's in the same quadra, even though it did have a similarly ontologically discomforting element, you know. Although I didn't think the polar FE made sense. And well, I didn't think a lot of stuff made sense about it, but it did kind of make sense in that it was in the same quadra. But ISFJ actually hit a good sweet spot. It's kind of like, okay, well, TE polar kind of makes sense, you know. And Eric, of course, is like, he's like, you're, he says, that sweet spot you're talking about? He's like, it's the truth. I'm like, oh no, I'm an ISFJ. That's a good way of something to think about, since you know what am I doing all the time? Power occurs. It's either NE or SI. That's what's insane. No, my SI is not really like. I don't think of it as necessarily being good though. I do have a pretty good memory though. Oh God! No, I'm just kidding. There's a lot of viewers. I'm just tired. I had a point about Eric, the type talk. He Sorry, hold on. It's doing this kind of nonsense again. Lol. LMAO. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. I don't know. I forget what I was going to say. I'll remember eventually. Oh, yeah. I guess just the thing about what if it's just what if it's just the bias? People want to say I'm ENFJ instead of ENFP because an ENFP couldn't possibly be the subjective and good. You know, especially in Eric's model. But it's interesting, right? Because it's kind of like, well, kindred also kind of makes sense, you know? Amazing truth and reality. Not so much dual. But I take that as a compliment. I love Eric. No, but seriously, it's like, very debatable. INFPs have this English teacher / librarian vibe. Well, it's like they certainly are a bit more chill than me. They're kind of goals in that way, you know? I like their vibe of kind of being often seemingly ironically unbothered. Although paradoxically very bothered, I suppose, but you know, just their nature. They have a certain assuredness that is admirable. A lot of my favorite artists and people are probably INFP. There are some that are other types. A few ENFPs here and there. A few ENTPs. Well, you know, there's all kinds of types. INFJs. I always feel like I kind of get the INFPs the best, but it's kind of like, INFPs are also very kind of over. Like there's probably a lot of people that type people INFP that aren't even really INFP. I mean, at the end of the day, I could probably choose, whatever. There's all sorts of kinds of types of artists and people that I really enjoy. That I may say that I really love. Yeah, TE Polar. I don't know. The TE is not great, though. Definitely not. Mia, thanks, Sensennial. It goes exactly. You're on top of it. You just need to let go of super bad tropes. We're talking about the NESI thing. I mean, yeah, it's something like that. It's just this idea, though. It's like, well, the SI stuff just gives me a lot of trouble. Who knows? I'm just saying it could turn out that way, right? Wind up being good at it. But the thing is, it's like, man, obviously in some ways I don't really wish I was an ISFJ, but in some ways I kind of do, that it would be that's good. You know what I mean? Literally. Amazing Truth and Reality. Karma Spim says, you ever watch Dulles or Chris Claremont? Oh my gosh, it's like everyone always bringing up Dulles. I mean, look, I've seen a little bit of him. I've not seen any of Chris Claremont, though. I kind of want to try this text analyzer, but I don't want to be funny. I kind of want to like fight the impulse to be funny. Again, this is another weird thing. Again, not trying to flex, but it's kind of like, I mean, like growing up, again, look, getting the superlative for the funniest guy award. Come on, dude. I mean, the thing is, it doesn't really fit INFP or ISFJ. Although, there is something to be said, though, about my true self, Oh, Claremont wrote X-Men in the 70s and 80s, if you don't know. Okay, I didn't know that. I literally thought that you were talking about some kind of, like, some kind of INFP, like, type person. But what is he? Some kind of INFP, he made X-Men? You think he's INFP? I'm just assuming, based on the context. Have you narrowed it down in any way, by the way, Karma's Pimp? Like, I always feel like I confuse you with Boba Fett. But do you think you're an INFJ? Is that the vibe? I just kind of want to make sure I'm getting that. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, it's not necessarily that important. You are who you are, outside of type. But I'm just wanting to... it just feels like everyone's got something. It's kind of interesting. It's like, except you and Bobby McGee over here. Although I think he's starting to come around to the SJ idea, which honestly he kind of like should, I mean, especially when you consider the idea that like, the way I've always seen him as being something like an STJ. In fact, frankly, the first vibes that I've always ever gotten from him were like ESTJ, but that's not some kind of like insult necessarily. I have actually seen it as being that he's my quadramate. You know what I'm saying? And I always felt like, okay, well, like that's why we get along. It kind of all makes a little bit of sense though, because it's kind of like, he gives me a hard time about certain things, right? I give him a hard time about certain things, but in the end, we're definitely still friends, It's just not everyone can get the vibe of kind of being like, where his vibe. But you can tell though, there's a kind of sometimes he gets a little ridiculous, but he obviously always means well. He's a good guy, Congress Pimp, I wouldn't even be surprised if you were INFJ, but it's also interesting that you and Bobby seem to generally get along. So that wouldn't I don't know. You guys are kind of hard to type, especially just over text. It's kind of interesting too to not really be thinking of type with people. There's something a little bit refreshing and relieving about that, frankly, right? Again, like from chat, I wouldn't put money on anything. He types himself as an INTP. I mean, how often have you talked to him very much or seen his vibe very much? He's very conservative Christian. He's pretty hardline too. He definitely we get along very well. He's very, especially in terms of like, he has a certain interest in like film and things like that. It's not in the same way as myself, frankly, but it's an interest nonetheless. And he's relatively knowledgeable, and we actually come to often interestingly similar conclusions, especially regarding just all of this kind of stuff. But in the sense that he's hardline, like I've said, he'll he'll get on me for being too FE sometimes. He'll get on me for being like, not kind of hardline enough about stuff, and et cetera, et cetera. And he's always kind of had a reputation for being a bit fighty. He's one of these guys. He's like a good-hearted guy. No one really ever, gets whatever. Like, he's a good guy, but he can be a little bit fighty. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you, in terms of when you compare him to like Lino, Melting Zero, he types INTP, and I'm pretty sure he's like a pretty true blue INTP. We get along very well, though, and he thinks I'm INFP probably because we get along well and we relate about a lot of things, and I don't really necessarily see him as being my supervisor. I could sort of see the TI stuff, though, being a supervision, but I don't know that I see it as being, I don't know. Like, I don't know. We've talked a lot, and it's, I don't know. I don't know. I've never really seen it get to a place of where, like, we've both had moments of slight frustration, but it's never really been like intense or anything. It often seems like something like this, right? It'll be like, it's kind of like him telling me like, okay, like you're FIing too much, and then me kind of telling him like, okay, you're TIing too much, but it's pretty even in that regard. You know what I mean? Meh. Anyway, my actual main point, though, although I suppose the information regarding my relationships with them is also somewhat informative, right? Yeah, he is very different, right? Classic INTP, not to be like that, right? But, he's got glasses, and he's very kind of, he's scientific, he's interested in the economics and things like that. But, Bobby's a smart guy, but his interests lie decidedly elsewhere, right? But not to downplay the diversity and interest of either of them. It's just, if I had to be honest in what I've sort of seen, it would appear that Lino is just very, very classic INTP. You know what I mean? The NE is robust. He's amazing. He's got the good puns and everything. He's better than me with that stuff, like by quite a lot, actually. Like, he's honestly, frankly, quicker than me in that way. He's able to come up with things like that, and just that kind of mathematical mind. I remember he was showing me stuff about math, and I was pretty amenable to it. I don't remember it that well, but at the time I could follow. We were talking about like physics and stuff, and I was able to grasp some of it. It was a lot, but it was like I could grasp some of it, And he was like, "Oh, I'm kind of surprised that you're able to follow this stuff." And I was like, "Well, it's decent." But then later, of course, it's kind of like I don't remember most of it, but it was decent at the time. Yeah, inevitably though, he's just, you can just kind of tell he's INTP. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not, I'm open to the idea of Bobby being INTP. But I guess I just find it interesting though. I'm like, okay, so you actually like you've seen a lot from him, and you think he's INTP, or are you a little bit not super, I mean, you're saying you wouldn't put money on anything, so it's kind of like probably don't know him that well in terms of the. I'm just saying I only really know him from chat as well. I mean, so that's a lot to. You could be talking about a little bit or a lot is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, oh, nice. It's Memorial Day tomorrow, right? So good. Anyway. Just like, happy birthday, America. It's like not even America's birthday. It's the Soldier's Day. Which is just, is it an arbitrary day? There must be some significance. I swear they don't even teach us about that. Goes like, we know what. Was there a specific thing of the day? Of the day? There's probably something. There's probably something. Maybe this is why I get along with with the INTJs as well. Because I'm actually ENFP. Peter never changed his head. I mean, his fucking... I read what you said in head. He never changed his opinion. I don't think he did. TE polar is the worst polar. That's intense. You think so? I don't know. Maybe everyone thinks their polar is the worst polar, right? But you really think that when compared to the rest of them? Ooh. I would think SE Polar would actually be kind of worse, or I don't know. They're all kind of bad, actually, I guess. Anyway, Living Soldiers Day. It's the Dead Soldiers Day. Living Soldiers Day is Veterans Day. Yeah, exactly. It's actually pretty tragic. People are partying. I mean, I guess it's in honor of them, but still, it's like, maybe want to save that for Veterans Day. Well, I guess, right, in the sense that we celebrate life. Literally. Amazing truth in reality. Anyway. Yeah, Jensenial says mirrors was a port. Wait, same type are as mirrors of each other. Nurture and maturity as a whole neutral and that. That's another thing too, by the way. It's like Eric is my elder. He's literally my parents' age. So, and it's like I kind of respect him as such. He's an expert with debate and typology. I like him. I think he's a talented, good guy. It's gonna change the dynamic, I suppose, in many ways. Ultimately, yeah. You say mirrors got a hold on. Yeah, mirrors was a portrait of samesies, I guess. Gun in my head, he's INTP, but yeah, I have no dog in the fight to put money on. Well, that's interesting. Maybe I'm way off here. I mean, I guess I just always feel like I'm detecting a kind of camaraderie with what seem like almost FI sentiments, but I don't know. That's interesting, man. I'll have to think about it. The thing is I'm not always necessarily thinking of him in terms of type. I'm kind of, which is probably good. But I always go back and forth. I'm either like, okay, either he is what he says he's an INTP, or he's like either an ISTJ or an ESTJ, right? But like, I really have no idea. And those are such, they're very different types. Right, so, amazing truth. Anyway, Carmen's Pimp says, people are going to type, well, also he says this is Dead Soldiers Day, Living Soldiers Day is Veterans Day. Carmen's Pimp says, people are going to type through their own filters. That is obvious. Like the Californians have a different collective attitude than New Englanders. For example, plus their own MBTI type sees X in such a way. When typing, you have to remember your polar is going to have a certain blindness. Yes, general distinctions play a role too, I'd think. Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mention that. I guess, because it's like, I mean, I would wager Californians are a lot more relaxed. New Englanders are a lot more kind of uptight. So, I don't know. I mean, I've definitely, especially being in such an FE kind of family, like, you know, I've definitely learned to have like good FE. Um, but yeah, I don't know. It's, you know how it is. I don't want to repeat myself too much, right? Just being SIFE is just such a difference from being like FINE or NEFI or something. I'm like, whoa, really? That's amazing. And I all over his face, KP. And I was like, ew, dude. Ew, dude. But yeah, I mean, that's so much to consider. But you know, I mean, I didn't even think about the Californian attitude versus the New England attitude. And yeah, you would know you're new, not to whatever, but you've mentioned it enough. I hopefully you're comfortable with me mentioning it. But you're like a New England native. So you understand. Would you say that's probably true though? Generally speaking, it's like Californians more relaxed, New Englanders more uptight. That would seem to be what I get. I've never been to California though, honestly. I'm gonna fucking fall asleep. Um, yeah, that NI though. So you probably are. You mean you think you're an INFJ? I mean, I wouldn't object to that myself. I mean, honestly, I tend to just believe people's self typings. I guess it's just like it just I don't know. I mean, it's like I guess Bobby could be. He's just so different. He's so unique. Like he's not really like any INTP. I mean, I guess Spacey had his moments, but like he in the back in the day, but like um but it's like, man, I don't know. He's so uncharacteristic from it. Whatever though, it's definitely possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause they do have access to FI stuff, you know. And again, I mean, I'm not necessarily saying it's all FI. It just feels I don't even know. I don't know. That would be interesting though. I guess it might correlate. There could be a fourth slot FE situation. I could actually kind of see that. Interestingly enough, that's interesting. I guess I hadn't thought about it too much. You know, I rarely get to thinking about people's how that stuff like manifests. I don't know until I get to really thinking about it like right now. Other than little things here and there, like I'm just scrolling through the chat to even freaking remind myself. But it's like Winston's mom. Like I've said this, but it's like from where I'm standing. I mean, I don't know if it might just be good FI or something, right? But like from where I'm standing, like she's got great FE. So it's kind of like, oh wow, like is she really like polar FE? But it's also not like everything else is really incongruent. You know what I mean? I guess that would be my only sort of caveat or whatever, but it's not definitive. There's that. I mean, this is just like a lot of different, like there's a lot of room for variation within the types. Absolutely, objectively. There's truth to reality. Just, you know. Oh, speaking of Winston's mom, what did you put in for text that got you to hear this calculator to say I'm ENFP? Because, like, that little bit that I have in my YouTube description just frickin' put me as an INTJ, speaking of which, as well. A cool island oasis for truth to reside. It still puts me as that. My personality database from, my personal profile, not the whatever, I don't have a page, but my account has a description, but it talks about type too much. So, in other systems, I'm wondering what would happen, though, if I were to put the fricking legendary aspect of this moment. It's just not opening. It's being super slow, kid. Gentano says Winston's mom has great FE because she practiced and mindful. Carson says this one brief dynamic sentence, lol. I wouldn't think that's enough. Well, no, yeah. I just wanted to see because she said it put that. You know what I'm saying? But nah, I don't really. If I put the. I don't really have anything else to put. I'd have to come up with my own thing. I should do a genuine bit, though, right? Maybe I'll just... I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm tempted to do it now, though. I gotta mess around a little bit on this right now. I gotta do a little dance. I'll keep the chat. Peep it and weep. I like that saying better than usual. Uh-oh, it's Jarvis again. Amazing Truth and Reality. Look, I'm putting back up Pauly G and Harvey, okay? Don't tread on me. It's not an objectification. I'm just in love with her. The thing is she is actually good. Dang, yo. I feel like I be needing a snack. Know what I'm saying, though? Know what I'm saying, though? Let me just grab something really quickly. That sounds like a good breakfast, Carrot. Thank you for being here. Uh-oh. You're right You're right now. You're right now. Hold on. Just hold your horses, okay? Okay. Look. We're gonna pop off. Don't worry. Don't worry, we're popping off. Popping off. Ready in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1. Yeah! Ooh. I love a good Japanese cover. So good. Alright, 1 second. Thanks, Jen Zennial, saying, should share the screen. I usually don't think to do that, especially because it always takes up so much space even just playing it. But 1 sec. What if I just search XJ9? Just sort of put the classic, right? What happens if I save this being as it is? Will it be just her? Can you imagine? Just wait a second for it. Just wait a second for it. Wait a second for it. I'ma come through, I'ma do them in the morning. In the morning. Hold on. Dude, yo, if this posts as just sort of like her and with no image square, I'm gonna be freaking hyped. Yo, look at how freaking hyped I am now. Yo. This is the best thing that's happened this entire stream. Thank you, Carrot. Wait. Oops. You just gotta wait for it real quick. Yeah, you're right. It's those PNGs. Those pungs. I love pung files. I gotta love a nice pung file when I see one. Okay. Yeah, you're not kidding, Jen Zennial. You ain't joking. Try to do this all the time. Just enjoying this PNG. I've done it before, but it's the file format. You're right. That's what it is. I gotta do that. I gotta do that as much as possible from now on. Hold on 1 sec. I get like freaking copyrighted because it's so good. Look at that. That's how you make me happy. You know what I'm saying? Did you relate to that guy like that XJ9? Huh? Carlos just goes, nice, lol. Amazing exclamation point and lol. Who? Do you mean like what? The guy who is like in love with her? That's tragic. Which, like Sheldon, or the other guy, the friend guy. Isn't his name Brad or something? He's kind of a Chad. She gets ESFP. Bradley, the guy she likes, gets ENTP. So who are you talking about? Yeah, sure. I don't know. I don't really remember the characters that much. Like, I don't really remember Brad. But are you talking about Brad or Sheldon? I don't remember. That would be great, though. Find an American flag bikini. XJ9. That's hilarious. It must be there somewhere. I don't know. Do they wind up together? Who winds up with who, right? Hold on. Now that it's finally... I got back to normal. That's sort of a perfect photo, too, because it's kind of like announcing the stream, you know what I mean? It's like, here it is. Just kind of like... Wait. I just put it in her hands. That's the best thing ever. Oh, it's My Life as a Teenage Robot. Karma's Pimp. Yeah, she was kind of, you know, one of my first crushes. No, not really, but it was really funny because Carrot was like, you were liked her belly button screw. And then I was like, oh no. I was like, that's literally what it was. And I remember when I was a kid, and it was one of the other weird things that I like. Wait, I want to figure out how to do this a little bit. I don't know if I can do it. I know, right? Thanks, Carrot. Yeah, I remember like feeling bad about it, telling my mom. I was like, it made me realize I was like, I like girls with flat stomachs. Such a weird thing to say, freaking freak. You kidding me? It's disgusting. No, I'm just kidding, but it made me realize. Yeah, it was my friend. It was just my weird friend. It wasn't me. Yeah, but who are you asking about? Brad or Sheldon? Listen, because I'm much more of a Brad, whichever the cool one is, right? Yeah, I was probably like, I don't know. I was probably like, I was probably like 7 years old or something. I don't know. When did that show come out? Like, it was either like 2001 or 2003 or something. I don't know. It's pretty young. We were talking about this stuff earlier. It's like, it was one of those things of like being young and just being like, wait, why am I and just being like, oh, weird. 2003. Yeah, okay, all right. It was probably like 7. I don't know. It was one of those kinds of things I had to sort of confess, you know. It's very, very intense. No, not really. It wasn't intense, but it was just a thing. And then my mom always kind of, I don't know, made fun of me for it. Not made fun of me, but like, this chick's trying to be PJ Harvey. You ain't PJ Harvey. Badass picture there. But yeah, it's like my mom and dad just like, I like girls with flat stomachs. So sizist, right, or whatever. Well, it is what it is. But that's the thing. It was like a sort of a sexual awakening. No, I'm just kidding. But it's like, it's really crazy because I was thinking, I'm like, it's almost kind of messed up, right? Putting the, putting the belly button screw. It's like, yo, dude, that's like straight up too much. You know what I mean? That's too much. It's messed up. No, I'm just kidding. It's intense though. Not safe for work. No, I want to put back up the regular PJ Harvey picture. XJ9 though, dude. Are you kidding me? Look, her name's Jenny, alright? Let's be doing the proper, gender here. Whatever, proper naming here. Yeah, okay, good, because Brad is badass. No, that's the thing. I don't even remember what he's like. He's obviously way cooler, though. You kidding me? Sheldon? I was watching Sheldon. I'm like, ew. What a fucking freak. No, I'm just kidding, but... It is. The cartoons. It's so evil. The belly button screw is pornographic. No, I'm just kidding, obviously, but I get the vibe too, because she's like a teenager. It's kind of the thing, right? You wear belly shirts. That's what teenagers do, I guess. What an amazing show. My life is a teenage robot. Yeah. I don't know. This could be better. I can't seem to get this text right. Might have to, unfortunately, try a different color that's, a little bit unusual. Oh, yo, I can do this. Look at this. I know, I'm saying, it's funny you said that. I was almost about to play the theme song, but I would think that would get copyrighted, so I probably shouldn't do that. Because I want to remember what it sounds like, I feel like it wasn't really that memorable of a show, is the thing, right? But Jenny, in and of herself, was, whatever, memorable. OG robot poster girl. Straight up freaking, whatever, feminist legend. No, I'm just kidding, but... I can't seem to find the right shade of pink. No, it's why they're all too dark. Stop. I don't know. I might just have to make it a little bit bigger and just sort of deal with it like this. It looks so kind of dumb. It's all right. Huh. You make it, cut up the video in a weird way, make it black and white, and have extremely low volume, so it does so much freaking work. Put in work. Put them in the dirt. Yeah. I don't know, that might work. This I mean. I don't know. I could trying to do something like that. I'm just gonna fix this out a little bit here. Do a little bit of this. Do a little bit of a dance. Wait. Just straight up. Put a full body of myself. Edited PNG. They look like I'm holding it. That would just be like disturbing. Some sort of fantasy. Carson is lousy, Jay. I'll take. Amazing vibes. That one, yeah. There's quite a few pictures of her, flaunting her armpit hair. Incredibly rebellious, right? Yeah, she had her era. I don't know. It's a little intrusive, but I don't know. I don't mind. I mean, she's good looking. It's kind of like, I don't know. I don't mind it if it's not too much and she's good looking. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I mean, if I had to choose, it's like I wouldn't have that vibe, but wait. Yeah, well, you know how it is. Every single, it's the whatever, always got to be rebellious. That's amazing. Truth and reality. I don't know. This is in the 90s, right? Hair is power. Women can't have hair only on their head. Wow. I never thought of it like that. I mean, I could understand people thinking whatever, it's not attractive or that it's like more masculine, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. There's a lot of just straight up get right up in my face right now. No, but I'm trying to fix this. Yeah, it really is 90s peak feminism vibe. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like I'd prefer it not, but I really don't like mind that if she's attractive to me. But the I guess I would prefer otherwise, but I don't know. I mean, I was gonna, it's kind of funny because a lot of my favorite girls tend to always do a lot of. It seems to be a thing. It's like flaunting their armpits and sometimes armpit hair. Like Caroline Polachek. I was thinking about putting her up as well. She's doing that all the time. It's constant. Which I'm not complaining. It's just when it gets to be too much hair. But, again, you've been gorging about a long way. It's pretty girl privilege or something, I guess. I don't know. Again, I would prefer not, but whatever. I don't necessarily mind it. I just really can't get this right here. That's alright. A 90s feminism. You should have a 90s feminism armpit hair collage. No joke. Yeah, people are weird about it. I never thought of it as being like a power thing. I mean, one thing I could see again, like it just not looking that good, and like especially if it's a lot, and maybe seeing it as being kind of like masculine, but it's like, yo, I used to think Cara Delevingne was good looking, but I don't anymore. I don't like her eyebrows, you know. It's pretty good. It's like ambition, but amazing kind of model. Yeah, but I mean, you're right though. I mean, it's like, it's no lie. I guess though, depends on, you know, who you find attractive. You know, like you could say, uh, you know, like someone that I think is pretty, who's, you know, has the armpit hair, is like, it's she's not pretty, so it doesn't work, right? But that's just my, you know, whatever, my opinion kind of thing, right? Legendary moments. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Like, whoa. Oh. I don't know. She's weird because sometimes she doesn't look that great. Sometimes she looks amazing. Like, I mean, are you kidding me with this one, right? But it's like, you know, and like all of this kind of era. Um, yeah, whatever. I mean, you know, you know, people's taste and everything, but it's like but in general, I think it's good. No, but not if it's like too much, right? But still, literally good. But you know how it is. I mean, if I search for armpits, it's like, I mean, yeah, you know, this whole kind of vibe. Even on her, you know, 4-track demos cover, I'm like, uh-oh. And it's actually from a frickin' Huffington Post article, why I think shaving your armpits is overrated. Yeah, see, like this though, that's too much. Her, she's kind of pretty, but that's too much. But the PJ Harvey vibe is, you know, somewhat acceptable. But yeah, I mean, she does kind of look like, I don't know, she's rocking the short hair. I don't know. I'm not trying to get judgmental, but I'm just saying, relatively speaking, she definitely gets away with it. Who's that? That's not her. Taylor Swift? Oh, that's just her armpits in general. Okay. Amazing. Amazing photo. I love this one. This one's crazy. It's badass. Anything with guns. Uh-oh. She's just the best. Hold on one sec. Yeah, the classic Patti Smith Easter cover, you know, kind of invented that. You know, it's kind of a whole aesthetic. Wait. See more anyway. The hell? That's not. That doesn't look like her. Noish. That's looking good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Straight up, though. It's like, it looks good. I mean, it's probably just better shaved, but, you know. I'm just it is, though. It's pretty girl privilege. She gets away with it. Very good. But I tell you, it's unbelievable the amount of people, like, freaking, I don't know. It's a thing. I mean, it makes sense. It can be beautiful. What's the... But yeah, Caroline Polachek. She does it all the time. It's almost a little bit overdone. You guys know her? She's pretty good. She's probably like the best... Obviously, she's kind of the best female pop artist around. Julie Holter's probably like the best female artist around. Well, but PJ Harvey's still around. She just came out with a really good new single. But she's, you know, kind of a legend at this point. I hear immediately, right? It's like, oh, that picture's not that great. It doesn't look that good there. But she's constant. It's like, it's purposeful. It's unbelievable. Classic. Just classically classical. It's a bit of a, you know, sexual awakening moment. Not to be, you know, inappropriate. Anyway, you know. Right, the celebrity r/celebrity armpits. We had a joke about this, me and John. I was like talking about this stuff. She does it all the time. Again, though, she's gorgeous, so, you know, she gets away with it. But it looks good. I mean, you know, she looks good. Who's this guy? Is that what I have to look like to have a chance with her? I did have a dream once that I was, like, seeing her. I'm not gonna lie. Let's be honest. It's a little bit embarrassing. There's just, but yeah, it's just an unbelievable amount. So, yeah, I mean, you know, it's a thing. She's gorgeous, though. She's a legend, too. She's really good. This is crazy, though. What is this? Don't be just wearing tape. That's, you know, it's a little bit intense. Can't believe what the Lord has finally sent me. Yeah, well, you get it. I'm tired of justifying my armpit hair from Racked. Yeah, there's just too many of, you know, whatever, this kind of pseudo kind of feminist thing. Like, just like, who even are you? It's like, no, not Lena Dunham. Everyone, it's a moment, right? Anyway, back to this, right? Amazing. Grimes, though, right? She was one of them, too. Legendary moments. You know, yeah. Amazing. Pretty good, though. What's the, there's one that, Sky Ferrara, good armpits, never did the hair. But what's weird is that when she showed up on Twin Peaks, being straight up, first of all, it's like, okay, showing her armpits quite a bit. But then in Twin Peaks, she had this whole thing. She had like an armpit rash, which is weird, right? I don't know. It's just a thing I noticed. It's pretty good, but it's like, it just, I don't know. People don't really talk about it, I notice. This is a cool picture. It's pretty dope. I can't believe what the Lord has finally sent me. So, yeah. Dua Lipa, though? She's pretty beautiful, decent musician, not unbelievably good. But, I mean, you know, she's definitely very attractive. Anyway. Enough of this. Kind of going to go back to, you know, my love, Paula Jean Harvey. There's a thing from Nick Cave where he says, like, my love... Here he is, right here, this legend. I guess I could also be him. Straight up king. What is this, though? I almost dropped my syringe. Was he on heroin? Oh my gosh. He did heroin? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. No. Nick Cave. I don't know. That's tragic. I don't know. Nick Cave's pretty good. I mean, Nick Cave's pretty good. What the heck is this? Gwen Stefani, 53, takes off makeup. Takes off makeup, leaves us with no words. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. So sad. Whatever, not trying to judge. You know what I'm saying? But this I love this kind of spam stuff. It's like, oh my gosh, she looks like this and not this. That's horrible. Anyway, he had a thing where I'm pretty sure he said, like, I love you, Paula Jean Harvey, and I think of that all the time. But I can't find it anywhere. Yo, she's got freaking fish arms and stuff. What's going on with it? That's, like, not a very good picture. This is some kind of Stories from the City, Stories from the Sea limited edition print. Okay, why was this even ever an option? No. It's very clearly the cover they went with is way better in the demos. That's cool. All of her demos pictures are amazing. But I can't. Yeah, like this is the one they went with. There's about you know, 100 times better, right? Also, it's a good song on there she does with Tom York called "This Mess We're In." Oh wow, though, look at that. Pitchfork gave it a freaking 5.5. Oh, that's crazy. That's ruthless. Anyway, I'm excited to see what her new album's gonna be like. I think the new single is really good. It's like some people I feel like would probably maybe say it's a little bit boring, but it's actually like chillin' good. So make sure to get that delineation straight. It's literally chillin' good. Yeah. Anyway, she's a you know, beautiful, gorgeous, talented, amazing legend. No, literally, amazing truth and reality. All right, but I'm gonna bring it back to this classic picture yet again and change it up a little bit. Peep the chat. One sec. This is pretty dope. I don't know. This photo shoot era, whatever's going on here is just amazing, right? Like, so good. I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep it on this one. I guess she has poetry. I'd watch her read her poetry, dude. You kidding me? I wish she would read me her poetry. Oh, man. Oh, man. Legendary. What is up with this syringe? Get out of here, though, you know? This is epic, though. I've seen her do this one. Dude, look at how awesome that is, right? With the guitar and the orange amps. The orange amps are legendary. I've never used them. But I would love to. Like, what is going on? I'm not even looking at her. I'm looking at the amps because I'm such a tech head. No, I'm kidding. But I'm trying to see the setup here. But whatever, it's fine. I just can't properly. Okay, I think I got it. Oh, amazing truth and reality. So good. Might keep it on that. Ah, it's just so many good pictures of her. Oh, jeez, it's like unbelievable. Haha, dope legendary moment. Awesome. Goal, straight up couple goals. Oh, that's cute. Freaking freaks. No, I'm just kidding. They're both legendary geniuses. I haven't gotten that much into Nick Cave, though, to be honest with you. I love PJ Harvey, though. I'm honestly going to keep it up on this one. It's a couple goals, straight up. Just for memory. Just to memorize it. Look at this, though. What's going on? R.I.P. Get out of here. What is this? Uh-oh. These are just the worst ever when you get into this stuff. The spam stuff. Oh yeah, this stuff too. Good stuff here, but... Oh gosh. Whatever, keep this up a little bit here. So good. I'm sorry, let me check people chat. I'm back. What up, fam? Classic. Yeah, I feel that. I think I heard one of the songs. Remember that video with the red backdrop? It's probably Down by the Water. It's a good song. Getting hit with the dose while getting hit with the dose. Yeah, you need to look like that. Hold those chicks. Well, the thing is, I mean, it's like, look at Nick Cave. I mean, it's like, you know, if like he's I mean, I guess he's, I don't know. You either gonna be, I'm just saying, he's not exactly good looking, right? But yeah, what was up with that one picture? He's with that freaking Chad, but the legend, you know, he's like it did a very couple goals, seriously. I'm just saying though, Nick Cave, yeah, he's legendary, but he's not exactly at least conventionally good looking. I've got a chance, definitely get a chance with PJ Harvey. The fact is though, what she's like 50 now or something. R.I.P. Not that that's, you know, old, but you know. Oh, she's still pretty. It's just, you know, legendary moments. Susie though. Look, I like Susie and the Banshees. I like Juju a lot, but like I've never really found her to be very pretty, to be honest. Joan Jett. Not really into her either, if I'm being honest. Let's see what's Susie Sue looking like these days. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, she's interesting. What the heck? This, like, vibe? She's wearing a cross with like a Star of David? Okay. Based? I don't know what that's trying to do, but... Yeah, she's weird. I don't know what her vibe is, but, like... I don't know. She's pretty good, but... Well, you know, whatever. Personal kind of taste. I don't know. kind of look good sometimes. I don't know. I don't really see I don't really see anything modern though. She probably does look good for her age though, judging from this, because she's not. I don't know. I've just never thought she was, that beautiful or anything. No offense to her, obviously, but pretty good moves, like legendary for sure. Obviously, it's pretty good. It does seem. I hear what you're saying though. It seems like she kind of has aged relatively well though. So good. This is sort of a classic, amazing picture of them. Gang. So good. Joan Jett though, I don't know. She's kind of pretty, but it's a little much. It's a little much. I don't know. I don't know. I guess, yeah, it's, Oh, I love these kinds of articles. Well, look at that. She's freaking cute there. Pretty there. So funny, though, this title, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Do You Want to Touch Me? In parentheses, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. I mean, if you're down, if you're consenting. What is this? That's badass, though. She looks good there, too. Are you kidding me? Or, whatever. I guess, I can get down with Joan. You gotta love this Japanese vibe too. I don't know if this is Korean though. I think it's Japanese. That's cool though. Might keep that up for a moment. I never really got into her music that much though, to be honest. Obviously, I know a few of her hits, but like, I really got that into her. But yeah, Zoe Deschanel. Zoe Deschanel is pretty, but she's totally like, just I don't know, right? The whole quirky thing. That's funny. Everyone hates her. It's funny. It's like, I don't know. She's just, yeah, she's definitely very pretty, but she's obviously just kind of boring, right? Like, she's not particularly talented either, to be honest with you. Just being brutally honest with you. Who are you talking about? Sue? Or Joan Jett? She's probably. I mean, I could see both of them having strong stage presence, but that'd be cool. You seeing, I don't know, especially Susie Sue. I just never really got into Joan Jett. Yeah, she's cool though. Yeah, I figured Joan Jett. I mean, she's kind of like more, like accessible. Probably tours more. Honestly, I only know like freaking Bad Reputation and Cherry Bomb. It's like it. And then what? She probably did like a cover of something. Did she do like a Ramones cover? Am I making that up? Great Deeds too. I don't know what other. Well, I love rock and roll, obviously, right? Classic. I think of that song all the time, and I always come up with stupid like puns for it. Where I'm just like, I love this and that. Let's put another fucking whatever in my freaking, in my mouth, baby. No, I'm just kidding. So stupid. I don't know. Yeah, she had a moment though. Like she's looking good here. On that whatever this video is. Oh, I hate myself for loving you. Did she? That's a cover though, right? Yeah, that's it. Wow, she's looking badass there. She's pretty good there. But I feel like this is a cover. Huh. She made the. Did she do the song? She covered Crimson and Clover. Wow, this is her song? Okay. I didn't know that. She wrote it with Desmond Child. Okay, that's a classic. Just the hook. So good. Loving you, keep myself loving you. That vibe makes me want to sing some Jesus and Mary Chain real quick. Pretty tired though. I'm gonna grab something to eat upstairs really quick. Enjoy this vibe here. Hold on. Pretty good. I never watched all of the Runaways. I've seen some of it. That Kristen Stewart, Dakota Fanning vibe. Pretty sure they get lesbianic together, right? It's like, oh yeah, whoa, dude. I don't know. It wasn't really that well received, to be honest. I think it's like a sort of a mixed reviews type of vibe. Not to be like that, you know? But the thing is I just never really even got into Joan Jett that much, so it's just kind of like, well, I'm really gonna watch this, but I don't know. Might be worth a watch. And plus, who even did that movie? I'm just curious, trying to think. It makes me think of like Sofia Coppola or something, but she didn't do that. She didn't do that movie. Control is a good movie about Ian Curtis. I was just thinking about him. Some nobody. Floria Sigismondi. Oh, she's a little bit gothic. Whoa, a bit of a gothic queen. Oh, shit. She did a bunch of music videos for freaking. And one of them is Dua Lipa. She did freaking Dua Lipa and a bunch of people. The heck? Oh, shit. Perfume Genius. Okay. I don't know. Oh, ooh. Oh, Sailor, Fiona Apple, though? I don't even know if... Actually, I saved that video, but I haven't watched that video. What the heck? Wow, she's done a ton of music videos. Oh, I knew it, though. That's so horrible. Because I saw Sam Smith, and I was nervous. She did the Unholy video with Sam Smith and Kim Petras. That's horrible. Horrible evil. R.I.P. She did this movie, and then she did some freaking ridiculous movie that looks like this vibe. Turning. And then she did something else. The Silence of Mercy coming through. We'll see what's up at the... Uh-oh, it's the most promising unmade LGBTQ plus inclusive scripts in Hollywood. It's like... Okay. It's like... Because we need more. But of course, whatever. You know, it's just getting through talking about this stuff, and it's like, you know, just trying not to be judgmental. It's just this thing of representation and whatnot. It's just kind of over-representation, but whatever. Anyway, The Runaways, I'm saying watch this be honestly her best work. It probably literally is. Right? Like her best work ever. Hey, look, kind of dope poster. Okay. They want an attractive blonde in the vein of Brigitte Bardot. We've talked about Brigitte Bardot. She's overrated. She's you know, attractive, but it's like, okay, Anna Karina is way is obviously way more gorgeous. Francois Hardy, all of these kinds of legendary queens. Like she had her day though. She's pretty, but yeah, Jane Birkin. They've been up on the wall. Oh shoot! Oh, a Godard film. Oh yeah, I know this one. It's Contempt. I just didn't know it's called Les Mépris. That's funny though. They wanted someone that looked like Brigitte Bardot, so they got freaking Cherie Curry. Cherie Curry. She was only 15 though. Maybe not trying to look, you know what I'm saying? I was about to look her up. I'm like, oh, 15, all right. Oh. But we're going to do it anyway. I mean, I'm just going to look her up in general, see what comes up, right? Check out her vibe. Peep her vibe. Dude. What's happening here? Legendary. Look at how retro that is, right? They're both pretty. Honestly, just Joan Jett might even be prettier. It's crazy. But she's pretty good looking at times. She's aged pretty well too. I mean, you know, decently. Come on. Cherry bomb. I literally can't even tell. They look good. Who even though? That's her and Joan? Was Joan wearing a blonde wig or what was going on here? I'm confused by it. Whoa, dude. I'm scared of these badass bitches. Sorry, I'm gonna curse, but you know. I'm scared of these you just gotta say it sometimes, you know? No, I'm just kidding, but I'm gonna say I'm scared of these badass chicks. Look at this, though. More amazing Japanese moments. So did they both go blonde for a while? Like that's hilarious. What the heck? Look at that, dude. The Japanese Sherry Curry 70s, legendary. Oh shit! Cherry bomb. Hmm. Nice. Legendary moments. Yo, what up, though? I don't know, she's kind of... she's a little bit weird looking, but she's pretty good. I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh, getting a little bit crazy with when you're wearing a cowboy outfit. Like what? Amazing. Amazing truth and reality. Yo, you're literally 15. Stop smoking cigarettes and wearing whatever the heck that is. Whatever the heck that is, okay? This vibe moment, this expression. Excuse me. This is rated X for, you know, intense sexual insanity. for sexual evil. No, what? Sexual goodness. No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, so funny. It says, oh, a photo. No. She aight. Obviously, Joanne Jett was the genius. I had a friend once who said that called her Joanne Jett, and he never lived it down. It was really funny. Do you guys know who Joanne Jett is? Are you fucking kidding me? First of all, of course. Second of all, no. Because her name is not Joanne Jett. Her name is Joan Jett. Okay. Anyway, you know, this is kind of enough. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the mom of her dad. Oh, her mom is beautiful. Oh, look what happened. Look, I'm just kidding, but it's like, look what happened. No. No, R.I.P. Marie Harmon? Jeez, I'm more into her mom, to be honest. Marie Harmon. Wow. No way. Look at that approach. Kidding me? Classically beautiful. What's this? Dakota Fanning, though. I'm a Fanning fan. Yo, I want this autographed and sent to me. Hello, Mom. Hello, Dad, or whatever. Freaking corny. No, I'm just kidding. It's all right. It's decent. It's pretty good. Oh my gosh. These are beautiful lyrics. Without you, my dental pain would have been a continuing issue. Hannah Marie Harmon. Just someone who got arrested. Whoa! This woman got arrested for indecent exposure, participation in preparation of obscene material. Excuse me? We're going down some deep and dark rabbit holes right now. This woman looks insane. What did she do, though? I don't even want to know what this obscene material. The thing is like, okay, indecent exposure and participation in preparation of obscene material. Like, what is gonna happen here? Oh, some kind of porn site. Oh no, the Myrtle Beach Sky Wheel. I was there. My grandparents live in Myrtle Beach, and we went to Myrtle Beach. They ruined the Sky Wheel. That's horrible evil. Okay, so it's porn. What? Like, okay, I get the sex thing. Oh, well, I guess it was for porn. Yeah, you can get arrested for that. How do you get away with that if you don't freaking get caught, right? Like, you go on the freaking, you know what I mean? Like, they see you online, but you don't get arrested for it. Crazy. Charles the Doll. Anyway. Amazingly PJ Harvey'd. I don't know. Back to the true rock and roll queen. Her rock. She's probably my favorite rock girl. You know what I mean? I don't know. You could kind of get Sky Forever. She's kind of like a rock pop girl. I don't know. It's just not really a legend yet. You know, it's like, come on, man. We need more good stuff from her to kind of prove her legendary status. She's pretty good. I mean, she's obviously gorgeous, but she's obviously pretty good. Oh yeah, badass. Lick my legs, I'm on fire. Lick my legs of desire. The best. And I forgot about this vibe. I completely forgot about this amazing truth and reality right here. Ow! Ow! What? They changed the eggs? Excuse me, you don't get to do that. The heck? It's crazy. That's not funny. Straight up dumb. Legendary moments. I'm trying to over and over. Look at these ruby red ruby lips. Look at these red lips. Look at these. Shindig, Shindig, you exhibitionist. Shindig, Shindig, you exhibitionist. I'll run that man right out of my hair. She's just legendary good, like, genius. Wash that man right out of my hair. Whoa. I love the Converse vibe. Pretty dope. Dig, don't get Amanda Palmer doing it, though. Don't get Amanda Palmer doing it, though. I love the hotel room vibe. Like, it's like kind of seedy, but it's like kind of good. I don't know. Amazingly punked. What? Yeah, just like a hotel room vibe. Hotel room chic. I don't know. I feel that. I'm a fan of hotel rooms. I mean, it's more like a motel room. Motels are kind of sleazy. I don't know. I like hotels though. Absolutely. It's a very important difference between a motel and a hotel. Right? A hotel has, it's like the motel. The motel is bad quality, but the hotel is good quality. Legendary queen moment, amazing truth and reality, badass goodness. I was thinking this too. It's like so crazy. Like, imagine like just being involved in so many good, even just photos. Like not only being a good artist, but having so many good photos of you like this. It's like unbelievable. Like so good. And then you get into like it's so many examples. But yeah, it's like yeah, must be nice. Pretty girl privilege, am I right? But seriously, all you gotta do, get freaking whatever. I know, it's like I would love to. I never really got into photography. You know, it's like that's something else I'd like to get into. And you know, photograph pretty girls. No, but seriously, the art though. You kidding me? Whatever, we'll just leave this to enjoy. Oh yeah, that's right though. I wanted to get the kind of OG vibe going. Yeah. Yeah, we'll keep that up for right now. Lick my legs, I'm on fire. Lick my legs of desire. Alright, I'm gonna grab something to eat really quick. I'll be right back. One sec. I'll be right back. She doesn't really have that many hits. I'll just say this really quick. She has a song Down by the Water, but she has other songs, Rid of Me, Shillin' a Gig. There's one song, Man Size. I love her song, Written on the Forehead. She has a lot of really amazing songs, but I don't know. She never really, like, had that much of a hit. This song, This Mess We're In, with Tom York. What's one more? Well, yeah, The Words That Maketh Murder. So many good songs. Albums. I mean, I've never really gone on too much of a full-length album level with her, but, like, so many good songs. I gotta finish one of her albums. For real, but she was, like... She's just a straight up classic legend. Hold on one sec. Swag. I don't know, it's kind of lame having it be like that. I'm just gonna do it like this. Jenny, though. Jenny from the block. I have a little, now I have a lot. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. $50-foot Queenie, though. Legendary goodness. Dang. What is this thing at the bottom? Oh, it's from like a magazine. Crazy. So I guess they sort of edited it in this one. It looks different. This one feels a little less inappropriate, having this one up with the John Lurie painting with like the, cross and everything. Sweet reality. I don't know. I'll keep this one up for now. Put my girl Jenny up here too, of course. Alright, one sec. I'll be right back. One sec. I'll be right back then. Hello. It's me again. Your boy. James James Charles. Charles James. James aka James Charles. Oh my god. You guys should have seen. Tonight's been a healthy, hearty stream. Okay? That kind of rhyme. And that's what they call a feminine rhyme. Hey, listen, it's a Memorial Day weekend journey of the soul kind of thing. Oh my god, you guys. Really, I've covered it all tonight. Definitely going to stop before it hits 12 hours. Kind of works out perfectly. Definitely going to stop streaming soon. Finally get some sleep. Man, dude, like, to start off with I don't even know what. Started getting into film and stuff. Suddenly, yet again, stuff starts coming up. Stuff comes up about the gay stuff, comes up about the AIDS stuff. And Lou came through, but we hashed it out. I gotta check out her email. I gotta talk to her, you know, one-on-one. But it actually all wound up working out pretty well and like, good. Oh my god, but I feel like I've been, like, freaking, you know, going through a journey. I'm like, is the moon freaking, what's the moon cycle? What's going on? Is the moon coming through right now, you know? A new moon cycle. We also got this dope Winston's mom vibe. We also got this dope Myers-Briggs type indicator text analyzer from Winston's mom. So freaking good. I don't know, it's just got me just being mindful. This is kind of this is the sort of final, the last hurrah of the kind of political era that I'm happy to leave it at. I'm not gonna lie, it's not like I'm always going to be perfect, but I can always at least try to be good. And I feel like I gotta put some water in my eyes. The thing is, I am popping. No, I'm just kidding. But the thing is, you know, I'm learning how to do. I was just laughing at what I just said, but seriously, I'm learning how to be good at this stuff. I've only been really streaming in a kind of more in a serious way and for last year. And yeah, a big part of it, I just want to see what kind of stuff I could kind of get away with saying in some way. But it's not exactly, you know, all it's really taken is like a friend getting, you know, a little bit of, well, whatever, you know, kind of calling me out for being a little overly harsh about some of these kinds of things in certain ways. And it's like, you know, trying to be objective and good, but it's just kind of like, you know, it's hard to even get into this stuff without getting just, it's inherently divisive to material. I mean, it's like, and especially if I don't really know that much about this stuff, it's like, why even get into it much at all? I mean, I'm down to get into the religion stuff and, you know, pursue objective good and everything, but as far as getting into that kind of stuff, it's really not worth it. Anyway, what I'm saying is all it took was kind of like getting a friend kind of being just, yeah, calling me out and just a few harsh words and kind of thing, you know, being a little bit judgmental for me to kind of be like, you know, just to be given pause, you know, and it's meant to be. I'm sort of blessed in this way, you know. I love all you guys because it's like been informative without being ruthless, you know what I mean? Like, I'm very lucky, you know. It's like I haven't kind of gotten my been you know, fed to the wolves, you know, knock on wood and God forbid. You guys have been a very, very kind and supportive crowd. It's like, yeah, you know, yeah, Lou has been very good about engaging in it. The thing is it's like a very very loving and good group here. But anyway, yeah, it's just kind of like, getting into this kind of political stuff. I'm kind of over it at this point, And, well, anyway, it got into that stuff inevitably, political stuff. But I just want to stay away from here on out and just focus on just music and art and good conversation and good vibes. Obviously, like I said, focus on religion, morality, spirituality, and we have morality, spirituality, religion, especially Christianity, particularly Christianity, and especially Orthodox Christianity. But just focusing on them doing right and objective good. Under God and Jesus Christ. Again, like, get rid of this, hide this. I'm just kidding, but well, PJ Harvey's beautiful, but yeah. Anyway, it's like, I'll put up a more classical picture of it again. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, that's right, couple goals here. Anyway, yeah. Amazing Truth and Reality. Thank you, God, Jesus Christ, amen. Yeah, it's just kind of like, no need to keep always getting into this stuff. I mean, it's tiring to me. At the very least. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm saying, obviously, whatever. Obviously, I don't want to be like, whatever. I want all kinds of people to want to come here and everything. I don't think, obviously, I haven't been, like, hateful, let alone evil, but it's still been pretty, there's been some intense, I've been a bit intense, I've been a bit judgmental and stuff. It's like, don't want to be like that. I want us to be a good space for everybody. But I'm saying, yeah, that means, like, just, well, in any case, oh, right, I was saying it's tiring. It's like, I've never really been a political person. I'm not really a political person now. Do you like Moloko? Do you like Portishead? I love Portishead. Obviously, Portishead is a little bit depressing, but they're 3 albums, though. I still need to listen to their live album, but their 3 albums are some of my favorite albums of all time. They're really good. I don't think I know Moloko. It sounds familiar. Well, I don't. That just reminds me of the Clockwork Orange Milk Bar or something, But I don't think I know Moloko. Love Portishead. Devix, though, sounds kind of familiar. I'm not really sure what that is. But Dresden Dolls, that reminds me of, okay, I'll have to check these guys out. Murphy sounds interesting. Nice. Good stuff. I'll check them both out, definitely. I'll check them out tonight. Dresden Dolls, though, yeah, right. That takes me back. Oh yeah, I was just hating on Amanda Palmer a little bit. Well, look, I like a few of their songs. They're actually, oh yeah, that's right. They're from Boston. Yeah, this reminds me of the just emo girls I used to be kind of friends with. There's just like one girl in particular. I had kind of a crush on her. She didn't really like me. Rest in peace. Just being real. Just being real with you guys. Legendary classic moments. Extreme, amazing Truth and Reality. Oh my gosh, though. It's just like, I don't know. I just never really got into them. But I like you know, I don't know. They have a few okay songs. I just never really listened to them that much. Girl Anachronism, Backstabber, and Coin Operated Boy. But I always kind of liked those songs. And then I heard there was like one song from them that I had heard like fairly recently that was kind of weird. I feel like it was like some kind of weird like some kind of like masturbation vibe or something. I was like, what the heck? I don't know. It'd be kind of ridiculous, but what I'm trying to. Oh yeah, it's just like first orgasm. I'm like, okay. Oh, on Avery Island is amazing, and obviously, you know, freaking in the aeroplane over the seas, very amazing. I'm an on Avery Island champion, even though it's not as good as like a full album. It's close. I put them both on the same level, and obviously in the aeroplane over the sea is like a legendary classic though. I know, right? I was just looking at it. Excuse me, sir. This is a Wendy's. I'm just gonna go. Where's the classic moment? I get it. Seriously, about XJ9. Let me call her XJ9 and not Jenny. Amazing Truth and Reality. So would. Oh yeah. Amazing Truth and Reality. XJ9. Her like weird mom, who's like, of course, some kind of German, some kind of foreigner. No, I'm just kidding, but you know, that type of vibe, that approach, that legendary classic approach. My laptop's about to die. Probably a good time to stop in a few minutes here. Uh-oh, that means you're a TE user. LOL. Major lols. I guess you found that really funny. The thing about Jenny. Gah ha ha ha. I don't even know. Just laughing at what you said. It's fine. Like at the Jenny thing. It's fine. It says every woman needs a nice red dress. Well, red's classic. And you know, if they say red dress, that whole thing, it's always sexy kind of thing, beautiful kind of thing. Not to be crude. Sexy. Sexy, that's a inappropriate word. Seriously. No, but yeah, just that thing about the red dress beautiful. It's like literally like designed, it's like to be attractive. I remember I read studies of, I didn't, not like acting like I read scientific studies, but I saw there were, you know, studies on that stuff like years ago. I've been on that research for years now. I'm just kidding. Obviously. It's good for a night out on the town. And kind of a, to go paint the town red, so to speak. Am I right? So good. Literally amazing truth and reality. You ever consider this? Oh, so glitchy. Spectacular. That's the noun here. What's the bachelor? I'm a bachelor. Racking them up. Stacking the ducats. Put them in the basket. Casket. Roughing it. Yeah. Ask me like Jeeves. I'm Steve McQueen in this truck. Not cheap like a trick. Clean on the whip. Steez in my drip. Yeah. So good. Literally based in good. Jimmy Tucker season on the secret 17th pipe. Yo, that's mysterious. Okay, I'll do this. I don't know. Stream for like, you know, a couple more minutes here. Sort of a legendary classic Chill Island snack with the Skippy natural peanut butter and the premium saltines. The glitching is insane. Oh, and I changed it. it says. Yeah, I remember hearing that too. Red dress is like lustful desire type shit. In some circles, it would be taboo to wear one, just like red lipstick too. Have similar taboo that rhymes. Settling for 16 is amateur hour. Yeah, I'm trying to get into that 16, you know, freaking 16 times 16, 256. Subtypes, 16 subtypes to each type. Using truth and reality. As they say. As the wisdom of the elders has been passed down. As they say, amazing truth and reality. But, real knowledge, Kara says, real knowledge gets expanded upon and the research never ends. You know, the peanut butter journal is straight savage. Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, you know, it's my own personal jars. Why not just fucking go hard? I'm a bit of a peanut butter freak. I'm a peanut butter fan. I know. Super sexy. What can I say? I'm fucking real and raw and uncut, dude. Fucking badass. So good. Blah, blah, blah. Based world. Lil B. Hold on. The fuck? Where is everyone? Is Eric still streaming? What I like is to get done streaming and then go hang out at his crib. I gotta use this thing too. Let's check. He's still streaming. A legendary classic. This is crazy how much it's glitching now. Delete some stuff. Freaking face.